Chapter 1101, Robbery. Okay, Su Ping agreed. He, too, thought the efficiency was too low. Besides, he also considered it as the best solution to the trial's first test. They could loot the ultimate treasures of other star zones first. In the end, those with the most treasures would be the most likely to win the competition over the key. Should we leave directly or should we inform them? Asked Shuai. Either way, their teammates wouldn't feel happy. Su Ping asked back, "What do you think?" Lost for words, Shuai cursed him for his cunning mind. If anything happened to their teammates, Su Ping would surely blame everything on him when their master asked them. "I think we should inform them. They probably want to get away too. After all, they can't possibly win the key if they're stuck with us," said Shuai. Okay. Shuai gathered everyone shortly after. Once all the team was present, Shuai informed them that he and Su Ping were going to attack the candidates of other star zones, and that their lives could be at risk if they tagged along. It would be time for goodbyes if they were unwilling to follow. The others were smart enough to stay behind since he had put it so frankly. Meanwhile, they were puzzled and shocked. Attack candidates of other star zones. Is it really appropriate? Shouldn't their priority be finding the key? Wanyan Shuang frowned. She had wanted to leave the team, but hesitated when Shuai offered the choice. It would be difficult for her to survive without the ultimate treasure if she encountered people of other star zones. "If I follow you, can you give me one of the other star zones' ultimate treasures?" asked Wanyan Shuang. Shuai glanced at her and said, "Of course not." There was no such thing as having too many ultimate treasures. Besides, they weren't really short of Wanyan Shuang's help. Shuai would have finished her off if she hadn't switched sides quickly. Heaving a sigh in her heart, Wanyan Shuang said, "It's time we say good time then. Good luck." "Same to you," said Su Ping, chuckling. Diaz's expression changed constantly. He alternated between looking at Su Ping and then Shuai, but he couldn't gather enough courage. He suddenly thought he would have been better off staying on the branch continent earlier. Competing over the key was too dangerous. "Junior brothers, we'll only hold you back if we follow you. We can only wish you good luck now," said Yu Jing solemnly. Shuai nodded. About the tokens, Elena hesitated. Shuai raised his eyebrows and said casually, "I have to keep one of the tokens for myself. Although it's possible that I'll find more tokens, I'd like to make sure I have one right now. I gave away 3 tokens earlier, and I can only offer 3 more at the moment. Senior brother Su, do you want one?" Su Ping nodded. "If you insist, yes." Shuai was lost for words. The guy was speaking as if he were giving it to him forcefully. "Only 2 tokens left," said Shuai. He had to cooperate with Su Ping, and didn't want things to become too intense between them. Yu Jings and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. Elena said, "We'll continue exploring as a team. 2 tokens will be enough for us. Maybe we'll pick up others." "I don't need any," said Wanyan Shuang to them with a glance and a headshake. Yu Jings and the others felt relieved. Shuai immediately took out a pair of tokens and gave them to Yu Jings. He then gave one to Su Ping and said, "It's time we say goodbye then. I hope you'll be lucky enough to find the key and the tokens." "You should be more careful too," said Yu Jings and the others with concern. Su Ping looked at Diaz and said, "You'd better keep a low profile and hide when you find a token. I'm still waiting for you to catch up with me." Diaz felt dazed. This time, instead of acting tough, he asked out of reflex, "You're not planning to win the legacy?" "I'll try my best and see where fate leads me," said Su Ping with a smile. Shuai couldn't help but glance at Su Ping. He didn't believe that kind of crap. Diaz snapped out of his daze. He thought that Su Ping had at first wanted him to catch up after reaching the celestial state. Was he just being nice, or was it a provocation? He shook his head and said to Su Ping, "In any case, I hope that you'll survive." Su Ping was stunned for a moment. He then glanced at him and smiled. "I will." After everyone said their goodbyes, Su Ping and Shuai quickly moved forward. "Follow me." Shuai-Kaian who led the way as they dove into deeper spaces. He had many advantages in those regions with his perfect path of space. He was able to detect traps with clarity and was remarkably fast. Su Ping quickly dashed forward with Void Walker and followed him. They were 10 times faster than before. It wasn't just because they were no longer held back by Yu Jing's and their other teammates. It was also because they didn't have to process the information on mud, trees, etc. to look for the key. They only needed to find living people. If they found targets, they would rob them. Although there aren't any terrains marked on the map of the central continent that our master gave us, the continent clearly has the shape of a circle. There are 12 points at the edge of the circle where the winners of the branch candidates would be sent. Shuai-Kaian who said decisively, "We've been searching within one of the 12 locations. Let's go to the edge first, and then head to the other locations." Sure, Su Ping gave him a slight nod. The place was too big. They could get lost if they went straight to the center of the continent. If others were also combing the place like them, they would surely be near the location where they arrived. It would be easy to meet them. On their way, while avoiding dangers in the void, Shuai-Kaian who asked, "Senior brother Su, did you grasp the path of fire first, or the law of chaos?" The trip was long and tedious, so he would rather talk to Su Ping. "The path of fire," said Su Ping. There was nothing to hide about that. He asked back, "What about you?" "Me too," Shuai-Kaian who smiled. "It seems that we're quite similar." Yu Ping couldn't help but glance at him. He asked warily, "You're not gay, are you?" Shuai-Kaian who was instantly lost for words. "Senior brother Su, you're overthinking. Cultivators like us don't have any sexual desires. I've done it in every way possible since tens of thousands of years ago." "You have," Su Ping narrowed his eyes. Shuai-Kaian who was amused by Su Ping's reaction. "Senior brother Su, you are still a new cultivator. You lose interest in those things after cultivating for tens of thousands of years. After all, even the greatest excitement will become boring given enough time. Human beings only have limited patience for every matter. They would grow tired of anything sooner or later, however addictive it is. Levin lost interest in food when I started my 20th millennium of cultivation, particularly because I didn't need food to survive. You'll get bored of it sooner or later if you're only enjoying it for fun." "Can you ever be tired of having fun?" Su Ping was stunned. "When you've cultivated long enough, senior brother Su, you'll realize that the older a cultivator is, the more indifferent they will be, until they're no different than rocks. Rocks are probably able to endure for countless years because of being emotionless," said Shuai-Kaian. Su Ping didn't quite believe it. "What about people like our master, who has cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years? Are they even colder than rocks?" "They're even colder than blades." Shuai-Kaian narrowed his eyes, but he soon added, "But I believe our master sincerely cares about us." "So do I," Su Ping instantly nodded. Shuai-Kaian glanced at him and smiled. "If the two of us have to fight for the key in the end, will you go easy on me, senior brother Su?" Shuai-Kaian suddenly dropped his smile and stared at Su Ping. Su Ping was stunned by the change. He said, "You've cultivated for 50,000 years. How long have I cultivated? Shouldn't you be the one going easy on me?" Shuai-Kaian eyes glittered. He asked that question with another purpose, which was to test Su Ping's trump cards. Whether or not Su Ping gave a positive reply, he would be able to infer that Su Ping had other trump cards he hadn't used yet. However, Su Ping's reply was quite surprising for him. "It would be boring if we have to act brutally towards each other in the end," said Shuai-Kaian in a low voice. Su Ping nodded. "In that case, you should just give it to me." Shuai-Kaian stared at him. "What if I don't?" "Teal just fight for it then," said Su Ping with a smile. "It's the opportunity to reach the celestial state anyway. We'll see which of us is stronger." "Okay," Shuai-Kaian nodded quickly. "Let's find out." He then remarked, "To be honest, senior brother Su, although you're still young, I like you very much. I will still respect you as my senior brother if I do reach the celestial state in the end." "Okay," Su Ping smiled and then continued, We haven't found anyone yet, but we're already talking about this. If anyone hears this, won't they think we're just spewing bullst? Probably, said Shuikayanhu. They looked at each other, and then both burst into laughter. Time flew. The pair moved at full speed in the sixth space. Even though Shuikayanhu had grasped the perfect path of space, he wasn't as daring to enter the seventh space. Although he could survive there, that didn't mean he could do whatever he wanted. There were dangers they had to avoid even as they traveled in the sixth space. There were ferocious beasts hiding in the sixth space. Some even moved in hordes. The leaders of those hordes were usually ascendant creatures. They chose not to provoke the locals and continue traveling. 2 days later, they finally met people from other star zones. There was a whole lot gathered. Oh my, that's a lot of them. While hiding in the deep space, they carefully examined the sounds and inferred the number of people outside. They were quite surprised at the scale. Chapter 1102, Sword Attack. There were hundreds of people who were traveling in the exterior. They were mostly scattered. Su Ping and Shuikayan, who were hiding in the sixth space, their cover was flawless, thanks to the path of space that Shuikayan who had grasped. Nobody could detect them unless they were as strong as them. Su Ping also covered their auras with the path of illusion. Shuikayan, whose eyes narrowed a bit when seeing the law of illusion. He had sensed how powerful it was back when Su Ping used it in the previous battle. He suspected that some heavenly lord had created it. Let's not alarm them yet, not until we find their leader, whispered Shuikayanhu. Su Ping didn't make a sound. He was as experienced in hunting as Shuikayanhu was. After all, he had been to plenty of adventures in the cultivation sites. They snuck closer, not even attacking those who were alone, all to avoid alarming them. They soon discovered that there were a dozen people among the hundreds of travelers who had grasped perfect paths. Still, it was hard to distinguish their leader. The leader must be hiding on purpose in case of potential ambushers. It's hard to tell which of them is the leader. Shuikayan, whose eyes glittered as he considered how to address the problem. He didn't have the ultimate treasure anyway, and was inevitably concerned. Let's find out with the key, Su Ping said after thinking for a moment. Shuikayan, who was stunned. The key, do we even have a... He paused halfway, realizing what Su Ping was up to. He couldn't help but glance at him. Is he really considering himself a hunter? Indeed, they didn't have the key, but they could make up one. Thanks to the information shared by their master, it was really easy for them to create a counterfeit with laws. They could make a key and see to whom the travelers would surrender it. That guy would surely be the leader. Even though the key was fake, they had never seen the real key anyway, and they would have to hand it over to their leader. That was the trick. Shuikayan who nodded. Then he saw the law of chaos gathering in Su Ping's hand. A broken black sword was soon manifested. It was exactly what the key looked like. Shuikayan who was quite envious as he watched. He also knew the law of chaos, but his expertise wasn't good enough to construct anything as easily. It was possible to even create lives with the perfect law of chaos. However, it was rather difficult to create special lives, such as those with powerful constitutions. Su Ping would have to know the genetic information of those constitutions first. They threw the broken sword in a place where two explorers would meet, all to prevent either of the two from claiming it. Each of the two explorers noticed the sword shortly after. Both were thrilled to see the key. They concealed their emotions and tried to hide the key. Unfortunately, they soon noticed each other's presence. Both of them became extremely anxious for a moment. After a while, they confirmed that both of them were aware of the key. That stimulated their determination to kill each other. They gradually wandered off the team, displaying great acting skills. However, someone soon caught up with their abnormal behavior. It was a given. Their supervisors weren't expecting them to dutifully surrender the key if they found it, so they had been observing with a keen eye. The two were soon found and interrogated. Then, they revealed where the key was. All the others were shocked to hear of the key's discovery. They didn't expect their luck to be as good. to find the key shortly after they arrived. Everyone gathered and dug out the key, which was buried deeply underground in mud. However, they could still detect it. A dozen tough-looking men in the crowd stood out. The key was later given to a golden-haired young man. The latter wore a strange expression. Although he seemed calm, his excitement was obvious. His odd expression faded as he observed more carefully. He then gave the key to someone else, as if it were no big deal. The man who received it was surprised to be given the key for examination. He accepted it in any case and was delighted by the task. His delight was short-lived. He was going to say something when two aggressive auras darted out of the void. Someone realized what was going on and exclaimed, "Enemy incoming." However, the attack had landed thunderously just then. The auras of a spear and a sword slashed at the golden-haired young man like a mountain. Even though he had given the key to someone else like a lackey would, the first person to examine the key was undoubtedly the leader. The golden-haired young man snorted, seemingly unsurprised. He had figured out the situation once he confirmed that the key was fake. Only those who received the celestial expert's memories knew what the key looked like, and they must have forged a key as part of a trap. He was already prepared to defend himself. Nevertheless, the two attacks were too powerful. After a boom, the golden-haired young man was blown into the void, right when he had just prepared his defenses. Even space was shattered. The ground within dozens of meters was obliterated. The others had finally realized what was going on. Some of them moved back, planning to take advantage of the chaos and escape. There was another explosion, and the golden-haired leader made an instant return from the void, with blood on his lips. His robe was already in tatters, revealing the dragon-patterned armor inside. "Just the two of you." The golden-haired young man narrowed his eyes and stared at Su Ping and Shuai Qianhu. The latter was solemn. He and Su Ping had almost tried their best in their previous ambush. Their thunderous attack with supreme laws was unable to heavily wound the guy. "He's mine, you take care of the rest," said Su Ping outright. Shuai Qianhu's lips twitched. A lot of people present had grasped perfect paths. He was outnumbered. Besides, it was possible that there would be someone who had grasped a perfect supreme law, just like the red-robed young man. Very soon, someone in the crowd recognized them. "It's him, Shuai Qianhu." "Know him, he's the famous Star Lord from tens of thousands of years ago." The guy next to him is Su Ping. He's the one who condensed a small world in the Fate state. Many of them were shocked to see Su Ping. The guy was only a Star State warrior. Even so, was he bold enough to attack their leader? Even more crazily, the terrifying sword aura released by Su Ping obviously contained a perfect path. In the crowd, the dozens of tough-looking men were stunned after recognizing Su Ping's level. They didn't expect that anyone in the Star State could be as strong. "Shuai Qianhu, we meet again. We fought in space 30,000 years ago. Do you remember?" said an old man with a smile as he walked out of the crowd. Shuai Qianhu said indifferently, "I don't. I never remember trivial matters." "Haha," the old man laughed coldly. "You're as pretentious as you were back then. Now that you're here to get killed, I will certainly grant your wish. I heard that you are under Shen Huang. You got his ultimate treasure, didn't you?" Shuai Qianhu replied indifferently, "So, how do you want to die?" The old man smiled coldly, not giving a response. The golden-haired young man wiped his blood and looked at them coldly. He fixed his eyes upon Shuai Qianhu and said, "Finish off that Star State brat. I'll take care of this one." Shuai Qianhu frowned and felt rather helpless. Everybody thought he was carrying the ultimate treasure. He actually became Su Ping's cover. He didn't want to be anyone's cover. He would have a huge disadvantage if he fought without the treasure. "TM carrying the ultimate treasure. Let's have a competition." Su Ping stood out. Everyone was stunned by Su Ping's revelation. This Star State kid was carrying the ultimate treasure. Su Ping was indeed a kid in their eyes. He was only a Star State warrior. How many years could he have cultivated? Junior brother Qianhu is but a new disciple. The ultimate treasure is too heavy a responsibility for him. It is his senior brother's duty to look out for him, said Su Ping. Shui Qianhu. Everybody was lost for words again. Shui Qianhu, who had been famous for tens of thousands of years, became the Star State Kid's junior brother. That was hilarious. The golden-haired leader raised his eyebrows in surprise, but he simply said with indifference, "It doesn't matter. Finish him off. I'll take care of this one." He didn't care whether or not Su Ping was telling the truth. He would finish the guy off with the ultimate treasure. "Junior brother, take care of yourself," said Su Ping. Then, while everybody was watching, he ruthlessly charged at the golden-haired young man, turning a blind eye to all the others. Shui Qianhu was rendered speechless. However, in terms of seniority, Su Ping was right and there was nothing he could say. He's only in the Star State, and yet he's provoking Lord Brian. Way to get himself killed. Is he delivering the ultimate treasure to us? Wasn't the ultimate treasure entrusted to the strongest disciple? What was Shen Huang thinking? Everybody at the edge was observing the battle. None were planning to participate. Some captains were roaring, "The rest of you pay attention to your surroundings. Beware of other ambushers." They narrowed their eyes and observed the area. They found it ludicrous that only 2 people would attack them. How confident were those 2? But the next moment, Su Ping drew his sword. The sword, with an edge made of the law of chaos, was formed in his hand. The intense aura of chaos made the void quake, like ripples on a lake. An unimaginably powerful aura surfaced on Su Ping. It was the abundant deity aura that had been accumulating in his body. Slay the sky. Su Ping's eyes were like glittering stars, and the edges in the dark night. A terrifying sword aura was gathered in his hand. That sword had once cut apart the sky in ancient times. It was glowing again at the moment. Oh no! Dodge! The people standing dozens of meters behind Brian fled in panic, awed by the terrifying aura. Chapter 1103, Suppression. Perfect level. Brian slightly narrowed his eyes upon seeing Su Ping's attack. It was the perfect law of chaos. Besides, the attack was extremely powerful. He had rarely seen such an aggressive sword technique. The killing intent imbued in the attack was enough to make the proud dragons tremble. However, he wasn't going to retreat. After a boom, Brian's eyes had a dazzling glow when he activated his constitution. Another unparalleled aura rose to the sky, forcing everybody around him to retreat. He was like a sun, bursting out and unleashing an infinite brilliance. His battle style was especially to fight head-on. A golden spear appeared in his hand. Light burst out of the spear, almost freezing the flow of time. Only Su Ping's and his weapons remained unaffected. Destruction! Brian roared and slashed with his sword in the most splendid way. There was a boom and the void was shattered. A terrifying amount of energy and laws formed a collapsed black hole where the sword and spear met, swallowing everything around them. The impact uprooted all the trees in the forest. Not even the ground could bear the blast and kept on collapsing. Everybody was appalled as they watched the shocking battle. The most powerful laws going head-to-head. It was truly terrifying. Out of everybody's expectation, Su Ping, a mere Star State warrior, was able to fight Brian, who had dominated the universe 50,000 years earlier. Is that really a kid who has just stepped into the Star State? Su Ping's eyes glittered with excitement. He had rarely gone all out ever since he started training in the cultivation sites. His sword had just been blocked, as if having struck a mountain. It couldn't move any further. That was a sword technique able to cut the sky apart. Deity aura was burning inside Su Ping's body. The sword light kept on bursting. Instead of beating the guy, he simply didn't want to dishonor his sword. However, even though he was using his full strength, he was only able to suppress his opponent. Killing him didn't seem like a possibility. Brian was even more shocked. His spear was an ancient weapon too, and had been unstoppable in front of the most formidable foes. And yet, it had been blocked by Su Ping's sword. Furthermore, he felt that Su Ping seemed to have even more strength than he did. It was as if there were a terrifying monster inside his body. Is he really in the star state? Annihilation. Brian attacked again, this time without hiding his true abilities. Two supreme laws fused, resulting in a strange phenomenon that carried a suffocating aura. Su Ping's expression had a slight change. He detected that his law of chaos was being swallowed at a fast pace. The guy's paths of time and destruction were both perfect. He had grasped them so well that he could fuse their traits. Fusing features of perfect paths was thousands of times more difficult than fusing fundamental ones, because perfect paths couldn't be taken apart. He's better at controlling laws than Em. Su Ping was quite alarmed. As expected of an old famous Star Lord, there were too many unusual geniuses in the universe. He had only grasped the perfect law of chaos thus far. It was hard for him to win in a competition of laws. Path of Fire. Flames instantly started to burn on Su Ping's sword, with a ferocity that seemed about to drown everything. But the next moment, the path of fire was blocked by the path of time. It was frozen in the next moment. The flames seemed to be burning, but they couldn't hurt Brian at the moment. Both paths were perfect, but the supreme law was unparalleled. The path of fire was indeed powerful, but it couldn't exceed time. The nearby onlookers held their breath and narrowed their eyes. They didn't expect that Su Ping had mastered two perfect paths, or that he could fight evenly with Brian. Shui Qianhu was observing with narrowed eyes, hoping to find out whether or not Su Ping had other hidden abilities. But the next moment, Su Ping simply activated the stone shield. The ultimate treasure was summoned. Su Ping didn't invoke the power of his second small world. The stone shield was an already exposed trump card, while the second small world wasn't. The stone shield seemed to have been unfrozen just then. It was releasing a dazzling black and golden light. Strange circuits appeared on its surface too, showing an extraordinary divine power. The aura of that power made everybody change their expression. That was the aura of the ascendant state. It was a subtle feeling. It was a partially neutralized ascendant state treasure, which wouldn't violate the ban of ascendant state power on the central continent. Brian's eyes glittered upon seeing that Su Ping was indeed holding the ultimate treasure. He no longer held back, as he chose to take out a golden flag. He raised the flag and stood like an ascendant state expert. Freeze! Brian activated the golden flag and invoked its power. The golden flag was significantly expanded in the wind and rolled toward Su Ping's golden shield. Once Su Ping went to the central continent, he detected that the golden treasure was unsealed and then learned of its abilities. The artifact offered the best protection, but it wasn't really a good weapon for offense. Just after activating the shield, the golden flag moved forth and tied it up like a huge piece of cloth. Brian was amused by the result and laughed aloud. Ha ha. All the ultimate treasures were forged by the Federation saints hired by the celestial experts. To ensure fairness, every ultimate treasure would only have one ascendant state ability. Yours must be defense, right? Brian was in a great mood. If he grabbed that defensive treasure, counting his golden flag, he would have two ultimate treasures. He would be invincible from then on. He would truly be invincible if he could find an ultimate treasure with offensive capabilities. His golden flag could suppress defensive ultimate treasures. It had the power to temporarily restrain an ultimate treasure. The golden flag could be damaged if the ultimate treasure was too aggressive. However, no defense treasures could break free from the golden flag. It was like receiving a pillow when he was feeling sleepy. Brian currently felt he was the son of destiny. He fantasized about that day being his day. Both Su Ping and Shui Qianhu changed their expressions upon seeing such reaction. Needless to say, they had guessed the golden flag's ability. It was the first time their ultimate treasure was used, but it had been completely suppressed before revealing its power. It was absolutely useless. Shui Qianhu changed his expression. His eyes glittered as he wondered if he should retreat. He didn't want to. He looked at Brian and gradually clenched his fists. Maybe he would have to use his real power to win the battle. It was impossible to count on Su Ping. That young senior brother of his was too young anyway. You dared to come here with a defensive ultimate treasure. You're from the Golden Star Zone. Where are the others? Brian was in a great mood. He looked at Su Ping as if he were a delivery boy. Su Ping withdrew his gaze from the golden flag covering the shield. His eyes glittered. He had planned to defend himself with the ultimate treasure and then devote all his strength to attack until he won in a war of attrition. Unfortunately, it seemed that he would have to rely on himself. Your ultimate treasure doesn't look so good. Su Ping looked at Brian and his mocking eyes, then sneered and said, "Even though you've disabled my ultimate treasure, you don't have any ultimate treasure to use now either. Who do you think you are? You think I need the ultimate treasure to kill you?" There was disdain in Brian's eyes. He was shocked by Su Ping's talent, but that didn't mean anything if he died. The guy was a downright idiot. Real geniuses never placed themselves in danger. Nobody remembered the geniuses who had once amazed the universe to only perish quickly after. They were just idiots buried in history. Without further ado, Brian asked everybody to attack. "Mitch, Bourne, help me kill him. The rest of you kill the other brat." By brat he meant Shui Qianhu. He had cultivated for far longer than Shui Qianhu had, so he was certainly qualified to call the other guy a brat. Chapter 1104, The Second World. Brian called upon his men. Two of them immediately dashed out of the crowd and approached Su Ping from two sides. They were going to help Brian suppress and kill Su Ping without giving the latter an opportunity to escape. All the others fixed their eyes on Shui Qianhu, who only seemed slightly graver than usual. "Die!" Brian cried out and attacked first. He instantly rose and stepped forward, breaking through space. He approached Su Ping and made a stabbing motion with his golden spear, using the laws of time and destruction at the same time. Su Ping attacked with his sword. The scorching path of fire was swept out. The sword aura was splitting forth, then spreading into the void as an ocean of flames. It blocked both Brian and his two companions. After a boom, the blade in Su Ping's hand shook. Fortunately, he had an abundance of deity aura. Even though his law of chaos was weakened, he was still able to endure the attack with his enormous physical strength. Astral painting force. Su Ping unleashed his strength again. The aggressiveness and infinite variations of the astral paintings made him more agile than ever. He extended his arms and slashed Brian's chest with a strange sword technique. Brian's expression changed a bit, not expecting that Su Ping would still be able to fight back with that much power, despite the suppression of two supreme laws. There was a resounding boom, and then he activated his Golden Battle Constitution, which was also one of the top 10 divine constitutions. That also meant that he had a third perfect law. Golden Sun Constitution. His body, face, and arms were covered in brilliant, golden tattoos. A storm of divine power surged in a blink. All the energy inside his body was temporarily transformed into pure divine power. He currently became as ferocious and stoppable as an ancient god of War III. He wielded his golden spear with quick motions, launching a barrage of auras that completely prevented Su Ping from moving. The sharp and destructive spear auras could have easily dealt with normal Star Lords, but Su Ping was also moving quickly, slashing away with his sword. Both the sword and spear auras were offsetting each other. Their impacts made the soil resound like drums, constantly shattering the earth. Su Ping seemed to have an inexhaustible deity aura. Even though he was only a star-state warrior, his energy reserves were as large as those of Brian. The latter was shocked and was determined to kill Su Ping right then and there. He was sure that the man would grow and become a major problem for him. The path of the Golden Sun. After fighting for so long and failing to kill the enemy, Brian finally made use of the path associated with his constitution. A golden sun seemed to be rising on the surface of a sea. It was so sacred and unworldly that many people's expressions changed. Su Ping narrowed his eyes. Instead of resisting the attack head-on, he quickly moved into the void. "Where do you think you're going?" Mitch and Bourne, Brian's helpers, tried to block Su Ping when he was escaping. Both had grasped more than one perfect path, but those paths weren't supreme. They didn't dare fight Su Ping head-on and could only stall him. TCA. Bourne activated his path. Everything around him was slowed down and overtaken by frostbite. The ultimate state of the path of ice was stillness and absolute zero. Given such circumstances, even one's mind would freeze. All atoms would be deactivated. If he wanted to, he could freeze an ordinary person for 10,000 years and then bring them back to life. However, Su Ping remained unaffected while the wind and dust was solidified. The mixture of the paths of fire and illusion had weakened the ice and broken the absolute zero threshold, quickly thawing the ice. Concurrently, Mitch had also activated his special path, Faith. Faith was a path that belonged to the mental class. It didn't look like the basic physical paths, such as wind, fire, and lightning. It was similar to space, which existed in the universe but could hardly be detected too. He could turn everything he imagined into reality. He was also able to construct some strong living creatures. Theoretically speaking, he could construct an ascendant state body, as long as his body could hold up. He was even able to transform himself into an ascendant state expert through his faith in a special way. However, his status would be flawed compared to normal ascendants. Furthermore, he had to sustain the status all the time, and it couldn't last long. The ascendant state was forbidden on the central continent. That is why he didn't really dare to fight in an ascendant state body. Otherwise, he could have imagined an ascendant state finger, which would have been a threat to many unparalleled geniuses. It only took an instant. The most solid box made of faith appeared and covered Su Ping. It blocked everything, preventing him from escaping. Illusion. Yu Ping quickly moved and melded the path of illusion into the path of chaos. Unfortunately, his path of illusion wasn't perfect yet. Otherwise, he could have transformed everything in front of his eyes into an illusion. Boom! The power of chaos surged out. The supreme nature of the power of chaos immediately reduced everything into chaos and broke the cage. Mitch was heavily wounded too, but he was able to hold Su Ping back for 1 second. The next moment, the brilliant sun was hurled along with the golden spear. Su Ping had to turn around and resist it. Bang! His body was flung back. His skin burst open and his blood splashed all over. The terrifying heat covered his bones with golden, scorching flames. It only took one strike. His flesh and blood was separated from his body, and he was turned into a burning skeleton. But the next moment, a shriek that belonged to the dominator of the skis resounded. A pair of brilliant gold wings was unfolded, regenerating flesh and blood on the burning skeleton. The blood that had splashed over the mud was soon pulled back into his body. He was restored very quickly. He was then shrouded in scorching flames, and his eyes were golden. He was as majestic as a king. His ancient golden crow constitution was activated and blocked the terrifying strike. His body had approached the limits of the Star Lord state. He could endure any attack unless it was beyond the Star Lord state. His golden crow constitution wasn't as powerful in the past. After all, not even the golden crows were truly invincible on their level. However, his constitution absorbed the ancient power of chaos with the help of the chaos perception dragon in the Archean divinity. It had also developed special mutations, which further enhanced his power. All the people on the battlefield felt frightened when Su Ping revealed his constitution. The pets currently merged with them also felt the threat and relayed their fear. All of them felt that their blood was freezing. Is this his battle constitution? Brian narrowed his eyes. He had never seen one like it. Also, the pressure was intimidating even for him, but he had one of the best divine constitutions. Did a constitution better than the 10 main constitutions emerge in the universe? Su Ping unfolded his wings, fanning flames that burnt through the void around him. The fire left the primary space and entered the deeper spaces. The flames kept burning through the deeper spaces and didn't stop until it reached the sixth space. Su Ping waved his wings and stepped out with Void Walker and Sun Chaser. He approached Brian in almost the blink of an eye, to slash brutally right after. Brian was rather cold. Although he was astonished at Su Ping's constitution, the outcome wouldn't be any different. He gathered the illusion of a small world on his golden spear and threw it. After a boom, the illusion of the small world dispersed, but Su Ping was also flung back because of the blast. "Let's get this over with," Brian spoke solemnly. He realized that Su Ping, despite being a Star State kid, had the ability of launching a deadly strike. He didn't want to get hurt. Both Mitch and Bourne were serious. Illusions of small worlds appeared behind them. Having the support of perfect paths, their small worlds were as solid as planets. Both moved towards Su Ping to land a hit. Su Ping narrowed his eyes. It was indeed high time to be done with it. Brian was thus far the second strongest Star Lord he had ever seen. The strongest in his books was Mo Feng, the prince of the Rain clan. There was a boom, while a small world appeared behind his back too. It wasn't the illusion of his small world, but his small world itself. The other three mixed in the fight changed their expressions after seeing the vivid spear behind Su Ping's back. They didn't expect the latter to be as crazy and desperate to fight in such a manner. The small world's illusion could always be recondensed, but he could truly suffer from heavy injuries if it was broken. Was Su Ping going to launch a dying strike? Brian felt gloomy as he sensed pressure from Su Ping's small world. He didn't hold back anymore and evinced brutality in his eyes. Besides the two supreme laws and the Golden Sun path, he had also mastered 3 basic paths. He used all of them. At the same time, his small world truly appeared behind him. The 6 perfect paths, like 6 golden dragons, hauled the small world and flew towards Su Ping. Brian roared and wielded his spear. "Your ancestor was still a monkey when I traveled through space. I'll know a person who also uses a spear. She's thousands of times stronger than you." Su Ping's eyes were cold. He gathered his golden crow power into a hand, hurling down his small world. After a boom, a dazzling brilliance burst out. It was as if a nuclear bomb would have exploded in the 6th space. "Abby!" Brian roared. His battle constitution was falling apart. He gathered all his power into an enormous golden spear, which extended from his small world and stabbed forward. However, the illusion of a golden crow flew out of Su Ping's small world and grabbed the spear with its mouth. Then, the 2 small worlds collided without reserve. Brian was heavily wounded. He was flung back, spouting blood, as if having been hit by a train just then. His small world was as brilliant as the realm of deities, and yet it was full of cracks at the moment. Su Ping's small world was the same. However, Su Ping was standing right there. He wasn't pushed back. Time reversal. Brian wiped off the blood on his lips and laughed. His broken small world and himself recovered. All the cracks faded. The wounds and blood on his body also disappeared. Everything was back to what it was before the collision. His used power was also replenished. "Come again." Brian roared and stared at Su Ping aggressively. Su Ping replied rather casually, "Okay." The next moment, the small world floating above his head quickly recovered, and all the cracks on the surface disappeared. Brian was stunned by the scene. But the things he saw next were the most unforgettable one. Another small world was rising slowly behind Su Ping's small world. It was truly an unimaginable scene. Splendid, great, and terrifying. That was a second small world. Not just Brian, even the aides Mitch and Bourne stopped to see. They were stunned and couldn't believe their eyes. The 2 small worlds had overlapped. One of them was desolate, while the other was illusory and hazy. Such terrifying auras made them feel as if they would have faced the abyss. "Come again," Su Ping said. In the next moment, the 2 small worlds were pushed forward. Chapter 1105 finished off. In the outside world, the currently surrounded Shuai Kaian who suddenly felt scared. He had the perfect path of space, which had made his senses over space extremely keen. He had just detected some sort of dangerous power in the deep spaces nearby. Did something pass by in a deeper space? Or? His eyes glittered. He looked at the golden flag in midair. The artifact which had entangled the shield was radiating ascendant state power, preventing anyone from approaching. That ultimate treasure had clearly acknowledged its master. It was still emitting its power, indicating that Brian was still alive. Furthermore, the golden flag didn't return to the guy, another indicator that it still needed to restrain the shield. So, Su Ping was fine too. Let's finish off those people first. Shuai Qianhu jumped and dodged a few attacks. Then, he focused his attention. While looking at his attackers, he coldly tore through the void. He made full use of the path of space, replacing the outside world with a deeper space. The area within a radius of 12 kilometers had collapsed into the deep space. It reached the 7th space. Abu. What's that sound? What is it? Nana, is that you, Nana? 1. Everybody was instantly drawn into the 7th space, as if they were drowning. Many were torn apart by the sheer spatial power. Some heard whispers of the dead, while others could even see their deceased family members in a blur. Damn it, let's go back to the outside world. Some of them had contorted expressions. They clearly had no advantage in a battle against someone who had the perfect path of space in the 7th space. Even though they had surrounded him, only some of them could make a difference in the outcome. Very soon, another person controlled the space and swapped the deep space with the outside world, returning them to reality. It seemed that there was someone else besides Shuai Qianhu who had mastered the perfect path of space. Only a couple of seconds had passed, and yet 100 people would remain stuck in the deep space forever. Many of those who had returned were still dizzy or were rendered mad due to the deep space's impact. Die. The dozen people who had mastered perfect paths launched an immediate attack, knowing that they couldn't rely on help from the others. Shuai Qianhu took a deep breath and sensed an enormous pressure. However, he wasn't scared in the slightest. Rather, he felt a passion he hadn't experienced in a long time. It had been a long time for him to feel any threat, ever since he grasped the perfect path. After all, even normal ascendants would have a hard time killing strong star lords such as himself. This was especially so with those who controlled the path of space. He could race ascendants in the 7th space. Besides, he wasn't crazy. Hunting an ascendant was not something he would try. If he wanted a sparring partner, the force backing him could easily find a lot of ascendants, so he could experience his ultimate strength. However, he currently felt passionate in a battle against people on his level. This is exactly why I've been cultivating. Shuai Qianhu cheered inside, with coldness emanating from his eyes. Although excited, he remained absolutely calm. Let's get this over with. Maybe I'll have a chance to observe his performance. He looked at the 2 ultimate treasures in the sky, with a strange light in his eyes. Boom! The next moment, he activated the Misfortune Constitution, choosing to no longer hide his strength. It was impossible for him to hold back when facing attacks of 12 formidable enemies. 2 of the 12 enemies had grasped supreme perfect paths. They were the ones who led the attack against him. He was surrounded by the effects of those perfect paths. Destruction. Shuai Qianhu waved his spear, concentrating the path of destruction on the weapon and destroying the part of the effect of some paths. He then attacked the ones who had only grasped basic paths. Reincarnatio 1. Shuai Qianhu instantly used another special path. The destructive spear was shrouded in flames. He swung it furiously, making the void collapse. The paths around him were attracted to a strange power. If Dias were there, he would have discovered to his shock that Shuai Qianhu had perfectly grasped the path of reincarnation, the forte of the former's constitution. Block it. Ammon was wary, feeling how his path had been bound by the path of reincarnation. He protected himself with his small world without hesitation. The small world was indestructible with a perfect path. It was more solid than that of a normal Star Lord by far. But the next moment, his small world was stabbed through by a spear. The man vomited blood and was flung back. Some of the attackers instantly stepped in to reinforce him. They surrounded Shuai Kaianhu with the illusions of their small worlds. "Let me show you my small world," Shuai Kaianhu sneered, showing a brilliant small world behind his back. It contained two paths which looked like the backs of dragons. One of them was destruction, and the other was vitality, another supreme law. Both paths were already perfect. He had grasped the path of reincarnation through birth and destruction, and it had already been perfected. It was easy to infer that he had grasped two perfect paths many years before. Shuai Kaianhu's small world was not a projection. It was the real one. It flew out like a dazzling meteorite when it appeared. A lot of small world projections were instantly shattered. Many men were flung back, heavily wounded. Shuai Kaianhu sneered, "You're just ants. What can you possibly do even if I'm outnumbered?" He charged at the crowd, his small world ahead of him. Soon after, he ran a Star Lord through, one who had grasped a perfect path. The Star Lord was an extraordinary figure who could easily make it to the top of a Divine Lord rank. And yet, he died in anger and desperation at that moment. All who witnessed this had changed expressions, not expecting Shuai Kaianhu to be that strong. Some of them had cultivated even longer than he had, but they had merely grasped one supreme perfect path. None of them could compare to Shuai Kaianhu at all. In terms of combat ability, Shuai Kaianhu was probably equal to Brian without the ultimate treasure. Damn it, why hasn't our boss finished off the Star State brat yet? Is the boss trying to kill us with a borrowed knife? I don't believe that it could take this long for boss to kill that Star State brat. Damn it. Everybody gazed at Shuai Kaianhu, who stood like the god of war. They were infuriated by Brian, thinking that someone of his caliber should have easily dealt with a Star State brat, especially with the help of Mitch and Bourne. Even though it was remarkable for Su Ping to have condensed a perfect supreme law with a Star State cultivation, he was only in the Star State anyway. It should have been very easy for Brian to kill someone who had only grasped one perfect supreme law. Shuai Kaianhu felt intrigued by their remarks. He had done a similar thing before, when he tested Su Ping's combat ability through the red-robed young man and the others. Could it be that Brian was observing the battle happening in the deeper space, dragging things on and not killing Su Ping yet? The thought alarmed him. He no longer dared to waste time. He believed that Su Ping had other trump cards, but he didn't think he could possibly defeat Brian. After all, the latter had grasped two supreme perfect laws. It was unbelievable to think that Su Ping had also grasped two. Besides, Su Ping would still lose in such conditions. After all, Brian had two helpers. Adding the level gap, Su Ping would have to lose either way. "Get the hell out of here, or I will kill you all." Shuai Kaianhu was in such a terrible mood. He gave everyone a scary glare. His attackers looked at each other in bewilderment, but none dared to retreat. Although they knew that Brian might be using Shuai Kaianhu to get rid of them, if they escaped, Brian would be invincible if he came out with two ultimate treasures. Shuai Kaianhu figured out what was on their mind, given his threat was useless. He was gloomy as he tore space open, trying to direct the battlefield elsewhere and meet with Su Ping. He couldn't let Su Ping die so easily. It would be his turn to die if Su Ping was killed, and Brian kept the treasure. He knew Su Ping was probably fighting in the 6th space, as he didn't see him in the 7th space. Right when he tore space apart to enter the 6th space, a man suddenly stepped out. Shuai Kaianhu instantly became nervous. However, Shuai Kaianhu was dazed after seeing who the person was. Everybody else was stunned too. The person who walked out was actually Su Ping. His clothes were stained with blood. Most shockingly of all, he was dragging a bloodied man. The man's golden hair had been dyed red. It dangled like a rope. It was none other than Brian. Brian was on his dying breath at the moment. His golden sun constitution had been overspent, completely crumbling. There was only a slim chance of recovery if he had unparalleled medicine and attentive care. Brian lost. Everybody looked at the unexpected picture, completely unable to understand what it meant. Where are Mitch and Bourne? A lot of people felt cold. They were very likely dead already. 3. Chapter 11:06, Cultivation. I cannot believe it. Everybody was thinking the same. They couldn't believe their eyes. After a momentary daze, the dozen Star Lords who had attacked Shuai Kaianhu with perfect laws made the same choice. Run! Unbelievable as the scene might be, they were Star Lords who had been through countless battles. It didn't take long for them to realize that battling was hopeless now that Brian had failed. Besides, Su Ping had 2 of the ultimate treasures. How could they possibly beat him? Su Ping raised his eyebrows as he watched them disperse, but didn't give chase. There were too many of them. It was impossible for him to kill them all. It was one thing to kill them in a head-on clash, and a whole different matter to chase and eliminate each and every one. Are you going to unbind yourself from your ultimate treasure, or do you need me to do it? Su Ping asked Brian, who was like a dead dog. Brian breathed heavily as he watched his allies escape and lost his last hope. He put on a bitter smile. What had he been looking forward to? Even if they were willing to charge for his sake, it would have been hopeless to think they would defeat that unbelievable monster. Why bother? You could just kill me, said a wheezing Brian. Su Ping said casually, I simply think it would be a shame to kill such a great talent as yourself. A shame. Brian's face twitched, and he felt even more bitter. Was that condescension? The guy whose level was much lower than his actually pitied him. Brian asked back, Are you not afraid that I'll retaliate later for what you did to me if you spare my life? Su Ping looked down at him and said, That depends on whether or not you're smart. Besides, I didn't say I'd spare you. I'll kill you if you make me uncomfortable. Brian was stunned and silenced. A moment later, he quietly canceled his contract with the ultimate treasure. The golden flag flew towards him soon after. The restraint over the shield was lifted. Su Ping quickly grabbed the golden flag and the shield. Shuai Kaianhu was rather regretful as he saw that happen. He had already been prepared for the possibility of Brian killing Su Ping. He was going to fight for the ultimate treasures. However, the opportunity was gone. Shuai Kaianhu felt angry and jealous, given that Su Ping had received 2 ultimate treasures. He was fine with losing an ultimate treasure to him over a rock, paper, and scissors game, as he thought that he would get it back sooner or later. However, Su Ping was supremely able to defeat Brian. That senior brother of his was truly unbelievable. Junior brother, were you hurt? Su Ping greeted Shuai Kaianhu after seeing him. Shuai Kaianhu's lips twitched. The greeting sounded rather insincere from every perspective. Senior brother Su, congratulations on getting 2 ultimate treasures. Can you share one of them? We'll continue looting to find the rest, said Shuai Kaianhu in earnest with a big warm smile. Su Ping said in a concerned tone, The ultimate treasures are too powerful. Junior brother, you're too inexperienced to fully bring out their power. Let me take care of them. What the? Shuai Kaianhu felt like cursing. However, he knew that Su Ping wouldn't give the ultimate treasures away. After all, there were only 12 in total. The golden flag and the shield were so powerful that Su Ping was probably able to defeat anyone from any star zone at the moment. TM, truly surprised you defeated Brian, who has been famous since tens of thousands of years ago, senior brother. You must have grasped 2 perfect supreme laws, right? Or maybe 3, Shuai Kaianhu asked respectfully, with the same smile on his face. Brian couldn't help but look at Shuai Kaianhu after hearing that. He put on a strange expression. It seemed that the so-called junior brother didn't know the truth about his senior brother yet. No, brother Brian was accidentally hurt by something while in deep space. That's why I was able to beat him, said Su Ping while chuckling. Shuai Kaianhu felt like rolling his eyes. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? He simply stopped asking and cupped his hands, knowing he wouldn't get any information out of Su Ping. Senior brother, I'm sure you'll get the key with the help of the two ultimate treasures. I'm suddenly in the mood of enjoying a hot spring. See you later, senior brother Su. He then escaped into a deep space and disappeared. Su Ping watched Shuai Qianhu flee and could only shake his head with a smile. Am I that scary? The man escaped through the seventh space using his perfect spatial path. He could understand the latter, though. The man didn't have a chance of winning against two ultimate treasures. He was probably scared of being killed. So why did you have to show paper? Su Ping looked around, only to see that nobody was around except the dozen Star Lords who had grasped perfect laws. Only blood, items to loot and battle ruins remained. Immediately after, Su Ping threw Brian down and said, "Take care of your injuries. Have some oranges. I'll be back." Brian, too. The latter watched him leave while trying to puzzle things out. Why did Su Ping ask him to have oranges? Still, it was a surprise that Su Ping had chosen to spare his life. Was Su Ping confident of finding the key, getting the legacy, and reaching the celestial state? Was that why he wasn't afraid of any retaliation? It's true that all geniuses are excellent and confident. Brian's eyes glittered. In any case, he had survived through the ordeal. This meant there was still hope in him. Without further thought, he took out medications from his storage and healed his wounds. Su Ping wandered for a while and picked up the nearby loot. Then, he returned to where Brian was and asked, "How many tokens have you found?" Brian opened his eyes. He had recovered a little bit as he was no longer breathing heavily. 16, 10 from our star zone and 6 we found here, but I gave some away to ensure the others' loyalty. I only have 3 tokens left. Su Ping nodded. It would be pointless to have more tokens. 1 token each was already good enough. Besides, they were very likely cores of the fruits Celestials had eaten. Su Ping almost wanted to throw them away upon thinking that there might still be saliva on the cores. He cursed the Celestials for littering and later asking them to search and fight for their garbage. "Let's go elsewhere," said Su Ping. Brian nodded. He rose and followed. He then looked at Su Ping and hesitated for a moment, but didn't say anything in the end. Su Ping moved in the void along with Brian while using Void Walker. They soon left the battlefield and stopped in a valley. Su Ping stopped. "Let's take a break here." Brian was surprised. "You have 2 ultimate treasures already. Aren't you going to look for the key?" "We can get the ultimate treasures first, and then find the key." Brian finally realized why Su Ping and Shuai Qianhu had attacked him. They were only looking for the ultimate treasures. "Aren't you going to look for others?" "Right now, the candidates of other star zones should be working alone. You can easily crush them with your 2 ultimate treasures and your own strength. You will surely become the winner of the first test then," said Brian. "You need to recover. I don't want to bring a liability with me," said Su Ping. Brian was stunned. "Is he doing it for my sake?" Su Ping didn't say anything else. He summoned the little skeleton and the dark dragon hound, both of which were good at survival. The Inferno dragon wasn't as good in that aspect. Su Ping asked the 2 pets to stay on guard. He also set up a barrier. The battle against Brian made Su Ping realize how weak he was. He also witnessed the combat ability of some of the top Star Lords in the universe. He wasn't sure whether or not there were stronger people in other star zones, but Su Ping thought that the most important thing, except for fighting for the ultimate treasures, was to cultivate the 8th astral painting and a 3rd small world. Then, he would be able to beat anyone. The central continent would only be open for a month. 10 days had passed, and there were 20 days to go. Under normal circumstances, 20 days wouldn't be enough for him to condense the 8th astral painting and the 3rd small world. However, he could use the law of time and slow down the flow of time by 100-fold. Su Ping then released his shield to protect himself. He did not care about Brian. It was fine even if the man wanted to escape, as he wasn't a threat without an ultimate treasure. Su Ping wasn't afraid that news of his second world was leaked, either. Some trump cards would be rendered ineffective after exposure, but not that one. It couldn't be handled even if it were to be known. Besides, he would be further strengthened by the time he condensed his third small world. He would probably be able to kill Brian instantly. Seeing what Su Ping was doing, Brian couldn't help but ask, "You're going to train in seclusion?" Su Ping nodded. "Seize the time to treat your wounds. If you want to go, be my guest." Brian was stunned. The urge to ask was too strong. "Aren't you afraid that I would tell everybody about your secret?" "The sun illuminates space and never hides its light," said Su Ping. After a moment of silence, Brian asked the question that he had been hesitating to pose. "Did your master teach you how to build the other small world?" "No." Brian was rather shocked, but he didn't ask any further. Additional questions would touch upon his secrets. Peeping into someone else's private matters could be very dangerous for him. Master said that the universe will be met with an unknown danger in the near future. Su Ping glanced at Brian, continued, "Maybe I'll teach you the cultivation technique after the trial is over. However, even if you do know the technique, it would still be extremely difficult to cultivate a second small world." Chapter 1107, The Third World Path Source. "You're going to teach us that?" Brian looked at Su Ping with extreme shock in his eyes after hearing what the latter said. He suspected that Su Ping was kidding. He wasn't certain, though, because Su Ping wasn't smiling. Brian suddenly felt that Su Ping meant it by the way he looked at him. Are there really such people in this world? Brian had been famous in space since tens of thousands of years ago, and he had a celestial state expert backing him too. However, he had never heard about the possibility of cultivating a second small world. It had to be an unparalleled secret technique, one that had never been used in the universe before. That also meant that Su Ping was unique. He had displayed a power that nobody else had. In terms of path perfection, Su Ping wasn't as good as him. After all, he had cultivated for far too many years more than Su Ping. His accumulation was much greater. However, Su Ping had suppressed him with his dual small worlds. The improvement of one supreme perfect path was not as significant as that of a new small world. TM still considering it, Su Ping nodded. Although the secret technique was powerful, the cultivation process was very demanding. So even if he publicized the technique, it was up to a person's own luck and abilities whether or not they could succeed. He always thought that many techniques were eventually lost, because those who knew them were afraid that it would bring them no good if they imparted them to others. There had indeed been many bloody cases where masters were killed by disciples. However, this technique was different. Not everybody who learned it would succeed in the cultivation path. That was also why the Heaven Path Institute didn't regard it as an ultimate technique. New students would quickly have access to the technique. They didn't have to prove their aptitude or make contributions to learn the technique, because the technique was demanding in and of itself. 3. Su Ping was already one of the best Star Lords throughout the universe. At that point, no one could surpass him, even if he shared the secret technique. Besides, it was much easier for him to practice the technique with the help of the system's cultivation sites. Brian was intrigued. He wouldn't have lost as miserably in the battle against Su Ping had he known the technique and condensed a second world of his own. "If you really teach the technique to me, I swear I will never be your enemy," said Brian while staring at Su Ping. Su Ping glanced at him and replied, "What are you talking about? Are you saying that you'll be my enemy if I don't teach it to you?" "Well, not exactly." Brian quickly shook his head. He didn't want to be killed yet. Su Ping chuckled and said, "All right, treat your wounds." He then closed the barrier and started his cultivation. Brian gazed at Su Ping's closed barrier with glittering eyes, but then heaved a sigh a good while later. Whether or not Su Ping meant it, that day's battle was an eye-opener for him. That unprecedented technique would be exposed sooner or later. It couldn't be kept a secret forever, even if Su Ping killed him. The entire universe would probably be shocked once Su Ping did release the cultivation technique, including the 12 Celestials and the saints who lived on the primitive planet. This cultivation technique has further improved the Star Lord's upper limit. Future Star Lords will be even stronger and more terrifying. Brian thought quickly about the implications and had mixed feelings about it. He had heard of the universe's catastrophe in the past, but he didn't know the details. If Su Ping truly did that to resist the universal catastrophe, then he would be doing all human beings a great favor. Inside the barriers, Su Ping was seated inside the shield. He slowed down the time around him by 100-fold, which was the minimum speed he could handle without affecting his cultivation. After that, Su Ping took out the loot he had found. The loot included all sorts of stuff, including many pieces of lingerie. Su Ping burned all of those useless things. Su Ping found a lot of cultivation elixirs among the items. All those who had died were top members of their forces. Su Ping was quite surprised at the amount of goods he found, which could easily be used to buy dozens of galaxies. Some of the medicines were extremely rare. There were also ones meant to polish the body, some to improve the power of understanding, and others were meant for pets. Su Ping was in dire need of energy. He piled all the medicines in front of him and ate them all. He needed energy to condense the 8th astral painting and the 3rd small world. Even though he had stored plenty of energy, it wasn't enough for his goals. I'm going to establish a 3rd small world first, and then cultivate the 8th astral painting. Su Ping quickly made a plan. He hadn't built a 3rd small world with the law of source yet. It was a good opportunity for cultivation. Time flew. Su Ping ate the medicines one after the other. His body emitted a terrifying heat, just like a steamer. That was the overflowing energy his body couldn't absorb in time. Behind Su Ping's back, 2 small worlds appeared and blossomed like red lotuses. Su Ping sank his consciousness into the small worlds. Condensing the double small worlds was quite arduous. It wasn't easy to grasp the path of illusion, and it was just as difficult to integrate the 2 small worlds. Fortunately, he had already mastered the method for melding the 2 small worlds. It would be much easier to condense the 3rd small world since he had found the law of origin. He only needed to embed their cores further and more deeply. Triple small worlds are what the teacher of the Heaven Path Institute is capable of making. However, not all triple small worlds are equally powerful. According to that teacher, mine should be very powerful. After all, each small world is close to the limits. Su Ping's eyes glittered. His mind directed the power in his body and sent it toward his small world, all the while creating the shape of the 3rd small world. With the law of origin as core and his power as the content, something new was taking shape. Su Ping had to constantly transmit energy in the process. Fortunately, a huge amount of medicines were piled up in front of him. He recognized most of them. He could identify foods easily with the encyclopedia of pet food he had acquired from the system. I found the law of origin from the source world for the 3rd small world. Where can I find the path for the 4th small world? I should pay another visit to the source world when I find some free time. There are countless paths inside. I wonder if I can find a path that doesn't exist in the universe. Su Ping's eyes glittered. However, he wasn't really hopeful about that. He simply wanted to try his luck. If he did find unknown paths in the source world, maybe it wouldn't be that difficult to condense multiple small worlds. Only a perfect path had to be grasped. So, anyone could try their luck in the source world and find more paths to condense small worlds. On the other hand, people like Junior Brother Kyan who have been famous for a long time, and yet they only know 1 or 2 more paths than I do. That's strange. They also have access to the source world. It should have been fairly easy for them to fully grasp other paths. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He thought about asking Brian when the seclusion was over. Time flew. Su Ping's 3rd small world finally took shape after having almost 10 precious medicines. He called it the Path Source World. He had named the world after the place where he found it. The 1st small world was the Astral Power World. The 2nd small world was the Illusory World, and the 3rd was now the Path Source World. The core was melted and embedded, and the path source world was soon combined with his double worlds. The triple small worlds were finally integrated. Their power was connected, and a terrifying aura started to emanate from Su Ping. The aura didn't leak out, thanks to the blockage of the shield and the barriers, but Su Ping could feel the astonishing changes inside his body. His willpower had been significantly improved, and his astral oceans were also expanded. He was at least 10 times stronger. Is this the power of having triple small worlds? I feel like I can see the 6th space and even feel the 7th space. Su Ping was shocked. He felt he was filled with power. If he repeated his encounter with Brian again, he somehow felt able to cut apart all of his paths with nothing but the world power he released. He took a deep breath. He eased the surging power inside his body, then glanced at his triple small worlds which overlapped and blossomed. The path source world was on the top. Many paths were flying like dragons inside. The perfect paths were most eye-catching of all. I feel that the paths are very active in the path source world. It looks like the path of origin is very intimate with plenty of laws. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He had the feeling that those paths were alive. Maybe they were life forms that human beings couldn't understand or define. After observing them for a while, Su Ping looked away and checked the time. He had been training in seclusion for 21 days, but only a couple of hours had passed thanks to the slowed time. Su Ping continued consuming medicines. Pure power flowed into his body, filling up his expanded astral oceans. He directed the power into the depths of his body and condensed more stars. Back in the source world, he had cultivated enough paths for him to condense all 72 stars. More stars started appearing in his body as the medicines disappeared into Su Ping's mouth. Each star contained a fully mastered law. Su Ping tried to embed the perfect path of fire into one, only to find that the condensed star was bigger and more brilliant. Maybe when I understand and grasp enough perfect laws, I'll be able to reshape the 8th astral painting and later replace all of them with perfect paths, Su Ping thought. Condensing stars with fully mastered laws was just the minimum requirement of the 8th astral painting. But that was not the upper limit. I wonder what kind of change the 8th astral painting will bring forth when it's complete. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He looked forward to the result. Chapter 1108, Central Area. For every new star that he condensed, Su Ping became 10% stronger. There were fewer and fewer medicines in front of Su Ping until they were all eaten up. Su Ping opened his eyes after his cultivation session. He was rather stunned to see that all the looted medicines had been eaten up. They're gone. Su Ping was lost for words. Those medicines could have raised a dozen top star lords, but they were finished so quickly. 67, I need 5 more, this is awkward. Should I just kill Brian? Su Ping scratched his chin and considered. Outside the barrier, Brian was resting. He had slowed down time and was making the most of it to heal his wounds. His recovery was mostly complete, but there were still some internal injuries he would have to ask someone else to treat. But overall, his condition was already stable, and he was capable of fighting again. All of a sudden, Brian felt ill at ease, as if some sort of disaster was going to befall him. What is going on? Brian opened his eyes in confusion. He looked around vigilantly. People as strong as him wouldn't have such feelings for no reason. Maybe someone was sneaking up on him. He had the same feeling when Su Ping and Shui Qianhu had ambushed him. That was why he had been able to avoid their strike. He observed the surroundings but didn't see anything wrong. The sense of foreboding was gone, yet he still felt shocked and suspicious. Then he saw that the barriers next to him had been loosened, and Su Ping walked out. Brian immediately stopped resting in seclusion. He was about to tell Su Ping about what he felt, but then his hair stood on end the moment he saw Su Ping. Maybe it was an illusion, but he felt he was seeing a ferocious beast. Su Ping evinced such a strong pressure that he seemed to be a walking giant. He immediately concealed his aura with glittering eyes once he noticed Brian's expression. He still wasn't able to control his own strength after exiting his seclusion. "Have you recovered?" Su Ping asked. Brian snapped out of his stupor. He was slightly shocked and suspicious. Without a question, that young man had significantly improved again thanks to his recent seclusion. Did he not reach his bottleneck earlier? Is it possible that he grasped a new perfect path? He didn't ask. Even though Su Ping was no longer thinking about killing him, he preferred not to risk it by asking inappropriate questions. "Basically," replied Brian. Su Ping nodded. "It's been 3 days. There's half a month to go. It's time to move." Brian was alarmed. He gave a slight nod and said, "I'll try my best to help you if I'm needed." "Okay." Su Ping instantly summoned the little skeleton and the dark dragon hound. He then took out his shield, in case anyone would attack him. Eventually, he erased all traces around him. "Let's go." Su Ping used Void Walker, then took Brian into the mountain range. Brian had yet to master the path of space. He had his unique body movement technique, but it wasn't as fast and convenient as Void Walker. Only the perfect path of space could possibly exceed Void Walker in terms of speed. After all, it was a technique that even Celestials would use. It was undoubtedly effective. "Do you have leads in regards to the other star zones?" "No." Brian shook his head. Then he thought for a moment and said, "I pledged my loyalty to Zhu Mei, a celestial state expert. She offered me the ultimate treasure, a map of the central continent and a few tips. That's all." Su Ping nodded. He had received the same things. It seemed that there wasn't much the Celestials could do in the test. But their efforts were probably enough. "You've cultivated for a long time. You must have grasped perfect paths a long time ago, isn't it?" asked Su Ping again. Brian nodded and suddenly blushed. "I mastered a perfect path 50,000 years ago, when your junior brother Shui Kaianhu wasn't even an egg yet." Su Ping was lost for words. He didn't know how to argue with that. "Then how come you've only grasped a few paths in such a long time?" 1. Su Ping asked the question which had been eating him. "If you have one perfect path, you should be able to enter the source world, where you can grasp more paths even faster. You should have grasped all paths perfectly in the last 50,000 years." Brian was stunned by the questioning. He looked at Su Ping with a weird expression. "That's true. However, the source world isn't the safest place in the world." "Huh?" Su Ping was dazed. He suddenly remembered the finger that killed him and realized what was going on. There are ancient creatures in the source world. Not even Celestials would go there casually. You can only get to that place if you hold the special Heaven Path Stone. Otherwise, you will surely be obliterated the moment ancient creatures notice you. Brian assumed that Su Ping was too young a cultivator to know the dangers of the source world. However, Su Ping had already mastered 2 perfect paths, namely the Path of Fire and the Path of Chaos 4. However, he didn't encounter the ancient creatures in the source world. Was he one of the lucky dogs? Su Ping gave a slight nod. He had already realized what was going on. There were guards in the source world. He couldn't enter it easily, even if he had a perfect path. He wouldn't have dared to go there without the system. Whenever he died there, the energy points needed for resurrection were unbelievably massive. However, he would gladly pay the cost because the training over there was very effective. "What's the Heaven Path Stone?" asked Su Ping again. "Is a special stone in the universe that contains a unique power which resembles that of heavenly tribulations. It helps you hide yourself in the source world. However, such stones are extremely rare. Even Celestials have only a few of them. Besides, the power on the stones fades away very fast. It's impossible to store them," confessed Brian. Su Ping was greatly enlightened. He had been through too many heavenly tribulations in cultivation sites, so he could emulate their aura, which helped them escape the attention of the Guardians after he entered the source world from the Archean divinity. As for the others, they had to count on the Heaven Path Stone. After all, not everybody had the privilege of experiencing hundreds of heavenly tribulations and examining them carefully. "The system is truly great," Su Ping remarked in his heart. The trip was rather boring. Neither of them was really talkative, so they simply remained silent. They avoided the beasts along the way, as hunting was pointless and only a waste of time. They moved along the edge of the continent, finally arriving at the rendezvous point of another branch continent 2 days later. Alas, the place was already empty and the auras were covered. It seems that the people of other branch continents have left for other regions. Su Ping stopped with glittering eyes. "We can wait in the central area," Brian suggested. Su Ping nodded. That was the only thing they could do. Some of the people of the other 11 branch continents were possibly hunting other candidates, and some could be searching for the key like Brian was. But either way, they would eventually reach the central area. That is, unless someone found the key in advance and hid somewhere. The central area will be the final battlefield. Brian seemed to have realized something at that moment. He said, "Madame Zhu Mei told me that the central continent will shrink as time goes by. Its edges will collapse into the void. Anyone who hides by the edge will fall into the void. There are ferocious beasts that the Celestials sent into the void. They're not restricted by the rules on the continent. Anyone who falls there will surely die. This trial is all about screening and filtering. The Celestials won't allow any lucky dogs to progress. The final battlefield will be the central area." Seriously? Su Ping was stunned by the news told by Brian. He hadn't really heard about the matter when speaking with his master. Brian confirmed something upon noticing Su Ping's doubting face. He said, "Yes, I thought you knew it, but it seems that your master didn't tell you that." Su Ping's expression suffered a slight change. He didn't think Brian was lying to him. It was unnecessary. But why did his master keep such matters a secret from him? If another Celestial revealed the information, his master could have also done it. Is it possible that my master didn't keep it a secret and only told it to junior brother Qianhu? Su Ping suddenly thought of the possibility. But he immediately frowned again. Why did their master treat them differently and keep information from others? Even if my master wanted junior brother Qianhu to get the legacy and thought that we were just helpers, he shouldn't have done that. Were we already seen as pawns destined to be abandoned? Su Ping's eyes glittered. The whole thing could be explainable if they were considered pawns. No wonder junior brother Qianhu asked him whether or not their master knew of his combat ability. Maybe his junior brother had already been aware that they were only helpers to help Qianhu win the legacy. Did my master abandon me because he thought I was too weak? Or maybe my master was vigilant of the system he couldn't see. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He thought that both options could be the reason. He suddenly felt some pain. Even though he hadn't talked much to his master, the latter had truly trained himself well. Elder Yan, his master's pet, had personally taught him and devoted all resources possible to him without sparing any cost. Maybe his master had been sincere back then. However, the Celestial State legacy made everything different. The Celestial experts were also competing against each other, so naturally, trivial figures such as him would eventually be sacrificed when big shots exchanged blows. It seems that the chance for a new Celestial expert to emerge will truly change the paradigm of the universe. However, no matter who wins the legacy in the end, there will be a new Celestial expert for all of humanity, right? Su Ping found it hard to understand. Is the chance to become a Celestial really that precious? If a catastrophe were about to happen to the universe, shouldn't every genius be a precious warrior in the future? Su Ping was unable to wrap his head around it. Maybe there was a misunderstanding. Maybe he was just overthinking. His expression changed quickly, which scared Brian. The man thought he had misspoken. He sympathized with Su Ping. He would have felt uncomfortable too if his master would have exclusively told the information to someone else. Besides, Su Ping was an even greater genius than Xue Qianhu was. It seemed that not even Shen Huang was aware of that. After all, Su Ping had mentioned that Shen Huang didn't teach him how to condense double small worlds. Shen Huang would have probably prevented Su Ping from entering the trial after assessing Su Ping's true strength. In Brian's eyes, even without the legacy, Su Ping would have still been able to enter the celestial state with his own capabilities. Which of the 12 celestials in the universe had made Su Ping's achievements back in the star state? Brian wasn't an idiot who had just cultivated for a couple of years. He had been a Star Lord for tens of thousands of years. He knew of many great events of the universe. Also, thanks to the forces backing him, he was aware of many top secrets too. Sacrificing Star Lords that have been born in the past 100,000 years, and winning the favor of a new celestial expert. Su Ping took a deep breath. Maybe Celestials hadn't seen a new member in 100,000 years. It was a fair deal to sacrifice all the Star Lords for a qualification. Su Ping clenched his fist and said, "If the Celestials want us to brutalize each other in the central area by reducing the continent, let's just try our luck there." Brian glanced at Su Ping. He had no idea what was on Su Ping's mind, but they were already on the same boat. He had no retreat. Besides, he had decided to move forward. He didn't think he would lose to anyone except Su Ping, provided they didn't use the ultimate treasure. Okay, Brian nodded. Su Ping immediately moved towards the center of the central continent. Half a day later, Su Ping ran into a Star Lord who was in hiding, but the guy was really weak. Su Ping didn't attack him after detecting him. Since the continent was shrinking, those who had won the skis would eventually head to the central area. So, the mediocre Star Lords would lose the key, even if they were lucky enough to find it. The Star Lord was rather surprised to find that Su Ping would spare him. Once Su Ping was leaving, he summoned his courage and asked Su Ping's name. The latter didn't consider it a big deal. He left his name and went straight away. Su Ping encountered a few more Star Lords on the way. All were relatively weak. They had escaped from the Celestials' disciples of their star zones during the chaos. Su Ping interrogated them. He didn't get a lot of useful intelligence, so he simply allowed them to leave. 2 days later, Su Ping reached the center of the continent. He concluded that it was indeed the center, based on the coverage of the continent he remembered and the distance of his travels. Su Ping sat down on a hill and asked, "Did Zhu Mei mention how small the continent would become eventually?" Brian nodded. "Smaller than a branch continent. It'll be the size of a Tier 3 planet. Even if our senses are weakened here, it will still be possible to detect the entire area. Then, it'll be allies and ultimate treasures, the tokens that matter." He continued, "I was going to find the key, watch the others fight, and eventually take advantage of the situation." Su Ping glanced at him. Considering the guy's golden flag, nobody would have dared to attack him until the very last moment. Besides, he would become a great threat to others if he made other allies. Half a day later, Su Ping and Brian woke up from their meditation. They opened their eyes and looked at each other, both realizing what they were thinking. "We're surrounded," whispered Brian. Su Ping nodded and stood up. He looked around and said loudly, "Which star zone are you from, my friends? Instead of acting in such secrecy, why not come out and meet?" His voice echoed in the valley they were in. There was nothing but silence. Su Ping's eyes were cold as he gathered a scorching blade of flames in his hand to suddenly cut the void open. There was a boom, then the void fell apart. The Star Lord in hiding lost his cool and ran out. By then, some people revealed themselves elsewhere, but there were still other people who were hiding, as if thinking that Su Ping wouldn't detect them. Perfect path of fire. All the Star Lords were rather alarmed upon seeing the Sword of Law in Su Ping's hand. Some of them recognized Brian, which was why they didn't act recklessly. "He is Brian from the Bloody Shadow Star Zone. He's been famous in the universe for tens of thousands of years. I met him once in the past." I didn't know there were only 2 people left in the Bloody Shadow Star Zone. Those Star Lords whispered to each other. Someone was in shock after recognizing Su Ping just then. Su Ping was from the Golden Star Zone and was Shen Huang's disciple. Why was he together with Brian of the Bloody Shadow Star Zone? Had Su Ping been tamed by Brian? Some of you are still hiding, my friends. Do you want me to force you to come out? Su Ping's eyes were cold. He wasn't planning on letting anyone go, since those people had malicious intentions. The people still hiding in deeper spaces realized that Su Ping had already realized it. Instead of hiding themselves, they simply showed up. There were more than 30 people. They surrounded Su Ping and Brian. Brian, it's been a long time. A girl, apparently their leader, walked out of the crowd. She wore armor and seemed rather attractive with her purple hair and fair skin. She coldly looked down at Brian. She had dared to attack Brian, even though she was aware of his identity. It was clear that she was a very strong Star Lord too. Calavi. Brian's expression changed a bit then and said to Su Ping telepathically, "She's a Star Lord that became famous 70,000 years ago, even earlier than I did. I fought her once and lost. I was no match for her back then. Still, it's been 30,000 years since then. It's hard to say who will win." Su Ping's eyes were slightly cold. Another old Star Lord. Star Lords usually lived for no more than 100,000 years. Lay spare your lives if you surrender your ultimate treasure. Calavi looked down at them, not considering Su Ping a big deal. She was slightly surprised at the man who had grasped the perfect path of fire, even though he was only a Star State warrior, but nothing more. She had heard of similar figures born in the universe more than 100,000 years prior. However, the guy was clearly dumber than them. Given his talent, instead of keeping a low profile and cultivating, he showed up to compete with all the seniors present. He was too arrogant. Brian was rather angry. He scoffed and said, "Do you think I'm the same as I was 30,000 years ago? You've never been as unlucky in the past tens of thousands of years." Calavi said indifferently, "I don't want to waste my time talking to you. Let me say again, surrender the ultimate treasure. I may spare your life, all for the sake of your hard work and talent." Brian sneered and said, "Is that so? For the sake of your hard work, I suggest you leave as quickly as possible, or you won't have a chance to. You should have known better." Without further ado, Calavi waved her hand. "Go." Seeing how confident Brian was, she acted proudly but not recklessly. While standing right where he was, Su Ping watched them charge in. He then said to Brian, "They're yours." "It's fine. I can hold them back. She's all yours," said Brian. He was very confident in Su Ping. He could already imagine how badly Calavi would be beaten up by the latter. The next moment, Brian simply activated his constitution, dragging everybody except Calavi to another point of time with his perfect law. Su Ping and Calavi were instantly left alone on the battlefield. "Huh?" Calavi raised her eyebrows upon witnessing the scene. She had already seen Brian's perfect law of time, and she was able to reach the point of time when he was fighting. Still, she didn't do that because what Brian had done was very strange. "Third, that you're also a genius." Calavi looked down at Su Ping. "You condensed a small world while in the Fate state. No one else has ever done that in the past 100,000 years. You even grasped a perfect path in the Star state. You're indeed well-tested, unparalleled geniuses, but you shouldn't have. Come here, because I'll lose." Su Ping walked to her, crossing dozens of meters with every step. He was only 100 meters away from her in the blink of an eye. "Because you'll die." Calavi's eyes were cold upon seeing his opponent's actions. The man was too arrogant and stupid. He was bold enough to enter her attack range without knowing what she was capable of. He was asking to be killed. Chapter 1109, Domination. Boom! Calavi suddenly attacked, unleashing infinite strength. Time and space around her were lifted, and the distance between her and Su Ping was removed. The two of them were instantly standing face to face. The next moment, a sword aura filled with destructive power slashed out. It was the perfect supreme path of destruction. The sword aura was being unleashed with two narrow fingers. It seemed about to split up the world. "Great sword," Su Ping remarked and slashed upwards again. The fiery blade was shrouded in the law of chaos while it also turned hazy. it wasn't worn out by the destructive sword aura in the end. The fiery blade unleashed great power, instantly cutting the sword aura apart. Then, it moved onwards to cut Calavi's pretty neck. She was rather astonished. Mastering the perfect path of fire was completely different from mastering a perfect supreme law. The latter could be 10 times stronger than the former. She knew there had to be something unusual about the Star State kid, otherwise Brian wouldn't have left him alone to deal with her. However, she didn't foresee such a situation. Even so, was that nearly good enough for him to win the legacy? He was being too greedy for his own good. She stayed where she was, then pointed her finger at the fiery blade like a sharp spike. Light instantly burst out from her fingers with an aura of aging and decay. The fiery blade faded away as it was pierced through. By her finger. The path of vitality. Su Ping saw it. He was already prepared, so he instantly threw a punch. The aura of illusion was hidden in his fist. His violent divine power then burst out dazzlingly. Humph! Disdain flashed in Calavi's eyes. She didn't feel any perfect supreme laws. It seemed that he had only grasped one supreme law. That was already extremely remarkable for someone in the Star State. However, that was it. Bang! His furious fist aimed to smash Calavi's finger, which seemed to have been hit by a giant hammer upon contact. The sword aura and the decaying power on her fingertip collapsed instantly. Calavi changed her expression, now showing fury and shock. She then saw the manifestation of a small world on Su Ping's fist. It's not a projection, it's an actual small world. Calavi almost lost it. Is this Star State brat out of his mind? He was essentially letting anyone stab his heart by exposing his small world. It was as if he were trying to get killed. If you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Calavi waved her hand and summoned an unusual sword. It wasn't a law-based sword, but an ancient treasure. Its divine power was already gone, and yet it still carried some strange aura. It was a semi-artifact. It was almost half an ultimate treasure, considering the others in the central continent. An intense power of laws was spread out, which then covered the sword. She then expanded the sword aura and slashed out immediately after. Su Ping flipped his hands, releasing the defensive ultimate treasure. There was a noise, followed by a burst of dazzling golden light. The sword aura struck the shield. Both supreme perfect laws were blocked, completely unable to damage the ultimate treasure. Calavi was stunned. It was obvious that she didn't expect that Su Ping would be carrying the ultimate treasure instead of Brian. She smiled soon after, because the man was delivering treasures to her. Don't you know that whoever uses their trump cards first in a battle is bound to lose? Calavi whispered. Crimson light surged while she talked. It resembled something like a short sword or a dagger. It contained a special power, which was able to cut abruptly. Su Ping instantly detected that the shield was humming. It released dazzling golden light in response to the crimson light attack, countering the effect. A defensive ultimate treasure. Humph, Calavi sneered. The shield wasn't enough to block all her attacks. She simply continued her onslaught. Crimson light darted out and churned the void. Even space and time were being cut apart. Everything was chaotic. Even the perfect laws would be cut apart. The shield outside of Su Ping's body stood and continued emanating a dazzling golden light. The energy inside Su Ping's body was being quickly consumed too. Also, the defensive treasure wouldn't block attacks. Coming from the rear, Shen Huang had left the ultimate treasure for Shui Qianhu to prevent defeat. He could use it to freely attack and kill his enemies. Even if his enemies had offensive ultimate treasures, as long as the defensive treasure could hold up, Shui Qianhu would still have a chance to kill them. Su Ping was at the moment condensing the law of chaos into a sword to cut his way forward. His sword auras raged, and Calavi had to defend herself. I'm going to shatter this turtle shell. Calavi was infuriated. She quickly wielded the crimson blade and slashed, but the shield remained perfect. This would go on, unless the energy inside Su Ping's body was drained. To Su Ping's energy advantage, he had the Chaos Star Chart and the Law of Vitality that could replenish his deposits. Even though the consumption was massive, he was still able to sustain it for a while. The longer Calavi fought, the more shocked she became. The ultimate treasures were connected to their owners and powered by them. She had used up almost half of her energy for the attacks, but her star state. Opponents still seemed to be quite at ease. This left her with a rather grim mood. She even realized why Brian had left Su Ping there. Brian had planned for that star state brat to keep her busy. Rot in hell. Calavi didn't hold back anymore. She flipped her hands, instantly taking out a battle axe. The battle axe was considerably heavy and rough. It didn't seem to match her soft and slim body at all. However, it seemed extra shocking when she grabbed it with her narrow arm. She slashed down brutally. The shield trembled violently. The energy inside Su Ping's body was lowered by 1%. Another ultimate treasure. Su Ping narrowed his eyes. Indeed, none of the guys who had entered the central area were simple. He didn't show any mercy either. He instantly summoned the golden flag and expanded it, surrounding Calavi. Calavi narrowed her pupils in shock. She could understand that Su Ping had an ultimate treasure, but how could he possibly have two? What about Brian? Wasn't he carrying an ultimate treasure? Or maybe, did they have 3 ultimate treasures in total? Calavi didn't have a lot of time to think. She detected that a great restraining force came from the golden flag and tied her battle axe up so hard she couldn't wield it anymore. She slightly changed her expression. That was a suppressive ultimate treasure. Her next move was a quick stab with her crimson blade, which left some vague traces in regards to the golden flag. Su Ping's expression changed a bit as he watched. The golden flag was not like the shield. Even though it had a unique function, it couldn't resist sharp and aggressive secret treasures. Break! Calavi stabbed forth again. This time, she made use of her small world's power of illusion of a purple, glittering, small world which appeared on her wrist, enhancing her with multiple paths and laws. Su Ping was no longer able to hide it, so he quickly threw a punch. Fist of Exorcist. The ancient fist technique unleashed a dazzling light. It could suppress billions of demons. He had only cultivated 3 levels, but he had already approached the limits of the Star Lord state. His fist was unstoppable. It went after Calavi's shoulder like a sharp blade. Calavi narrowed her eyes and quickly turned her wrist, cutting Su Ping's fist with her crimson blade. But the next moment, Su Ping's fist pierced through the void and smashed her shoulder even faster. Calavi found it hard to believe, while being hit by the enormous force that felt like a landslide. She felt that a planet had just crashed into her. Her body was out of her control. No way. Calavi was greatly shocked. She had mastered 2 perfect paths, but Su Ping had knocked her away with a single punch. The void was twisted when Calavi was flung back, and someone quickly rushed out. He was none other than Brian, who had run to another point of time. Brian was covered in blood at that moment, looking rather awkward. He looked at Calavi, who had been flung away, and the golden flag that was currently in the shape of an axe. He easily understood the situation. I can't hold much longer. Brian quickly ran to Su Ping. Su Ping was going to chase his opponent. He was rather surprised by the guy's miserable look. What about the experts? One of them has grasped the perfect path of time. 5 have grasped 1 supreme law each. I can't resist all of them. Brian felt rather humiliated. Calavi didn't even attack him in person. Her subordinates were enough to beat him. She carries 2 ultimate treasures too. Brian looked at Calavi with a contorted expression. He had lost to the woman 30,000 years prior. It seemed that he was on the losing end again. Su Ping couldn't stay idle anymore given the situation. Just hang in there. I'll finish her off immediately. Brian smiled bitterly but didn't say anything. After all, the woman also had 2 ultimate treasures. It would be hard to defeat her. Be careful. The woman may have other trump cards, said Brian before he escaped into the void again. Several people returned from a deeper space, right when the latter had made his getaway. They glanced at Su Ping and Calavi in surprise. The former's ultimate treasures were particularly eye-catching. They never dared to attack too recklessly because they were afraid of Brian's ultimate treasures. The Star State brat was holding them all this time. "Boss, need any help?" someone shouted. While holding back her fury, Calavi replied, "Go kill Brian." Great. That was exactly what they hoped for. They didn't have ultimate treasures, and none of them wanted to fight Su Ping. Calavi summoned her energy. She was going to say something when Su Ping charged at her again and forced her to stop. "You." Her anger reached new heights. She unleashed her constitution. Tattoos akin to willow leaves appeared on her forehead, which further spread down her cheeks. Her aura surged like an ocean, just as if she would have received a shot with a powerful energy potion. Her aura surged like an ocean. A purple and enchanting world appeared behind her, like the moon above the ocean. The Great Scaling Constitution. Calavi's eyes were glowing. Stars were falling in the void. Her constitution enabled her to attract the power of the stars that had existed since eons long past. She could use their power to suppress anything. The perfect Great Scaling Law surrounded her. It could shrink or expand things. It could also strengthen herself or weaken her enemy by 10 times. That was precisely the power of one of the top 10 constitutions in the universe. Starlight was gathering around him. Su Ping felt he was charging into a swamp because of the Great Scaling Law. He was quickly weakened, and his strength was gradually gone. "Get lost!" Su Ping suddenly roared. There was a boom, and his small world burst out. His bleak and desolate small world manifested behind him. It looked like a world where everybody was moaning desperately. The world was rising ever so slightly, and then an illusionary world blossomed like a flower. The glamorous scene dazed Calavi, who was at the moment using her divine constitution. Her pupils dilated. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. "Slay the sky," Su Ping roared. He gathered his divine power and formed a sword, then filled it with all the power inside the small world. The sword slashed the void open, destroying space and time. All the people sent by Brian to other points in time fell out, including Brian himself. The sword aura was made with the law of chaos. It was unstoppable with its scorching fiery will. The double small world enhancement made Su Ping's laws twice as powerful as those who had a single small world. Even the perfect law of chaos alone could not be countered by two supreme perfect laws when it was twice strengthened. It was a qualitative difference, just like a match versus a piece of iron. Well, all those who had fallen out of the void were stunned. Calavi also snapped out of her shock. The approaching sword aura was suffocating her. She was a sword wielder too, and was naturally able to tell how crazy, sharp, and unstoppable Su Ping's sword attack was. It was indestructible, unavoidable even. Great Scaling. Calavi had goosebumps all over her body. She was actually calmer than ever in such a desperate moment. She activated her constitution and burned her essence. Her small world was quickly condensed and infused into the ancient sword she held. She swiped the edge of the blade, filling it with all of her power. An ancient sword technique, which had been lost for a long time, glowed dazzlingly in her hand, making everybody feel as though immersed in an ocean of swords. Even their breath felt as if it were being cut apart. The girl holding the sword was like a queen. She was elegant and beautiful. She confronted the terrifying sword aura with unparalleled pride and determination on her face. The next moment, the sword aura was gone, and her blood splashed out. Calavi was flung back. There was a vague mark on the ancient sword she held. The terrifying impact made it impossible for her to keep holding the sword. She had never dropped her sword in all her 70,000 years of cultivation. But this battle, she was unable to keep hold of the weapon that had accompanied her for years. Her pretty face was covered in blood, which flowed out of her eyes, mouth, and nose, making for a sorry sight. Her armor was also blood-stained, and her beautiful hair was a mess. She lost. All the people chasing Brian were shocked beyond words. Brian, however, gazed at Su Ping again. He had already witnessed that scene. Seeing the splendid overlapping worlds behind Su Ping's back again gave him the shivers, yet he couldn't move his eyes away. It was like appreciating a wonderful piece of art. He felt enticed by it. Whoosh! Su Ping descended like a devil, blocking the light in front of Calavi. He slashed with his burning blade. The weapon was so powerful it left ripples in the void. Calavi narrowed her eyes. She wanted to resist it, but the sword was right in front of her before she could even raise her arm. Then the sword stopped right in front of her forehead. It wasn't easy for you to cultivate to this point. Your life will be spared if you surrender the ultimate treasures, said Su Ping indifferently. Her expression changed a bit. She thought the phrase sounded familiar. How did you do it? Calavi asked the question she had been dying to ask. The double small worlds behind Su Ping were still floating like a lotus flower, giving off immense pressure. Calavi had fully activated her constitution. Her great scaling law was still working on Su Ping at the end of their battle, even weakening him by 20 times instead of 10. She still failed under such circumstances. She might have been obliterated by the sword had she not weakened the law's effect. Do you want to learn? Asked Su Ping indifferently. I can teach you. Calavi was stunned. Su Ping turned his wrist. His sword turned into particles which fused into his body. His two small worlds gradually disappeared too. Surrender the ultimate treasures, said Su Ping again. Calavi had a conflicted expression as she silently canceled her bonds with her ultimate treasures. Su Ping instantly felt that the battle axe inside the golden flag had stopped struggling. He then summoned the golden flag as well as the battle axe. He concurrently picked up the crimson dagger too. Brian was greatly relieved to see Calavi surrender. He feared he would be killed soon if the battle didn't stop. He was on par with Calavi in terms of combat ability. Still, he had been wounded in the past, and he wouldn't be a match for them. 4 ultimate treasures. Su Ping picked up all the ultimate treasures. He was going to bind Calavi's offensive ultimate treasures. He now held 4 artifacts, which was almost half of the total available. Everybody looked at each other in bewilderment and shock. Calavi's failure was easily eclipsed by the double small worlds revealed by Su Ping. All of them looked at Su Ping with a mix of shock and suspicion. Which star zone did you get the ultimate treasure from? Asked Su Ping. Gui Hong of the Red Moon Star Zone. Calavi knew she was already out of the game. She wasn't qualified to compete for the key anymore, unless the very heavens delivered the key to her. However, she was rational enough to know it wouldn't happen. Su Ping nodded. He didn't know the person, but he could always remember the name. Did you come to the central area for the key or just for hunting? Asked Su Ping. Calavi couldn't help but glance at Su Ping. It was clear that Su Ping was there for the second purpose. Just like you, she said in a low voice. She was really feeling down at the moment. Even before she became a hunter, she had already been hunted by a Star State warrior. However, she wasn't too frustrated, as she recalled how Su Ping had defeated her. She was definitely intrigued about Su Ping's small worlds. She wanted to find out his secrets as quickly as possible. Still, she wasn't willing to act too recklessly. She couldn't even escape from Su Ping now that she no longer had her ultimate treasures, let alone defeat him. In that case, I will allow you to join us. We'll rob any newcomer together, said Su Ping. Calavi was lost for words. He described enslaving as recruiting. What a silver tongue! But she didn't dare to say anything, as she had recruited her subordinates in exactly the same manner. She had simply turned into one of them. Su Ping glanced at the people in the distance and ignored them. He sat down and chatted with Calavi. Do you have any intel? Are there noteworthy guys from the other star zones? How many of them are as strong as you? Calavi was obviously not used to her new role yet, but it was impossible for her to enjoy herself as the winner anymore. She had to pretend and act docile, even though she was uncomfortable. As far as I know, only 3 people are worth paying attention to, namely Lin Xiu from the Dark Star Zone, Qing Hongyu from the Void Star Zone, and Marit from the Doom Star Zone. All of them became Star Lords earlier than I did. Both Lin Xiu and Marit have been Star Lords for more than 100,000 years. It's said that they're already capable of reaching the ascendant state, but they've been postponing it because they want to find new powerful paths and become the strongest heavenly lords. Su Ping raised his eyebrows. Are there really such lunatics? Still, he did admire them for that. He nodded and said, good for them. Calavi was silent for a moment. She glanced at him and said, but they're not that much stronger than me. The worst-case scenario took in consideration is them having grasped all the 4 supreme laws to a perfect level. That's why I wanted to gather more ultimate treasures to deal with them. You've only mastered 2 laws while they may have mastered 4, and yet you claim they're not that much stronger than you. Su Ping looked at her strangely. Calavi blushed and said, that's the worst scenario. I think they've mastered 3 perfect supreme laws at best. The worst-case scenario is the one with the most likelihood of being real, said Su Ping. Calavi instantly decided to stop talking. She was aware of that too. That was why she had been hopping to find more ultimate treasures. Clean this up, Brian. Establish a time point and let's hide there, said Su Ping. Brian was puzzled. What's your plan? Someone is bound to come here and check the battle. We'll wait to fish them up, said Su Ping. Brian understood and nodded. Ask your subordinates to help, added Su Ping. Calavi had conflicting feelings, but she had to nod. Soon after, everybody escaped to a different point in time on the hill. They then hid themselves in the deeper spaces and covered their auras with laws. Su Ping erased their traces with the path of illusion. It was barely possible for anyone to detect them. Time moved on. One day after the other went by. A week passed in the blink of an eye. There were only 10 days to go until the end of the trial. Su Ping and the others hiding in the deeper spaces had been paying attention to their surroundings, but no strangers were found. Has no one from the other star zones arrived in the central area yet? Brian was puzzled. It didn't make sense. It was impossible that Su Ping, Calavi, and he were the only 3 people with the thought of hunting in that place. Great minds thought alike most of the time. Su Ping found it strange too. Is it possible that people of other star zones have already fought each other and are more cautious because of it? Asked Calavi. It's been far too many days. Some of the star zones were surely eliminated by now. Brian looked at Su Ping and said, shall we go look for them? We have 4 ultimate treasures right now. Even if we meet anyone, we should be able to beat them easily. Okay, Su Ping instantly agreed. He was also tired of waiting, and he had a bad feeling. They chose to move right away. Brian and another man who had mastered the law of time covered them up. They walked in the past so that they wouldn't be detected easily. A few hours later, Brian suddenly stopped and said, there are time flow traces here. Someone cut off the time here. Be careful, there may be an ambush, reminded someone. Su Ping asked, can we trace them back through the changed time? Yes, Brian nodded, and instantly activated the law of time. Everybody then returned to 3 hours earlier in exactly the same place. They were in the same place, but at a different point of time. They were seeing different things and hearing furious roars. 100 people were fighting chaotically on a hill further ahead of them. One of the people fighting suddenly looked in Su Ping's direction. Someone's here. The 2 people who were fighting most intensely immediately stopped and backed off. They looked at Su Ping and his companions. Their expressions changed when they saw Calavi and Brian. It's Qing Hongyu and Claudia. Calavi saw them and slightly changed her expression. Su Ping raised his eyebrows. One of them was among the participants that Calavi considered her biggest threats. The group of people gradually stopped fighting after Su Ping and the others showed up. They looked warily at the newcomers. Chapter 11:10. What do you think? Calavi, Brian. It's them. They're cooperating. Everybody fixed their eyes upon Calavi and Brian, who had been famous Star Lords for years. Even though they secretly took part in the trial, the news still leaked. All the people present were vigilant of them. Qing Hongyu and Claudia looked at each other. both realizing what they should do. Cooperating was the better choice. They first had to finish off Calavi and Brian first. To think they were still fighting and trying to kill each other a second before. But the next second, they quickly decided to cooperate. They immediately relayed the plan to their subordinates. Then, Ching Hongyu said telepathically, "I'll take care of Calavi, you'll take care of Brian. How does it sound?" "Okay." Claudia gave a slight nod. Brian was once known as Emperor Brian. He was a famous Star Lord, but she wasn't scared of him. She was known as the Queen of Time. She once heard that Brian had perfectly grasped the law of time too. Some even tried to compare them, but she thought the comparison was demeaning. Is there anything remarkable about the perfect law of time? There weren't many Star Lords who were as strong as him, but he wasn't unique. She was the only one known as the Queen of Time. She was much stronger than those who had mastered the perfect law of time. Let's get this over with as quickly as possible. They wasted no time attacking once they picked their respective opponents. Since their battle had attracted Calavi and Brian, it might attract others too. They shouldn't stay there for too long. Even though they weren't afraid of the leaders of other star zones, they didn't want to be taken advantage of. Indeed, the best solution to solve a conflict is to find a mutual enemy for the parties involved. Brian looked at the two women who were charging at him and smiled. Calavi glanced at him. They seemed to already be set on who to attack. Can you tackle them both? I don't think so, unless Brother Su is willing to lend an ultimate treasure to me, said Brian. Su Ping had taken possession of their ultimate treasures. He'd be fearless if he still had his ultimate treasure. That's unnecessary. Su Ping said, "You're both wounded, let me take care of them, just deal with the rest." Both Calavi and Brian heaved a sigh. They were hopping to seize the opportunity and get their treasures back. Alas, it was clear that Su Ping wasn't that stupid. As for their wounds, they were indeed in need of recovery. But wasn't it your doing? Both were at a loss for words, so they remained silent after that. They were looking forward to seeing Su Ping's small worlds in action, hopping to observe them several times more and do their best to understand their mysteries. Dai. Ching Hongyu waved her hand. Dozens of top Star Lords under her command charged at Calavi's subordinates. Ching Hongyu simply charged at Calavi. She had black hair and fair skin, a classic beauty that seemed to have just walked out of a painting. Calavi, I've heard so much about you. Let me see if your star zone has been bragging about you with good reason, roared Ching Hongyu. Calavi pursed her lips. She wouldn't have held back after such an affront if Su Ping hadn't taken her ultimate treasure. Your opponent is me. Su Ping stepped up and stood in front of Ching Hongyu. Ching Hongyu was dazed for a moment, seeing that Su Ping was only a Star State warrior. She obviously didn't expect that anyone with such a low cultivation would be able to sneak into the core area of the central continent. She simply yelled at him without a whiff of politeness. Where is this brat from? Get the hell out of here. Su Ping's reply was a punch. A dazzling divine power burst out in an instant. His punch caused the stones near the hill to crumble. Ching Hongyu was shocked. She changed her expression. Su Ping's punch was mixed with the laws of chaos and fire. His fist aura was like a burning meteor when seen from a distance. What the hell? Ching Hongyu moved quickly and punched back. The entire void seemed to be lifted by her fist. It blocked Su Ping's fist with an unstoppable power. Even so, she was greatly astounded. The Star State brat mastered two perfect laws. It's not over. Su Ping's eyes unleashed a dazzling coldness like stars in the sky. He condensed a divine sword and slashed forth. This time, he directly tapped on the power from his two small worlds. The explosive power in his arm was enough to shatter a special-grade planet into smithereens. Ching Hongyu narrowed her pupils in shock, but she didn't step back. Her heart was filled with fury. This Star State guy is trying to suppress me. No way. After a boom, she activated her constitution and punched upwards. But the next moment, her hand was cut and bleeding heavily. The overpowering sword attack connected. Qing Hangyu's body fell quickly and crashed into the hill down below, making it collapse and leveling the area. The scene came as a shock to all the volunteers fighting for Qing Hangyu and Claudia. They found it hard to believe. They had experienced Qing Hangyu's power in previous battles. The woman had mastered 2 perfect supreme laws and a dozen other perfect paths. She had also combined their traits to a virtually seamless level. She was almost invincible as a Star Lord. And yet she had just been suppressed. Boom! A loud noise came from the ground. Qing Hangyu unleashed a scorching light while shrouded in fierce flames. A pair of vivid phoenix wings unfolded behind her back. She had a special mutated constitution only recorded in her family. The constitution was related to an ancient and extremely powerful phoenix. She had been able to grasp the perfect path of fire when she activated some of its potential. Once she broke through and became an ascendant, she would even be able to acquire the ancient phoenix blood divine mark from her bloodline, allowing her to easily become a heavenly lord. However, she didn't want to become a normal heavenly lord. She was determined to become the strongest heavenly lord, one that could even trouble celestials. That was also the reason why she had cultivated for 90,000 years without advancing to the ascendant state. Not even the ascendants in the outside world could do anything about her, considering the secret treasures that the forces backing him provided. Only heavenly lords would have a chance to kill her. Ascendant power was banned during the trial. Many of her secret treasures couldn't be used. Still, she was one of the strongest warriors. You've made me angry. Qing Hangyu's phoenix-like eyes were filled with fury. She opened her hand, revealing an ultimate treasure that looked like a brilliant phoenix feather. The entire void was immediately set ablaze as she waved her hand. The path of fire. No, this is ascendant state power. Su Ping narrowed his eyes at first. The environment was so hot he felt like he was burning in an ocean of flames. His body was in excruciating pain because of the heat. Still, he didn't even bat an eye. He was already used to a pain 10 times stronger. Qing Hangyu thought that her ultimate treasure didn't work on him, seeing his expression. However, her senses detected that Su Ping's body was burning. Does this guy not feel any pain? It's not just physical pain. The fire also burns his soul at the same time. That is, unless he has an extraordinary willpower. Qing Hangyu was shocked and suspicious. Su Ping activated the golden flag exactly at that moment. The golden flag quickly passed through the blockage of laws and tied up Qing Hangyu's red feather. The artifact had been tailor-made by Qing Hangyu's celestial backer. She was the only one who could fully bring out its power. It would be awfully ineffective even if others claimed it, and not even as good as some. Top Star Lord weapons. The golden flag was at the moment tightly ensnaring the red feather. The scorching power was quickly dispersed. An ultimate treasure. Everybody was stunned. Nobody expected the Star State Kid to be holding an ultimate treasure. Could it be that he's the leader of his star zone? So to speak, he was in partnership with Calavi and Brian. Su Ping charged at Qing Hangyu again, before everybody figured out what was going on. Qing Hangyu slightly changed her expression. She was surprised to look at Su Ping taking out an ultimate treasure, and even more surprised since it could tie her own. She believed that, given enough time, her ultimate treasure could burn the golden flag. Su Ping didn't seem to be cutting her some slack. You think that's my only ultimate treasure? Qing Hangyu flipped her hand and a blue ball appeared. It was round, like a ball of water. Soon after, the ball covered her body through her fingers, turning into a blue shield. She had obviously gotten the treasure from someone else, all because her ultimate treasure is fiery. She was able to kill that guy and loot the ultimate treasure. You think that's my only ultimate treasure? Su Ping repeated exactly what she said while approaching quickly, stunning Qing Hangyu. The next moment, a battle axe appeared in Su Ping's hand. The battle axe was filled with a wild and violent power. Its shape suggested that it was a highly destructive, yet ultimate treasure. Qing Hangyu immediately changed her expression. Has this star state brat killed the leaders of the other star zones? One ultimate treasure represented a star zone. All the others were dumbfounded. Nobody considered Su Ping a big deal in the past, even if they recognized him. They admitted that Su Ping was indeed talented, but that didn't mean he was qualified to take part in the trial. Once trying to get to the bottom of it, Su Ping was still too young. Those who were qualified to compete were all top star lords who have cultivated for tens of thousands of years. Destruction, Su Ping roared, suddenly activating the ascendant power on the battle axe. A stream of power was swept out, which exceeded the destruction law's power. Such a strike was impossible to resist without an ultimate treasure. Qing Hongyu also changed her expression. She was rather shocked and infuriated. She stood her ground and unleashed her strength to charge at Su Ping. It was her belief that her ultimate treasure could block the strike, but she wouldn't give Su Ping the opportunity to try. Scorching flames seemed to be drowning the sky. A small world surfaced behind Qing Hongyu's back. It was her real small world. The power of laws and faith contained were then transferred to her body. A burning, long spear appeared in her hand. She suddenly made a stabbing motion towards Su Ping. "You think those are the only ultimate treasures I have?" asked Su Ping again. The next moment, the shield appeared and shrouded his body. Chapter 11:11, All Must Die. The scorching spear stabbed Su Ping with precision, but it was blocked by the shield and couldn't pierce it. The furious power was dispersed. Qing Hongyu widened her eyes in disbelief. Besides her, everybody around her was similarly dumbfounded. 3. The Star State Kid had 3 ultimate treasures. Su Ping slashed with his axe after Qing Hongyu's attack collapsed. A boom resounded. Qing Hongyu was smashed to the ground by Su Ping. Her blue shield rippled, and the ascendant state power it had was greatly weakened. It had already been damaged by her red feather when she acquired it. Her shield was then further damaged because of the battle axe's destructive power. Whoosh! Su Ping charged forward and chased after his target. But exactly at that moment, he suddenly started moving in the exact same spot, even backwards. Su Ping turned around, then saw that Claudia was influencing him with the path of time. Boom! Su Ping waved his battle axe. Its edge completely destroyed the laws around it. Claudia's face was contorted and pale. It was truly difficult to resist the terrifying ultimate treasure with just laws. How could such an ultimate treasure fall into Su Ping's hands? Or rather, how could the previous owner be slain by someone in the Star State? She didn't know why, and she was too shocked to think at that moment. Su Ping didn't even turn around as he broke free from the time law restriction. He continued his charge toward Qing Hongyu. She rose from the ground. Her clothes were ragged, but she wasn't badly injured. She raised her head upon hearing a wind rush, only to narrow her eyes. She flapped her phoenix wings, dashing quickly like a streak of red light to avoid Su Ping's strike. He aggressively unfolded his golden crow wings and activated his constitution, to then give chase at full speed using Void Walker. "Don't run," Su Ping roared. Qing Hongyu felt utterly frustrated. "You think I'll listen to you? Not only am I going to run, I'm also going to run faster." While running, Qing Hongyu shouted furiously, "Calavi, you're just going to watch him grow stronger. He has 3 ultimate treasures for offense and defense. Add in the golden flag and he's already invincible. You're cooperating with him in such conditions. Think again." She tried to talk sense into them, knowing that she and Claudia could hardly kill Su Ping, not to mention that Calavi and Brian were watching. "You think he wouldn't finish you off the moment I give him my ultimate treasures?" Qing Hongyu demanded furiously. Calavi and Brian looked at each other with twitching lips. Naturally, they knew Su Ping was virtually invincible at the moment. Besides, the latter had yet to use his real strength. His ultimate treasures had already made him invincible. They covered offense and defense, and were enough to crush all his opponents. Likewise, Claudia made an effort to persuade them too, no longer in a hurry to attack. "Are you two really going to continue working with him?" Qing Hongyu charged at Calavi and roared, Do you not realize what a great combination of ultimate treasures he has? You think I'm pretending to be weak? God damn it. An urge to curse was about to overcome her. She had truly been suppressed. Her opinion of those two powerhouses was indeed low, thinking they were truly stupid to cooperate with a monster like Su Ping, and that they would get killed sooner or later. Calavi and Brian were both lost for words upon seeing Qing Hongyu's suffused visage due to fury. Su Ping's combination of ultimate treasures was certainly great, because those ultimate treasures used to be theirs. Why didn't they resist? They certainly wanted to. Stop talking. I suggest you give up right now. Cultivation isn't easy, just think about staying alive for now, said Calavi. Qing Hongyu almost vomited blood. What idiots! She couldn't have explained the situation any clearer. Those two are still determined to help Su Ping. Are they related to Su Ping by blood, even if they were his ancestors? They didn't have to be as caring. All of a sudden, an idea occurred to Qing Hongyu. Her face was instantly stiffened. She observed carefully, finding that Calavi and Brian's expressions were indeed unusual. They seemed rather helpless. Her speculation was confirmed. She realized what had happened. Damn it, you pieces of trash. Qing Hongyu was still infuriated after realizing what had happened. Those two had lost their ultimate treasures to Su Ping, a mere Star State warrior, who lost first. She couldn't have felt more furious. Exactly at that moment, a terrifying force surged towards her. Qing Hongyu turned around and narrowed her eyes as the battle axe rushed to strike her again. After a boom, she was flung backwards again. The water shield covering her rippled intensely and lost more than half of its power. Su Ping held the battle axe and charged again. He hacked with the axe before Qing Hongyu rose from the ground. She was rather panicked. She lost a lot of her energy every time the water shield was damaged. It became evident that her ultimate treasure wouldn't hold much longer after Su Ping attacked a few times. She felt goosebumps all over her body right when she thought of fleeing. After a boom, the water shield suddenly gave out and exploded. Qing Hongyu felt nice stark naked in a snowy world after being deprived of her water shield. She was paralyzed by fear. Su Ping was holding a crimson dagger in his other hand. What the? Qing Hongyu felt she was about to collapse once she noticed the crimson ultimate treasure. You think those were my only ultimate treasures? Su Ping asked again. Qing Hongyu felt like crying. He had used the two destructive ultimate treasures at the same time and her water shield exploded. Su Ping didn't hold back anymore. He made a stabbing motion with his crimson dagger, cutting apart the law of vitality Qing Hongyu was using to protect herself and continuing toward her neck. Qing Hongyu quickly moved back. However, her law-based power was destroyed by Su Ping's ultimate treasure the moment it was released. Having an ultimate treasure made a massive difference. It was a weapon picked by a celestial for their candidate. Those who were part of other forces were destined not to have any ultimate treasures. They would be enslaved by the 12 ultimate treasure bearers, all within the Celestials' calculations. Some of the factions had taken this into consideration, still hoping to grasp a chance, no matter how slim it was. Bang! A ghastly cutting trait with ascendant state power brushed past her. Qing Hongyu felt that her body was as cold as a corpse. She was desperate. Deafening noises reached her. Su Ping's attack had produced a ravine hundreds of meters wide next to him. He had actually created an abyss. Su Ping's sharp blade stopped right next to Qing Hongyu's face as he declared coldly, "Calavi is right. It wasn't easy for you to cultivate. Your life will be spared if you surrender your ultimate treasure." All of Qing Hongyu's underlings were overtaken by shock as they witnessed that scene. The Star State Kid used 4 ultimate treasures. They would have suspected that Su Ping had smuggled ultimate treasures into the trial if they hadn't known it was impossible. Somewhere close by, Claudia changed her expression. She flashed into another point in time. She knew it was impossible for her to kill Su Ping by herself after seeing Qing Hongyu be defeated. There would still be a chance for her if Su Ping only had offensive treasures, but he carried a defensive ultimate treasure her law-based attacks could hardly penetrate. Besides, Su Ping wasn't a defenseless kid. He wouldn't simply stand there and allow her to attack. His counterattack was just as terrifying. Fortunately, she was the queen of time. She was even confident of getting rid of Brian if the latter chased her. Both had mastered the law of time, but their expertise was different. It was just like how people who used the same weapon wouldn't be equally strong. Su Ping noticed that Claudia had run off, abandoning her subordinates. He didn't chase her but dropped a hint at Brian. The latter understood and instantly disappeared. Su Ping fixed his eyes upon Qing Hongyu. "Make your choice. I don't have much patience." Hers was a sorry sight at the moment. She and Claudia weren't allies to begin with. It was understandable that she wouldn't step up to help her. However, all hope was lost now since Claudia had left. "Teal, hand them over," said Qing Hongyu with an awful-looking expression. "Did you get your ultimate treasures from Calavi in the same way?" "Smart one," Su Ping complimented her calmly. She smiled bitterly as she quickly complied, releasing the bond she had made with the two ultimate treasures. Then she said to Su Ping, "My master personally made the phoenix feather for me. You cannot use it even. If I give it to you, how about you let me keep it? I'll give you a hand if we encounter anyone else." "I don't need your help." Su Ping turned her down without thinking. "It doesn't matter whether or not I can use its power. The important bit is that you won't be able to use it." Qing Hongyu felt like cursing. Su Ping looked in the general direction where Brian disappeared to chase after the other woman. Ripples surfaced in the void exactly at that moment, and Brian quickly staggered out. His chest was bloodstained again. He was badly wounded. Su Ping frowned. Claudia had an ultimate treasure. He had simply wanted Brian to trace her, not expecting her to be as brutal. Right when he was about to talk, another person suddenly flew out of the deep space and fell to the ground. She had a tall and elegant body, but she was heavily wounded too. It was none other than Claudia who had escaped earlier. Judging by her condition, she was even more badly wounded than Brian. Brother Su, enemies. Brian ran to Su Ping as quickly as possible the moment he returned. He knew he wouldn't be safe until he rejoined Su Ping. "Pa pa pa." Someone clapped their hands. The next moment, 7 people slowly walked out of deeper spaces. Their leader was a handsome, sunny young man that made everybody who saw him feel at ease. He was very likely one of the sunny disposition seniors in a school. However, his eyes lengthened and became narrow when he smiled, making him look like a smiling viper. "Marvelous." While applauding, the young man squinted and chuckled. "Unfortunately, all of you have to die." Chapter 11:12, Saint's Heart. Lin Xiu. "It's him. Did he defeat Claudia?" Many were surprised upon recognizing the handsome young man. He was an old Star Lord who had cultivated for 100,000 years, awing countless people as he progressed. He left a deeper impression on many Star Lords than some ascendants had. Besides, Lin Xiu didn't just hide himself in the past 100,000 years. There were a lot of Star Lords who were of similar age, but most were mediocre. They couldn't make it to the Divine Lord rank despite their long lives. However, Lin Xiu was the unquestionable genius. He made it to the Divine Lord rank 100,000 years before, but then vanished right after. He would show up once every couple of thousands of years, eventually reaching the top of the Divine Lord rank. Every time he was forgotten, people would eventually remember his glorious achievement of having dominated the Divine Lord rank. There were also rumors that he had escaped from ascendants chasing him, shocking many top Star Lords. Lin Xiu was an old Star Lord who was clearly capable of entering the ascendant state, but he never took the final step. It was all to challenge his limits. He defeated Claudia that quickly. Lin Xiu is beyond unbelievable. That might not be the case. Don't forget Claudia's title. They might have fought for 1 minute in our eyes, while actually having fought for a couple of months or even longer. That's true, but why did he say that? Is he just being a snob? That Star State monster has 4 ultimate treasures, not counting the new pair he snatched from Qing Hongyu. Lin Xiu might not be a match for him, unless he has 6 ultimate treasures too. Don't overthink. He might be here just to deliver the treasures. Everybody was discussing the matter. Qing Hongyu's and Claudia's subordinates weren't anxious. They were partners in name but slaves in practice, and not really loyal at that. So most of them preferred to stand by and watch the treasure bearers fight it out. Calavi flew to the deep pit and helped Claudia back to her feet, only to find that her constitution had been shattered. She was so heavily wounded that dizziness almost overtook her. It was rare for someone as strong as them to be crushed as brutally. Calavi narrowed her eyes. Lin Xiu was one of the 3 opponents from the other star zones she was most wary of. The ancient Star Lord was undoubtedly one of the strongest in the entire universe. You're only a star-state warrior, and yet you're in possession of that many ultimate treasures. How wonderful! Lin Xiu clapped his hands and looked at Su Ping with a smile. One heard that you're Su Ping. It hasn't been many years since you rose to prominence. No more than 100 years, right? Tusk. Can 100 years even be considered a long time? The last part was asked to the person behind him. The young man replied with a smile, maybe, considering small countries on primitive planets. Yes. Lin Xiu heaved a sigh, then glanced at Calavi, Brian, Qing Hongyu, and the others. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. Nobody will remember your disgrace after I kill you all. To have cultivated for years and years, all to be subdued by some kid, I feel embarrassed for you." King Hongyu and Calavi have conflicted expressions, but neither could refute. Brian was cold. While seizing the time to heal his wounds, he turned and said to Su Ping in a low voice, "He probably has plenty of ultimate treasures, maybe 6. Su Ping nodded. The guy had dared to show up after seeing the number of ultimate treasures he had, so he was definitely confident. Besides, he suspected that the latter had been lurking about when Qing Hongyu and Claudia were fighting. Still, they didn't notice him when they arrived, which suggested that he was better at concealment. Claudia had been blocked and quickly defeated when she tried to escape. Her ultimate treasure had probably been taken. Many who have cultivated tens of thousands of years have already become ascendants. Don't you have to call them seniors when you see them? I wouldn't despise you for your shortcomings, or would I? Said Su Ping. Lin Xiu was stunned by the answer but then smiled. Kid, you have a sharp tongue. You, on the other hand, are stupid, still stuck in the Star Lord state even though you've cultivated for 100,000 years. Most people would have reached the celestial state in 100,000 years, right? Su Ping continued his blunt tirade. Are you obsessed with the Star Lord level, or are you just too scared to advance into the ascendant state, fearing that the heavenly lords would beat you up? Or maybe you're just incapable of advancing. All eyes fell on Su Ping after he finished talking. Even Qing Hongyu and the people who had just met him were surprised. 100,000 years were enough to reach the celestial state. How daring of him to speak like that. Still, the statement was difficult to counter. After all, some celestials had indeed reached their level in no more than 100,000 years. They were the true super geniuses of the universe. They were extraordinary individuals, though. Future generations would remember them. Brian and Calavi looked at each other. Su Ping was indeed qualified to make such a bold claim. It wasn't just meant to infuriate Lin Xiu. After all, not even the Celestials had been as talented as Su Ping back when they had his level of cultivation. Even so, it remained to be seen whether or not he would continue being a genius in the future. Lin Xiu's smile disappeared, and he raised his eyebrows after hearing what Su Ping had said. His eyes widened, like a sleeping serpent gradually sticking out its tongue. Are you purposefully saying stupid things to provoke me? Unfortunately for you, I'm way past the age of being provoked by such stupidity, said Lin Xiu softly. But you're not smiling as delightedly as before, while I'm quite delighted right now, said Su Ping with a smile. Lin Xiu's lips twitched. He took a deep breath and threw away the hypocritical smile on his face. He looked down with indifference at all the people present. Consider them your last words. You're truly unlucky to have met me. Star State brat, you will be the first to die by my hand. All those witnessing the exchange showed subtle changes of expression. It was clear that none would be spared. Most importantly, what gave him the guts to make that claim, especially that early in the game? Isn't he afraid of us ganging up on him? Or maybe was he absolutely fearless, thinking he had enough advantages to take them on? Su Ping nodded and remarked, "That's more like it. I hate it when people smile at me, even though they want to kill me." Qing Hangyu's lips twitched, as she knew that Lin Xiu's fury was precisely caused by Su Ping's unnerving words. Lin Xiu became calm again and said with a smile, "You think you have a shot because you have 6 ultimate treasures. So you're saying you have 6 of them too?" Lin Xiu, however, shook his head. "I don't." He took out an ultimate treasure that looked like a plate with 6 sword hilts. It seemed to be a remarkable artifact, like the legendary Wheel of Judgment. "However, my ultimate treasure can deactivate all of your ultimate treasures," said Lin Xiu softly. His revelation was like a mighty thunderclap in everyone's ears. The next moment, a special field was released by the plate-like treasure, locking both time and space. Countless sword auras raged. Su Ping also felt that his ultimate treasures were moaning, due to some sort of restraint. The golden shield covering him became lackluster too. His energy was being exhausted at a faster rate, as if it were being pumped away. His golden flag, which had been ensnaring the red feather, unfurled and fell to the ground, losing its light. The red feather quickly floated down too. Even so, it still created a deep pit on the ground when it landed. Su Ping then looked at the crimson blade in his hand, only to see how it had lost its luster. The weapon now seemed to be a primitive metal weapon, completely devoid of energy. Qing Hangyu and the others were shocked by what they saw. They then looked at Lin Xiu's sword plate in disbelief. "What kind of ultimate treasure is that?" "Dreadful." The golden flag was only able to restrain one ultimate treasure at a time, while the sword plate could restrain all the ultimate treasures within a certain range. The 6 ultimate treasures Su Ping had just acquired were rendered useless, tantamount to scrap iron in the blink of an eye. That was Lin Xiu's greatest reliance. Gasps were heard everywhere. No wonder the latter had dared to show up as pretentiously, despite knowing that Su Ping had 6 ultimate treasures. He was confident of having the last laugh. Su Ping changed his expression ever so slightly. The 6 ultimate treasures could have ensured his victory, but all of them had been disabled. Lin Xiu's smile returned upon seeing Su Ping's face. He took out a purple saber, which was apparently another ultimate treasure. "Your ultimate treasures are useless, but mine are still usable. Let's see if your tongue is as sharp as my blade," said Lin Xiu softly. His voice rumbled like thunder in everybody's ears. Qing Hangyu realized something as she stared at the sword plate in Lin Xiu's hand for a while, then lost her cool. "This is impossible. The celestial experts couldn't have forged such an ultimate treasure, and neither would they allow for it to be used in the trial. It's a violation." Calavi narrowed her eyes. All the ultimate treasures were forged by the saints at the celestial state experts' request. Are the saints from the original planet involved in this competition too? Lin Xiu smiled and said softly, "That is why all of you must die. Dead people tell no tales." Their shock appeased him, and the fury provoked by Su Ping began to recede. He said softly, "It's the true God's legacy. The saints of the original planet prefer to control the new celestial expert than to allow others to have them. Do you honestly think that the saints have no desires?" "Damn it!" Calavi's face reflected her sullen mood. Who could have thought that the unworldly saints would forget their principles when dealing with the true God's legacy? Brian couldn't have looked any worse. Although Su Ping was by no means weak, his opponent was blatantly cheating. Even the greatest power would be useless when confronting such an ultimate treasure. Chapter 11:13 Kill. Qing Hangyu gritted her teeth and demanded, "Lin Xiu, have you cultivated 100,000 years just to become the saint's puppet?" Although a girl, she didn't seem at all weak. Her eyes were filled with fury at that moment. Indeed, you'll be a pathetic puppet even if you get the celestial legacy. It's better to be a top heavenly lord to traverse the universe than to be a puppet, shouted one of them, a heavenly lord who had grasped a perfect path. Apart from the star lords who were still determined to fight, someone else was already moving at the edge. Run! A few star lords sprinted, trying to break free and quit the competition right then and there. Claiming the key would only improve their odds of getting the legacy, obtaining wasn't certain. They would be better off taking the trial's second test than to take their chances there. Lin Xiu ignored Qing Hongyu. He sneered as he looked at the fleeing Star Lords, then rolled the sword plate in his hand. Screams instantly burst out. Countless sword auras were darting in space. They were perfect Law's auras, sharp and indestructible. Each of the sword auras were like full-strength strikes with a perfect path. Some of the Star Lords wanted to leap to another point in time. Some wanted to escape to a deeper space, while others took different routes. Still, all were forced to come out. The sword auras could cut all laws apart, completely blocking the area. As I said, all of you must die. Lin Xiu glanced at the injured people, then simply looked down at Su Ping again. I'm going to get rid of them after I kill you. You go first. The latter was solemn and grave, as he stared at the purple saber the former was holding. Both Qing Hongyu and Calavi approached Su Ping. Claudia, wounded at the moment, was carried and then placed near to Su Ping too. She glanced at Qing Hongyu, as if too ashamed to talk to her. Qing Hongyu noticed her embarrassment, then said, I would have done the same if I were in your shoes. No need to feel guilty. Claudia's lips twitched. She was naturally conscious of that. Qing Hongyu should have reacted angrily after being abandoned, but she was actually comforting her at the moment. After taking a deep breath, she said in a low voice, He has my 2 ultimate treasures. Adding the purple saber, he has at least 3 ultimate treasures. What are the traits of your ultimate treasures? Asked Su Ping in a low voice. Claudia spoke truthfully in a low voice. One of them is an offensive ultimate treasure able to confine all laws and paths in a fixed range, all to temporarily lower your opponent's cultivation, until it regressed to that of an average Star Lord. The other aspects are both ambush and attack. It can hide your aura and create a clone of you. It would be just as strong as you. Su Ping's eyes glittered. If Lin Xiu could use the purple saber, he could probably use Claudia's 2 ultimate treasures too. In that case, the Lin Xiu before him could be a clone made by the ultimate treasure. Su Ping narrowed his eyes and looked around. Claudia and Qing Hongyu realized the same thing and felt even gloomier. They thought that their survival odds were even slimmer. Lin Xiu was like a lurking viper, and they were right in his nest. They would have to beat the former to escape. Is there anything we can do? Asked Qing Hongyu telepathically. Brian also moved closer. Those who had grasped perfect paths began to gather around Su Ping. They knew that their only chance to escape was to work together. I need you to keep his allies busy and find his real self. He may be lurking right now, said Su Ping telepathically. That's easy. The others can take care of it. You won't have any advantages if you fight him alone. Let's all fight him together, declared Qing Hongyu aggressively, unwilling to let Su Ping take the most dangerous responsibility alone. It wasn't because she considered Su Ping a friend, but because she thought it was for the best. The situation was so unfavorable, she didn't want to lose more allies. Both Calavi and Brian looked at each other, then nodded. Indeed, even if he has ultimate treasures, we still may have a chance of winning if we stick together. Count me in, said Claudia and gnashed her teeth. She was badly wounded on the verge of dying, but she had great healing medicines in her storage that were rare even in the scope of the entire universe. Her condition was already stable, and she was capable of fighting. That showcased the abundance of a top Star Lord. Lin Xiu is yours then. The rest of us will deal with his allies and search for his real self. We'll also try our best to cover you, said a middle-aged subordinate. All the top Star Lords who had grasped perfect laws nodded decisively. They were still fighting one another a while before, but they had to team up now if they wanted to survive. After all, even the saints were involved in the plot. There was no way Lin Xiu would let any of them live. It was non-negotiable. "Are you done conspiring?" Lin Xiu remained calm, not caring about their discussion the least bit. Once he heard that, Su Ping raised his head and said, "Not yet, please wait a moment. Don't be hasty." A vein pulsed on Lin Xiu's forehead. Qing Hongyu and the others couldn't help but glance at Su Ping, who had dead set on getting a rise out of Lin Xiu, an expert that had cultivated for 100,000 years. He truly was a genius in that regard. They knew that Su Ping was trying to enrage his opponent. Once a person got angry, they would be prone to making mistakes. Even though people as experienced wouldn't let anger get the better of them, but they could still be affected. Lin Xiu had at least declared that he would kill Su Ping first, which wasn't the most rational decision. Given the current circumstances, it would be more sensible to start by eliminating the unimportant people first and then turn to the stronger ones. Now. Lin Xiu was quite gloomy. His suppressed fury surged once he saw that Su Ping was still talking without care in the world. He launched a deadly attack. An unparalleled aura was instantly manifested by his body, and his purple blade was set ablaze. However, there was a ripple on the surface of the flames that was cutting the void apart with a strange property. He held his blade as he charged at Su Ping. Su Ping, Qing Hongyu, and the others were prepared for it. They quickly dispersed. Qing Hongyu roared as flames enshrouded her body. Her phoenix feather arose. A golden small world appeared behind her. There seemed to be a magnificent tree inside the small world. Qing Hongyu spouted fierce flames and activated her constitution again. A loud phoenix cry echoed throughout the sky. The flames seemed about to drown everything. "Get lost." Lin Xiu snorted and waved his saber. The edge of his saber instantly sliced the void open, rendering the restraints of Claudia and Brian useless. All of Qing Hongyu's laws and paths collapsed like iron threads under axe attacks. Qing Hongyu was heavily wounded after her laws and paths collapsed. Once the saber made contact, she noticed that her own saber was blocked and she felt like suffocating. Intimidating. He was more intimidating than she had expected. Dodge. Exactly at that moment, someone pulled her away and helped her dodge the saber. Qing Hongyu saw that Su Ping was the one who went to help her. Still, Lin Xiu attacked again at a high speed before she had the chance to thank her savior. The enemy was aiming for Su Ping's back. Exactly at that moment, a furious scream burst out. "Turn!" Claudia took action. Wounds receded and started to disappear from her fair body as she had overdrafted her constitution. She had just wiped off the blood when it surged once again from her nose, mouth, and eyes. She had broken free from Lin Xiu exactly with the technique of time. This time, she used it again to rescue Su Ping and Qing Hongyu. Space and time seemed to have been reversed. Everything was paused when the saber's edge touched Su Ping. The next moment, both Su Ping and Qing Hongyu disappeared from the place the saber had reached. They were relocated dozens of meters away. Claudia vomited blood and staggered, falling to her knees. His ultimate treasure is too powerful. Brian was trying to help too, but his perfect path of time had been cut apart by the aura radiated by the blade's edge, even before it reached Su Ping. On the other hand, Claudia's help had been effective. As expected of the Queen of Time, she's truly good. Lin Xiu glanced at Claudia, who was exhausted and vomiting blood, knowing she couldn't possibly perform the secret technique again unless she wanted to get herself killed. He sneered and continued his charge to attack Su Ping with his saber. "You have a sharp tongue, but can you possibly resist my saber attack, honed for 100,000 years?" Brutality was emitted from Lin Xiu's eyes. Su Ping had angered him immensely. "Just run." Qing Hongyu tried to push Su Ping away as he saw Lin Xiu move closer. She looked awful, but she was stubborn and unyielding. She despised Lin Xiu's behavior, a top star lord willing to bend before others. The saints had offered him a formidable treasure that would ensure success in his search for the legacy. They must have made rigorous demands. After all, nobody was better at scheming than the saints of the Federation. Qing Hongyu pushed Su Ping away. while letting out a high-pitched shriek that belonged to an extinct ancient phoenix. Furious flames covered her body. It wasn't a normal fire, as it was being fueled by the vitality and energy inside her. She suddenly flapped her wings and flew out like a ball of flames. "Stupid!" Lin Xiu snorted and turned his saber where purple flames began to rise. The ascendant state power and laws instantly sliced the void and the phoenix image. Just like a fallen tree, Qing Hongyu was flung back and she coughed out a lot of blood. The flames covering her quickly faded away. Rot in hell. Lin Xiu charged at Su Ping again, ignoring Qing Hongyu who was already dying. Little skeleton. Su Ping rose. A tiny skeleton appeared next to his feet, then leaned against his leg. They quickly melded a moment after. Su Ping was instantly covered in bones. The little skeleton never flinched, no matter what kind of danger it was facing. Chapter 11:14. The Power of Three Worlds. The scary bones covered Su Ping like an armor set. Even his lips had bones encrusted, making him look intimidating. Su Ping quickly extended his hand to draw one of the ribs from the chest like a saber. It wasn't exactly an ultimate treasure, not did it contain any paths or laws. The only specialty was its extreme sharpness. It was even harder than ascendant state weapons. Not even perfect laws could destroy it. Zing, a deafening sound echoed throughout the sky the moment they clashed. A lot of people watching the battle were stunned. Lin Xiu narrowed his pupils too. It was blocked. That's right. The purple saber in his hand was blocked by the pale, dilapidated bone in Su Ping's hand. It was more of a cracked bone than a bone saber. It was the remains of a tooth from a certain ancient creature. The broken tooth had endured for tens of thousands of years. Is it an ultimate treasure? Lin Xiu slightly changed his expression. The other ultimate treasures couldn't have resisted his strike when disabled. They would have been cut apart. However, the ascendant state power and the laws infused on his saber weren't able to destroy Su Ping's weapon. All the 12 ultimate treasures had been forged by saints. That was why the sword plate, which was also made by the saints, could easily disable them. Su Ping's bone didn't look like one of the treasures forged by the saints. Is it a secret treasure that his celestial backer smuggled in secretively? That's impossible. Lin Xiu immediately discarded the thought. All 12 Celestials experts were supervising each other. None of them could have cheated. He was only able to succeed because the 12 Celestials weren't vigilant when interacting with the saints. Even if they were, there was nothing they could do. Restraint. Lin Xiu flipped his hand again. A saber appeared, which seemed to be cutting the nearby laws apart. Su Ping instantly felt he had lost connection to his laws. He was no longer able to harness his laws. Or rather, they were cut apart and overridden by a superior law the moment he performed them. The saber was clearly the ultimate treasure, with the ability to seal paths. Qing Hongyu saw the saber and quickly said, "Watch out." She suffered a major setback because of her previous fight against Claudia. Su Ping, however, didn't react. There was fury burning in his eyes, which were as dark as blades, filled with coldness and brutality. He was like a calm and rational lone wolf. He was expecting to see that ultimate treasure. Su Ping burst out again and slashed forth with brutal abandon when Lin Xiu whipped out that treasure. "Little skeleton, show me your saber technique." Su Ping called out to the little skeleton in his heart. The next moment, he received a joyful response. His pet was delighted to finally have a chance to show what it had been working on. Su Ping and the little skeleton were soon able to reach some sort of coordination, as if both were controlling the body at the same time. It required absolute trust and excellent teamwork. Su Ping's aura changed in an instant. He became as cold and dark as a demon from hell. There seemed to be crimson light in his eyes. He raised his arm. The hand was nothing but bones as he held the bone saber. The little skeleton had been fighting with this bone saber all the time. It was a creature proficient at sorcery, but it chose to fight violent melee battles. It had wielded its saber billions of times in all the site's explorations. The skeleton was wielding the saber yet again. The darkest saber aura surged. It seemed to be absorbing and swallowing everything, including rays of light, time, and space. There were no words to describe how terrifying the strike was. It was destructive and horrifying, yet also stunningly beautiful. Lin Xiu changed his expression and quickly wielded his saber. Boom! There was a sonic explosion in the air. All the laws were destroyed. Even the dust had been compressed to the extreme by the auras. Deafening explosions resounded. Lin Xiu was flung back while everybody was watching. He didn't regain balance until he soared high in the sky. The sword aura was swept. The ground collapsed in front of Su Ping, who then saw a terrifying ravine form. The earth was shattered by the aura and the ravine stretched to infinity. That saber technique contains a complete path. It was fully developed. He's so good at controlling his weapon. Wait, wasn't that ultimate treasure capable of sealing all paths? How was Lin Xiu flung back? Everybody was both shocked and suspicious due to the unexpected development. The whole scene was rather unbelievable. The wounded Qing Hong Yu also saw that. She was stuffing her mouth with medicine, hoping to recover sooner. But then she forgot about everything for a moment when she saw Su Ping's attack. She was shocked. Then she came to a realization. The ultimate saber treasure can seal all paths, but it couldn't seal a weapon's technique. The path is already melded into the technique. Even though it doesn't involve any power of laws, that strike was still mysterious and powerful. But how could he be this powerful? He's only in the star state, yet he was able to fling Lin Xiu back. Su Ping then stomped and continued to charge at Lin Xiu. What an excellent strike! Su Ping complimented the little skeleton. That strike was truly amazing. Although he knew that the little skeleton was very strong, it had actually exceeded his expectations. The little skeleton gave a cheerful response after hearing Su Ping's compliment. Su Ping smiled. The little skeleton had tried its best in that attack. It was indeed very powerful. Lin Xiu would have been hard-pressed if he didn't have two ultimate treasures. Damn it! Up in the sky, Lin Xiu was exasperated. He thought he would easily subdue the guy, but the annoying fellow turned out to be tougher than he thought. He roared and charged at Su Ping again, this time also using his full strength. He turned his saber and blocked time, space, and all the paths mastered by Su Ping. The latter was unable to make use of laws and paths. He could only use his own strength for. Now, he could crush Su Ping if he only used as her own strength. Besides, he had the traits and laws of his ultimate treasures. He could totally crush his opponent. Bang! The purple saber slashed down. Su Ping raised his own weapon to resist it. He was smashed into the ground like a cannonball. While Su Ping was failing, Qing Hongyu floated over from a distance, and then tried to help Su Ping with a secret technique. It alleviated the impact, even though it didn't completely neutralize it. Bang! Su Ping crawled out of the deep pit solemnly. He then chose not to hide his strength anymore and charged again. Go to hell. Lin Xiu swooped down from the sky, ready to cut Su Ping into pieces. Inferno Dragon, Su Ping shouted all of a sudden. A dragon roar burst out right after, followed, and the Inferno Dragon emerged. The deafening roar had left everyone in shock. Following that, the Inferno Dragon shook and crawled into Su Ping's body, thus completing the fusing. His body cracked non-stop, while dragon scales and horns grew out. Seeing the scene, some people were shocked. They immediately realized what happened. Another fusing, I see. Was that skeleton just a parasite? Lin Xiu, however, sneered. Rot in hell with your garbage pets. Coldness emanated from Su Ping's eyes. It only took an instant for an abyssal, terrifying aura was spread out from his body. The aura was so dark and breathtaking that everybody who had been fighting against Lin Xiu's companions were distracted. They thought that someone had broken the limits of the Star Lord state. The next moment, everybody saw something they would never forget. A splendid and majestic small world surfaced behind Su Ping's back. Above the dead and desolate small world, another illusory small world was blossoming. The double small worlds bloomed like flowers. Calavi and Brian, having seen them before, watched with amazement. Qing Hongyu, Claudia, and the others, however, were completely stunned. They could not believe their eyes. Lin Xiu noticed this as he was swooping down. Even the sneer on his face was frozen for a moment. "Slay the sky," Su Ping roared furiously like a dragon. His voice pierced the sky. His bone saber was covered in brilliant golden divine power, which darted out as the ultimate sword aura. He was like the swordsman who charged at the sky with his sword eons ago. Su Ping was about to pierce through and tear the sky apart, Lin Xiu too. Bang! A terrifying blast burst out. Lin Xiu's ultimate treasure had instantly unleashed great power. The purple saber was indestructible, and so we should cut it apart. The terrifying sword aura was almost cut apart. Blood and brutality emanated from Su Ping's eyes. He raised his head and roared, unfurling his wings. Another small world blossomed above the splendid pair of small worlds on his back. The third small world. The Path Source world. Compared to the other two small worlds, the Path Source world was vast and vigorous. There were countless shooting stars in it. They were all the paths that Su Ping had grasped. It was also the destination of all his paths. The paths and laws were flowing like visible streaks of light. They were so stunningly beautiful that even Calavi and Brian were dumbfounded. The third small world. Break! Su Ping roared, enhancing himself with the power of his triple small worlds. There was a boom, and his magnificent power was fully revealed. Su Ping wasn't hiding anything anymore. It was the first time he was fighting with full strength, ever since he cultivated the Path Source world. Dazzling power burst out of his bone saber. The next moment, the entire sky melted like a candle. The laws and perfect paths were completely shattered as they faced such an overwhelming power. They could even ignore laws. The triple small worlds were revealed. At that moment, he detected the law of chaos and the path of fire again, which couldn't be blocked by the saber's ultimate treasure. The saber's ultimate treasure could only disable the perfect laws at best. However, Su Ping's triple small worlds made his laws 3 times perfect, which exceeded the limits of the saber's blockade. Chapter 11:15 Hunting. Boom! The sword aura raged for tens of thousands of meters, as if ready to cut the sky apart. Lin Xiu's body took the hit first. His blood gushed out, the arm holding the saber cracked. His flesh and blood was gone, leaving only the bones intact. The power of the sword aura was unbearable for him. "No way!" Lin Xiu screamed in shock and fury. However, Su Ping's sword aura slashed nonstop. The laws of destruction, fire, illusion, and origin were concentrated on the sword. Su Ping's power was fully exerted. The little skeleton and the inferno dragon were constantly transmitting power into him. They shared their energy, and his body was filled with explosive power. Their every action seemed to be rending the sky and the earth asunder. Bang, bang, bang. The previously unstoppable Lin Xiu now had to defend himself against Su Ping's furious strikes. The power of triple small worlds prevented Su Ping's paths from being restrained by the saber. Adding the tripled perfect path of destruction, each of Su Ping's strikes was as powerful as the attack of an ultimate treasure. Su Ping launched an attack with each step. The 6th attack was launched, and Lin Xiu couldn't resist any longer. His remaining arm bones crumbled and his saber was knocked away. Su Ping seized the opportunity to cut the hand holding the sword plate. Lin Xiu realized what he was planning. His sword plate dashed forward and disappeared, while he relentlessly dashed towards Su Ping. His face showed brutality, with cheeks half burnt by the path of fire. Qing Hongyu quickly roared, "Watch out!" Su Ping had seen it coming. He knew it was just a clone made by an ultimate treasure. He quickly performed the path of illusion after seeing the guy's dying strike. It wreathed Lin Xiu with an unusual, unpredictable power. Lin Xiu was greatly weakened in an instant. That was one of the illusion path's traits. Bang! Su Ping quickly stabbed forth with his sword. Lin Xiu seemed to be willingly going toward the edge of Su Ping's sword. He was instantly cut apart, transforming into blood and dispersing energy. Su Ping's eyes glittered at the same time. There seemed to be flames in them, allowing him to see through space. Someone in the crowd shouted to alert them, "Over there." Su Ping had also noticed something. It was in the exact direction the guy had pointed out. Right when he was about to really go and chase it, Claudia said anxiously, "No, it's in another direction. That's just a phantom from another point in time he summoned. He's not really there." Su Ping instantly looked at the place where Claudia was pointing at telepathically, but there was nothing visible. He didn't hesitate, though. He had yet to grasp the perfect law of time like she did. Bang! Su Ping sliced the void with one strike. The law of destruction ravaged the whole vicinity. Following Claudia's direction, Su Ping went to another point in time. Everybody around him was gone. Only those who had mastered the perfect path of time, such as Claudia and Brian, could continue directing him telepathically. Su Ping saw a streak of light soon after. That was the place where the sword plate disappeared. He wielded his sword and tore the void open. He then saw a young man staring at him gloomily from the void. Su Ping instantly jumped to the guy's time and space. While gazing at the sword plate in the other guy's hand, he said indifferently, "You're planning to make a run for it. The Saint's scheme will be exposed if you do. No need to provoke me. It only shows that you're incapable of holding me back." Lin Ziu looked at him with a gloomy expression. If his clone hadn't been obliterated, he wouldn't have believed that he would be defeated by a Star State kid who had only cultivated for 100 years at most, even though he had the sword plate and the ultimate treasures. Multiple small worlds. Lin Ziu stared at him coldly. "You must have been to many unknown places, right? I've read some records found in the remains of ancient gods. It was said that primordial experts were capable of cultivating as many as 5 small worlds. I always considered it a myth. I didn't know that it was true." Su Ping said coldly, "There's so much that you don't know. You can cultivate as many as 7 small worlds. I'm just a beginner." 7 small worlds. There were ripples in Lin Ziu's eyes. He had previously thought it was impossible. His attempt to cultivate double small worlds had failed. Back when he asked about it to celestial experts, they thought it was barely possible too. After all, none of the 12 celestials of the universe cultivated a second small world when they were star lords. When Lin Ziu saw Su Ping's double small worlds, he speculated that the celestials might know something but didn't share the information. The celestials had surely reached a tacit agreement. If such a superstar lord appeared, they would eventually surpass all the celestial experts someday. He had to assume the worst of them. Not once had he believed that they played fair and square, as all the other people thought. He firmly believed that everybody was born evil. Maybe the Celestials had saved countless people, but they might have plans of their own. "Who taught you that?" asked Lin Ziu while staring at Su Ping. "Was it Shen Huang?" "Dead men don't get to ask questions." Coldness flashed in Su Ping's eyes as he launched an abrupt attack. Lin Ziu was just as cold. "Don't presume that you can defeat me so easily. No one can force me to stay if I want to run." The sword plate in his hand glowed again. Countless sword auras instantly darted towards Su Ping. Not only could the ultimate treasure disable other ultimate treasures, it was also an extremely lethal weapon. It had been created by the Saints, who wanted to make sure that nothing would go wrong after deciding to get involved in the competition. Even a normal Star Lord could also kill anyone on sight if they had it. Not to mention that Lin Ziu was holding it. However, it was beyond the Saints' expectation that a participant such as Su Ping would take part in the trial. Bang! Su Ping charged forward, ignoring all the sword auras. His destructive law erased all the sword auras surrounding him. Each sword aura was as powerful as a perfect path, but all of them were destroyed by the triple path of destruction and collapsed like felled trees. One could see a slight change of expression in Lin Ziu's face. He flipped his hands and took out an ultimate treasure that looked like a horn. He suddenly blew the horn. Woo! Just like an echoing whisper, Su Ping instantly felt a rush in his soul, as if someone were summoning from the depths of the universe. He felt disoriented, but then he heard a dragon roar in his head. That was the Inferno dragon summoning him. Su Ping instantly woke up. There was a sword aura so close that he was almost dazzled by it. But the next moment, his bone saber slashed forth and sliced the sword aura apart. The little skeleton had taken control of Su Ping's body given the emergency. Su Ping coldly stared at Lin Xiu's ultimate treasure. The sword plate might have been a gift from Lin Xiu's celestial backer, but he must have looted the saber and the horn from the other star zones. It was an ultimate treasure able to disturb the mind. Fortunately, Su Ping had great willpower. He was only lost for a moment and was able to break free in time with the Inferno dragon's help. If he were another Star Lord, he probably would have passed out, even forgotten who he was. Huh. Lin Xiu was shocked by Su Ping's fast recovery. Even though the latter's triple small worlds were threatening, he had an ultimate treasure that could directly attack the mind. Any number of paths grasped would have been useless. He's only in the star state. How is it possible? Does he have the willpower of an ascendant state expert? Lin Xiu was shocked. Even he would only be able to struggle and resist the horn, which meant that Su Ping's willpower was as great as his. Still, he had already cultivated for 100,000 years. Damn it! A small world appeared behind Lin Xiu. He fully activated the sword plate. Several sharp auras appeared amongst the sword auras. They were condensed by his paths. I would have crushed all the Star Lords even without the ultimate treasures. I've mastered all the 4 supreme laws to perfection. I will reach the celestial state even without the legacy, declared Lin Xiu aggressively. Su Ping minced hundreds of sword auras and declared outright, "You're so proud, yet you've allowed yourself to be treated as a chess piece. You're not confident in yourself at all." A furious Lin Xiu replied, "What do you know? Aren't you here for the legacy too? Who are you to talk about confidence with me? It's the celestial state, the supreme throne of the universe. Doesn't every cultivator dream reach that state?" There was mockery in Su Ping's eyes. The celestial state is the supreme throne. What a great joke. Everybody was in the celestial state in the primordial years. Stop wasting my time. You said it, the primordial years. Do you think I don't know that there are higher levels above the celestial state? I've explored ruins of ancient deities. Celestials were just treated as kings. There were emperors above them who suppressed all the other species. Lin Xiu's eyes were cold. But that path of cultivation is already broken. The celestial state is the ultimate level right now. If the path is broken, I'll fix it. If it can't be fixed, I will create a whole new path on my own. Su Ping's eyes were cold. He gazed at the world with eyes as dazzling as the sun. You'll end up forever stuck if you reach the celestial state with the legacy. You're quite talented, but your eyesight needs to be broadened. He recognized Lin Xiu's talent and felt sorry for him. Create a whole new path of your own. Lin Xiu's pupils contracted. What Su Ping said made him extremely uncomfortable. He had once been a hopeful and ambitious man, just like that. But a long time passed, and he simply lost his ambition, never realizing his goals. Perhaps the horror of a long life was that it would transform someone into a completely new person, without them even realizing. Despite all your talk, you're just here to fight for the legacy too. What a sharp tongue. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes for a moment, but he quickly refocused and stopped thinking along those lines. I'm fighting for the legacy for the sake of my pet and partner, not for myself, Su Ping sneered. I'm not the least bit interested in the mere legacy of a celestial state man. That's why I'm different from you. You. Lin Xiu was shocked. How dare he say that? Is he not afraid he'll be struck by lightning for lying? He's fighting for the legacy just for an animal. Chapter 11:16, Prolonged Battle. What is wrong with your head? Lin Xiu found it impossible to understand. He simply thought that Su Ping was too confident in himself, so he didn't want to talk to him anymore. He activated the sword plate again, as an attempt to block Su Ping's actions. Meanwhile, he ran off in another direction. What Su Ping had said earlier misled him into thinking that the latter was only provoking him, because he couldn't force him to stay. However, the clash made him realize he had been tricked. The kid was so cunning that he purposefully left such an impression on him. It would be impossible to suppress Su Ping in a head-on clash. The Saint's ultimate treasure didn't work on Su Ping, even though he was one of the strongest without such a treasure. However unwillingly, he had to admit that he was incapable of killing Su Ping. "Where do you think you're going?" Seeing that the other was running, Su Ping roared, "Halt!" He charged forward with the bone saber. The law of chaos and the path of illusion prevented him from being affected by other laws. Exactly at that moment, the fleeing Lin Xiu suddenly turned around. His body broke the domain that Su Ping had created and he marched back. It was a thunderous strike. The light of 4 supreme laws emerged. All of them were perfect. That was Lin Xiu's real power. He was one of the top Star Lords even without artifacts. His 100,000 years as a Star Lord rendered him already unparalleled with his aptitudes. The power of 4 extremes, Lin Xiu burst out. His terrifying power was gathered to form a saber he used to slash at Su Ping furiously. His path of space was also perfect. When paired with time, it would yield the power of space and time. They resisted Su Ping's tripled power with the other 3 supreme laws. His outburst was indeed able to break Su Ping's domain of chaos, allowing him to break in. Everything had happened too fast for him to react. But Su Ping didn't panic, as if having foreseen it. Killing intent surged out of his eyes as he made a stabbing motion. At the same time, the illusions of all 3 small worlds were condensed in front of his sword like a lotus flower. "You!" Lin Xiu was shocked. The next moment, the 2 horrifying forces collided and Lin Xiu was instantly flung back, vomiting blood. Su Ping was also flung back. He didn't look very happy. He had to admit that Lin Xiu was strong enough to cultivate all 4 supreme laws and make use of them with his own understanding. The man was definitely capable of rising to the ascendant state. He probably would have been defeated if he hadn't cultivated a 3rd small world. "You were prepared." Lin Xiu's face was pale but his cheeks were flushed. He wiped off his blood with coldness and fury in his eyes. "Yes, because I knew that you were determined to kill me," Su Ping sneered. Indeed, he wanted to slay Lin Xiu, but the latter wanted to kill him even more. He wanted to kill Lin Xiu only because he was angry, but Lin Xiu had to kill him to keep the Saint's secret from being exposed. Therefore, Su Ping realized that the latter was only pretending to escape. His fully charged strike collided with Lin Xiu's half-baked attack, injuring the man heavily. "Brat!" Lin Xiu was so furious he almost gritted his teeth into pieces. He would undoubtedly remember that obnoxious guy for the next 10,000 years if he didn't kill him. He could accept that his strength had been eclipsed, but then he had the feeling that his wisdom was also being eclipsed. "Rot in hell." After catching his breath, Su Ping recovered his energy and healed his wounds with the path of vitality to then charge at Lin Xiu again. Lin Xiu also took a deep breath, returning to his peak status in the blink of an eye. His perfect law of vitality had allowed him to survive being chased by an ascendant expert. Fortunately, you've only cultivated for 100 years. It would have been a headache if the trial were to be postponed for 1,000 years. Lin Xiu's eyes were cold. He stopped hiding and his face was brimming with brutality. He had already seen that Su Ping had only mastered the perfect paths of fire and chaos, while the others had yet to be perfected. He managed to detect Su Ping's expertise the moment he performed them. He was not afraid that Su Ping would pretend. "I'm going to beat you, even if we have to fight a war of attrition today. Let's see who will." "Wind!" Lin Xiu roared and charged, while an enormous shadow appeared behind his back at the same time. It was a hideous beast that melded with him. His combat ability was further improved in an instant. No words were said. Su Ping charged toward him again. Boom, boom. They clashed in the void and bombarded each other time and again. The illusions made with triple small worlds behind Su Ping's back were splendid and eye-catching. The sword aura made with the law of chaos could rip apart Lin Xiu's multiplied laws. Lin Xiu had already fused the 4 supreme laws and combined their traits. He was the strongest Star Lord in the Federation, even without multiple small worlds. Nevertheless, he was still suppressed by Su Ping with the tripled law of chaos. Lin Xiu was flung away again and again during the clashes, but each time he rose with heavy wounds, to later fully recover with the path of vitality. Su Ping felt quite gloomy. He realized the survival potential when he just grasped the path of vitality. He didn't know that the perfect path of vitality would be even more unbelievable. It could revive a person again and again, as long as they weren't entirely blown up. It could keep them in peak status forever with the help of the power of time. You can't kill me, but I can kill you. Lin Xiu noticed that Su Ping was helpless. Even though it was humiliating to be defeated time and again by Su Ping, he had the perfect path of vitality as support, and he was sure that Su Ping would not win a war of attrition. After all, Su Ping would end up exhausted due to unleashing his full strength constantly. Su Ping had also realized the flaw, but he didn't panic. His path of vitality had significantly improved his stamina. Adding the power stored in the triple small worlds inside his body, he could endure even if he had to fight for 10 days and 10 nights. However, a war of attrition was pointless. He wanted to win. Am I not able to kill him until I fully condense the 8th astral painting? The astral painting's full power can't be unleashed until all 9 astral paintings are condensed. Fighting while training, wouldn't that be a little bit disrespectful? Su Ping's eyes glittered. He thought of a temporary retreat to later kill Lin Xiu after he cultivated the 8th astral painting. Still, he feared that the guy would escape after picking up the key. Even though the continent was shrinking, it would be hard to locate Lin Xiu if he was determined to hide. Besides, it was unlikely that the guy would just let him go instead of trying to kill him. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He had an extremely costly plan, so he hesitated. What are you thinking? Go to hell, Lin Xiu roared and slashed. The terrifying power of 4 extremes had nearly cut apart Su Ping's body. Su Ping quickly raised his sword and sliced through Lin Xiu's law. There was a boom, and Lin Xiu was cut into halves, which were quickly corrupted by the power of chaos. However, part of his body darted to a place afar and reshaped itself into Lin Xiu's likeness, who regained his full strength again. The remains of his old body, corrupted by the power of chaos, was soon reduced to smithereens. If only my path of illusion were perfect too, Su Ping's eyes glittered. The path of illusion and the path of chaos seemed to be a perfect match, just like the law of time and the law of space. He stopped thinking and attacked with full strength. Lin Xiu sneered, but also charged forward. They fought again and again. There was no way to tell how long it had been, but Qing Hongyu and all the others arrived from the void. The group was shocked to see that Su Ping and Lin Xiu were still fighting in the void. They had already finished off Lin Xiu's 6 partners before they came. They thought that the battle should end right then. They didn't expect that the pair would still be fighting after such a long time. Lin Xiu has fully cultivated all 4 supreme laws. Oh my God! That must be the top limit possible for a Star Lord, right? Both Brian and Calavi realized how terrifying Lin Xiu was. Both changed their expressions, as expected of the Star Lord who has cultivated for 100,000 years. The other top Star Lord's expressions were also changing. All of them had been dominators in the outside world, being the kind to reach the top of the Divine Lord rank with ease. Even the weakest among them could make it to the top 3. However, they were like normal star state cultivators when compared with Lin Xiu. The most terrifying of all, the monstrous genius Lin Xiu seemed to have been suppressed by Su Ping. These 2 monsters. Qing Hongyu didn't know what to say about that pair of monsters. She had realized that, even though Lin Xiu was the strongest Star Lord she could think of, he had been absolutely subdued by the young man. Nevertheless, Su Ping was unable to exterminate him. As a result, Lin Xiu resurrected again and again, while on the other hand, Su Ping's path of vitality was imperfect. Even though it was incredible for him to have grasped it, he couldn't win a war of attrition against Lin Xiu. The outcome of the battle would be hard to predict if they fought on. No wonder they had been fighting for so long. Chapter 11:17, Fusion of Constitutions. "Will help you," said Qing Hongyu after observing the battle for a moment. Claudia was also there, tending to her new wounds. Her recovery was considerable thanks to the medicine she took. She said, "Let's work together to disrupt his performance." She hated Lin Xiu's guts. Twice she was heavily wounded by him, and she was determined to pay back the favor. Nobody else objected. Surely the most ideal choice would be to stand by and just watch. They would meet their end should Su Ping fail. After all, they also knew Lin Xiu's secret. "Die! Kill him!" everybody shouted at the same time. The dozens of top star lords were gathered there. None of them acted recklessly. They only attacked with laws from a distance. The power of perfect laws was instantly imposed on Lin Xiu. Some of them were supreme, and some others were rare. They would have twisted and burned any other star lord into ashes, but Lin Xiu's sole reaction was a slight change of expression. He invoked the law of chaos and blocked the assorted perfect laws. All laws were born in chaos. It was known as the top of all laws, one that contained many fundamental rules. The perfect law reduced the incoming disturbances to a minimum. You're just a swarm of ants, even if you join forces. Lin Xiu suddenly roared and charged at Su Ping again, but he was instantly cut apart. However, his body was quickly put back together, and he went after Su Ping again. Even though he was in a disadvantageous position, he was still unleashing a powerful aura, such that it made him seem as though about to suppress Su Ping. He was also enduring the attacks of many top star lords. Lin Xiu was at the moment like a boss that couldn't be killed. He was extremely tough. He technically is the strongest star lord in the Federation. Damn it, to think he's just as terrifying even without the ultimate treasure. He's so tricky to deal with. Is this the power of a top star lord? I think that even an ascendant expert would have a hard time killing him. Everybody was attacking Lin Xiu at the same time, but he was still going strong. Many of the attacks were pulverized by Lin Xiu's sword plate. The artifact was useless against Su Ping, but it could easily deal with the rest. Only some of the attacks reached him, but he simply chose to take them in stride. "All of you will die." Lin Xiu was on a rampage, looking around with aggressiveness. He couldn't have enjoyed himself more. It had been a long time since he had fought so passionately. All the top star lords of the universe were attacking him together, but that wasn't enough to kill him. His feat would be remembered for at least 100,000 years. While stepping on the void, he ignored all the others and simply charged at Su Ping. He knew that once Su Ping fell, finishing off the rest of them would be a piece of cake. Their attacks were no more than tickles for him. None of them was a threat to him. It had been 30,000 years since he cultivated the 4 perfect supreme laws. He had been studying how to optimize their use since then. Had it not been for that trial, he would have made his attempt to become a top heavenly lord and start his preparations for the celestial state. Still, he couldn't let go of the shortcut presented before him. He was confident of becoming a top heavenly lord, but only 1 or 2 top heavenly lords could eventually reach the celestial state. However, he considered himself invincible as a star lord in that competition. Bang! Su Ping slashed and made him explode again. Die! Lin Xiu recovered and charged at him again. Su Ping stared coldly at Lin Xiu's laughing face. He had slashed and blown up his body again and again, but it was still not enough to completely destroy him. Even if his body was completely minced to smithereens, he was still able to resurrect from another time and space. It was quite an unfathomable method. The only solution was to completely destroy his world. Go to hell. Lin Xiu roared and attacked Su Ping with his full strength again and again. He used the sword plate to resist the others, as he didn't want it to be damaged by Su Ping. The ultimate treasure wasn't even as sturdy as himself. The protracted battle continued in the void. Qing Hongyu, Calavi, and the other helpers were getting tired, not physically but mentally. He was truly hard to kill. Lin Xiu like an unkillable cockroach. Even though Su Ping had the strength to defeat him, he was still unable to finish him off. That was also the reason why many top heavenly lords could be defeated by celestials but not killed. Lin Xiu currently had enough vitality to endure being hunted by an ascendant. The ones considered ultimate Star Lords had already bridged the gap between the Star Lord state and the Ascendant state, and could resist in battle. It's been 7 days, he still hasn't died. Is that the perfect law of vitality, so terrifying? No wonder our master asked us to grasp the law of vitality first. Damn it, it's impossible to block him. The Ascendant state restriction doesn't allow the use of secret treasures to imprison him. He's invincible. All the fighters were already numb. They even considered retreating. They had tried sealing, imprisoning, and exiling him over the course of 7 days, all to no avail. Having mastered the path of time and space, Lin Xiu would make a quick comeback, even if he was exiled to a far-off point in time. With things having gone to such lengths, Lin Xiu would never let them go. They would instantly face Lin Xiu's thunderous strikes without Su Ping's support. The only thing comforting them was that Su Ping remained as vigorous as 7 days prior, completely unlike a Star State warrior. Most other people sustained their power with elixirs, but Su Ping hadn't taken any. Lin Xiu noticed this, so his attacks lessened in frequency. He also seemed to have concluded that exhausting Su Ping before the end of the trial would be impossible. What a shame. If we were elsewhere, I would kill you even if it takes 100 or 1,000 years. Lin Xiu was really angry and frustrated. He couldn't kill the others if he couldn't kill Su Ping. After all, he couldn't resist Su Ping's strikes. All was leading to the secret being exposed eventually. His conspiracy with the saints could be publicized, reaching the ears of the other celestials. He was afraid that the celestials would join forces and deal with him, even if he won the legacy. That was why he wanted to kill all the others. The trial is over, Su Ping mumbled to himself. He wasn't expecting to fight 7 days straight either. He had never fought such a long battle before. All his previous battles had ended quickly. Unfortunately, the law of chaos I know is too gentle. I would have destroyed him if I had grasped the law of chaos with the power of triple small worlds. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He would have destroyed the guy's law of destruction, and all other laws to ultimately annihilate him. Alas, there was no time to grasp the law at that moment, and it was pointless to keep fighting. He needed some time to look for the key or the person who had picked it. "It's time to stop," said Su Ping in a low voice. Lin Xiu paused and sneered. "You're lucky to survive this time. You'll be the first to die when I get the legacy." He had already decided that he would kill Su Ping at the very first opportunity, even if Shen Huang were to intervene. It had been a long time since he felt such loathing for anyone. After all, the truly strong would have plenty of friends and very few enemies. "You're overthinking." Su Ping's eyes turned cold. His body was gradually set ablaze. Oddly enough, the flames were black, like the fires from hell itself. Huh. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes. He had never seen Su Ping attack like that before, which made him wary. He suddenly felt that Su Ping was dangerous. I had never tried fusing constitutions and unleashing their full strength at the same time. Su Ping took a deep breath. Deity aura was constantly surging out of his astral oceans. The space around him was instantly covered in black flames, turning the void into a sea of fire. "What's that?" someone exclaimed. "The sorcerer's constitution." It was activated. The ancient constitution Su Ping had awakened during his visit to the Golden Crow clan. He had presented it back in the Universe Geniuses contest, which was then made known as the Sorcerer's Constitution. Its power was released along with the power of his Golden Crow Constitution using a strange coordination. Such a move was achieved by fully using the Golden Crow Constitution for days. "I'm launching this strike with all my strength. You can leave if you can survive it," Su Ping said slowly. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes and gazed at Su Ping. The next moment, black flames surged out and swept across the world, as if about to drown the void. Su Ping concurrently focused all his power on his bone saber, where the black flames were burning the fiercest. He then released all the power, God's arrival. 90% of his strength. Bang! A dark sword aura slashed forth, which seemed to be cutting the universe apart. Lin Xiu instantly changed his expression. Shocked and infuriated, he activated the power of 4 perfect laws. Meanwhile, his small world appeared. 2 rare pets with ascendant state potential roared furiously in front of him. Still, the 2 beasts screamed desperately as soon as they appeared. They were consumed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 11:18 Acquiring the Key. Even though he had top rare pets, with combat ability comparable to that of top star lords who had grasped perfect paths, they were still too vulnerable when facing Su Ping's full-strength outburst. The sword of black flames passed. Time stopped flowing. No noise was heard. The pet's screams came to an abrupt halt too, as if swallowed. An explosive energy ball that looked like a flying disc appeared in the void, emitting a terrifying aura. Time seemed to be paused. Then, the energy ball expanded rapidly, instantly destroying the surrounding space. The nearby space had been destroyed by Su Ping. The bodies of the 2 rare pets were consumed and obliterated, leaving nothing behind. Lin Xiu was also consumed. There was nothing but chaos left in the void when the expanding energy was spread like a dazzling solar flare. No substance remained. Lin Xiu was nowhere to be seen. Utter destruction prevailed. Su Ping breathed heavily and felt exhausted, but his appearance showed no weaknesses. He narrowed his eyes and summoned his last strength reserves to enter the chaotic area and pick up a sword plate. It was exactly the sword plate Lin Xiu had been using. The sword plate was broken, however. All the imbued laws had been destroyed. Su Ping took a deep breath, then grabbed the sword plate and observed his surroundings. Present, past, and future had been briefly erased in the shattered void. Space was similarly ravaged, giving off a feeling akin to the 8th space, a scary vibe at that. I think he's dead. Su Ping's eyes glittered, but he wasn't sure. After all, he didn't see Lin Xiu's body. Maybe the man had exploded, but maybe he was just cleverly hiding through another method. However, considering he had abandoned the sword plate, he was probably on his last breath even if he survived. In any case, I need to focus on finding the key. Even if he survived, I can just kill him again when I meet him. It would be great if he's dead already, Su Ping thought. He flipped his hands and took out some second-rate medicines from the loot he had gathered earlier. He quickly consumed the medicine, then felt that his astral ocean wasn't as empty as before. He turned around and looked at Qing Hongyu, Calavi, and the others. All of them were looking back at him with stunned expressions. Moments earlier, they had felt that they were going to be destroyed too. Was that Su Ping's real power? Everybody was shocked. They had seen how tricky Lin Xiu was to deal with. They didn't know that Su Ping had been hiding his ultimate trump card until the end of the trial. After the momentary shock, Qing Hongyu, Brian, and the others soon snapped out of their stupor and searched for Lin Xiu. No traces were found. There's no sign of him in the deeper spaces. Brian looked at Claudia. Claudia gave a slight head shake. She had searched for him in other times but found no traces either. It seemed that Lin Xiu had truly been killed, leaving no remains. She wore a conflicted expression. Lin Xiu had left a deep impression on all of them with his stubborn and tough qualities. However, he was still unable to beat Su Ping. Seems like overkill for such an unparalleled genius to be fighting for the legacy, Claudia thought. Everybody searched for a moment, but none found Lin Xiu. They were all silent when they saw the sword plate in Su Ping's hand. Su Ping was silent as he noticed their wary and upset looks. They had been comrades during the past 7 days, but their trust seemed to have disappeared after Lin Xiu died. "Guys," said Su Ping slowly, "there's only one key. I have to get it. I hope you can understand." Everybody was silent, but they were greatly relieved. This helped them to finally give up on the key. Their sole hope was to survive. Having encountered geniuses such as Lin Xiu and Su Ping, it was clear that they wouldn't be able to keep the key. That is, unless luck favored them, and they hid it until the end of the trial. However, the central continent wasn't big to begin with, and it was still shrinking. They had nowhere to hide. "We have enough tokens to enter the second trial. I hope you can help me search for the key, said Su Ping. Everybody looked at each other in bewilderment, but none spoke. They had already foreseen the outcome, and felt lucky that Su Ping didn't choose to kill them. Qing Hongyu heaved a sigh and said, "It was truly unlucky to have met you people. I shouldn't have participated in this trial. You avenged me by finishing Lin Ziyu off. I'll help you," said Claudia. Brian said with a bitter smile, "I'm fine with it. I'm hopeless anyway." He already felt desperate when he saw Su Ping's dual small worlds. Once the latter revealed his third small world in the last battle, he realized that Su Ping hadn't tried his best when they had fought. Su Ping had only slayed Lin Ziyu until it was almost the end of the trial. Nobody knew if that was his true limit. To think he was only in the star state are people these days this terrifying, much more than tens of thousands of years ago. Seeing no objection, Su Ping wasted no time and moved out. Let's look for the key. He was hoping that Brian and Claudia would help him with the search, two experts of time and space. Let's go. Su Ping instantly took off. They didn't split up, as it was unnecessary. They walked out of the space located in a past point in time and returned to the present day. They discovered that the mountains and rivers had been significantly reduced. Going by estimation, the central continent was probably as big as 200 middle-rank planets. It matched the information the celestial experts had offered. Su Ping instantly initiated a group search. Given that the continent was shrinking, anyone hiding in the past would be forced to move. The Celestials were not just reducing the continent. As for the future, the timeline beyond the end of the trial had been cut off. It was impossible to travel further ahead. Adding to that, it was impossible to travel too far into the future, even if one had grasped the law of time. It was some sort of taboo that, once violated, would change the causes and consequences of the entire universe. It was very dangerous. Once the future changed, history would change accordingly. Even the Celestials would be hard-pressed when enduring the resulting backlash. Su Ping checked the time. There are 2 days to go until the end of the trial. 2 more days would probably be enough. Everybody searched on their way, soon finding a Star Lord who was hiding in the deep space of another point in time. The guy was floating in the 7th space, while hiding in a secret treasure that looked like a gourd. All was good until Brian found him. Everybody gathered around and opened the gourd. Someone instantly recognized the Star Lord and called his name. The Star Lord was dumbfounded when he found himself surrounded by Su Ping, Qing Hongyu, and the others. He had been hiding cautiously enough, yet he was still found. To make matters worse, he recognized the ancient Star Lords, such as Qing Hongyu and Calavi. "Why did you hide here? Have you found the key?" asked Su Ping. The Star Lord was surprised. Su Ping seemed to be a mere Star State warrior. Is it his place to talk? However, it seemed that Qing Hongyu and the others were looking up to him as the leader, which was astonishing in itself. "No, I only met a few terrifying guys. I simply wanted to survive this trial. I wasn't trying to get the key," confessed the Star Lord dutifully. "Sorry, I cannot just take your word for it. Please don't resist. It'll be over soon," said Su Ping, raising his hand as he was about to search the guy's memories. The Star Lord had a contorted expression as he tried to resist, but he was suppressed by Qing Hongyu and the others. Su Ping eventually read the man's lifelong memories. He had planned to only read the guy's memories from recent years, especially those related to the trial. However, in case the guy had tampered with his own memories, Su Ping chose to read all of it. He didn't notice any changes, so he finally let him go. It took Su Ping several minutes to read his memories, which actually spanned through tens of thousands of years. He couldn't help but mumble, "So, you like to let other people?" The Star Lord was stunned by the remark, then became grim. Chapter 11:19. Let your senior brother do it. Tickle you. Su Ping couldn't help but shake his head. There were indeed all sorts of quirks that a man could have. Since there was no key, Su Ping didn't give the Star Lord a hard time. He simply asked the guy to search for it along with them. Half a day later, Su Ping found Diaz and learned that all his senior brothers and sisters had died. They encountered a strong Star Lord. Diaz had only survived thanks to his special constitution. Su Ping didn't ask why he had survived, even though he was the weakest. Everyone had their secrets. He invited Diaz to join his team. It was already time to close the net, so there was no need to split up. Diaz felt at a loss as he looked at the huge team Su Ping was leading. Both of them had participated in the same contest in the beginning, but their power gap had widened to an extreme. Su Ping saw Shuai shortly after. They had parted earlier, but the group found him in a deep space. Shuai was at the moment hiding inside a normal void beast in the seventh space. He would have escaped everyone's attention if Brian and two other men weren't as adept with the path of space. Senior brother Su. Shuai was rather stunned to see Su Ping. His befuddlement increased when he saw Su Ping's company. Calavi Qinghongyu Brian well, he had seen the last one. But the two women had been major concerns for him. His master had shared intelligence on them too, asking him to pay attention to them. He didn't realize that those two women would join hands with Su Ping. Why are they at peace? Shouldn't they be fighting one another? Shuai was puzzled. Junior brother, it's too dangerous out there. The trial is about to end. You should come with us, offered Su Ping with a very gentle tone, doing the nice senior brother part. Shuai lips twitched. You have two ultimate treasures. Wouldn't you be the most dangerous person? He said indifferently, that's unnecessary. All ferocious animals walk alone. He was unable to continue. It was because he saw Su Ping taking out more and more ultimate treasures, including Shen Huang's shield, Brian's golden flag, the purple fiery blade, the crimson dagger, the red feather. I prefer to be a sheep. I'm docile and well-tempered. Senior brother, we should go together, said Shuai solemnly. Su Ping nodded and patted his ultimate treasures. It's not a good thing to store this many treasures together. I have to expose them to sunlight now and then, otherwise they'll get moldy. Okay, it's done. Let's go. He then stored the ultimate treasures, one after the other. 11:11. Shuai was lost for words. He suddenly realized why Qinghongyu, Calavi and the others would stay obediently with Su Ping obediently. That senior brother of his was the real ferocious animal herding sheep. Shuai then joined their team too. Su Ping asked, Junior brother, have you found the key? No, Shuai shook his head. Su Ping nodded. I believe you, but going by the rules I need to examine you. You wouldn't mind, junior brother, would you? Examine me, Shuai became vigilant. Su Ping didn't give him any time to react. He was about to take action when a dazzling golden streak of light passed by. The object illuminated the sky in a radius of hundreds of kilometers like a shooting star. That's the key, Qinghongyu instantly exclaimed. Let me, Claudia offered and made use of the law of time, trying to reverse the golden light and block it. But the next moment her expression changed. Laws can't affect the key. Su Ping narrowed his eyes. Without further ado, he simply said, let's go. He took action as he spoke, being the first to chase after the golden light. The artifact moved extremely fast, soon entering the seventh space. Su Ping was unable to catch up to it, even though he was using Sun Chaser. After all, the laws he performed couldn't influence the key. The golden light fell onto a mountain like a meteor shortly after. Everybody tracked it down at full speed. Su Ping landed where the golden light crashed. It was a stone temple. The place was quite shabby. Once the golden light faded, a strange square stone plate fell into a pedestal and merged with it. Then the stone temple seemed to have been activated, creating barriers around it. That's the key, all right. Someone was delighted to see the plate, but they soon felt regretful. Everybody looked at Su Ping, who would undoubtedly claim the prize. The Star Lord, whose mind was searched by Su Ping earlier, and Diaz were both frustrated. If only the key had appeared sooner, they wouldn't have been harassed. I didn't realize that the key would appear out of nowhere. Nobody found a single tree earlier. What if the Celestials planned all this? There are indeed no lucky factors in this trial. The Celestials have played all sorts of tricks. They arranged for the key to appear right this moment, all to make us fight for it. How vicious. Everybody looked at the key inside the temple with conflicted expressions. They would have fought for the key, even knowing it was part of the Celestials' plan. However, the competition for the key was already over before it showed up, claiming it was the only step needed. The key. Shuai-Kaian, who looked at the key with glittering eyes. There was no telling what he was thinking. Su Ping didn't do anything recklessly. He checked with the team and asked two of the top Star Lords who had grasped perfect paths to break the barriers and fetch the key for him. The two Star Lords heaved sighs. They had clearly turned into errand boys. They couldn't resist, so they had to obey. They started soon after, pushing the barriers with their perfect baths, but the protection remained as stable as ever. I think an ultimate treasure is needed. Qing Hongyu realized what was going on and glanced at Su Ping. Su Ping also realized it. It was impossible to break the barriers with perfect paths. The keys had indeed been prepared for the 12 people who held ultimate treasures. The families who had sent their descendants to the trial while sparing no expense would probably be furious if they knew of this. Still, even if they were angry, none of them would dare to resist. After all, the 12 Celestials of the universe had planned this together. They were the gods in the Federation. Whoosh! The next moment, Shuai-Kaian, who dashed out before Su Ping could do anything. A streak of purple light burst out from inside his hand. It was a short dagger, which was an ultimate treasure. Su Ping was astonished. His junior brother had actually acquired an ultimate treasure. Did it mean that he hunted the leader of a star zone? Bang! Su Ping also took action quickly after. The broken sword plate appeared in his hand. Even though it was too badly damaged to restrain the treasures in a certain range like before, it could still disable one of them. Shuai-Kaian, who stabbed at the barriers with the purple dagger. He thought that the barriers would explode, but they were completely unharmed. The purple dagger in his hand quickly lost its power, becoming a normal treasure. Shuai-Kaian, who was greatly shocked. Junior brother, what are you doing? Su Ping walked towards him, purple saber in hand and the golden flag on his back. Shuai-Kaian, whose face stiffened. He had planned to break the barriers, loot the key, and then make his escape. After all, the opportunity to become a Celestial was right before his eyes. He really had a shot at it. However, the purple dagger didn't work at the critical moment. Well, senior brother Su, I'm trying to fetch the key for you. Shuai-Kaian, who turned around with a smile. Shuai-Kaian, who didn't want to fight Su Ping anymore, as the latter was holding many ultimate treasures. He would fail even if he was stronger than Su Ping. He glanced at Qing Hongyu and the others standing behind his senior brother, all of them staring at him quietly. None of them tried to seize the chance to attack Su Ping. The situation was completely different from what he had anticipated. Aren't they tempted in the slightest? Shuai-Kaian, who found the situation so awkward that he didn't know what to say. Don't worry, I'll do it, replied Su Ping calmly. Then he added, the ultimate treasure is too dangerous for you to use, junior brother. I'll be keeping it for you. After that, he extended his hand. Shuai-Kaian, whose lips twitched, his eyes showed an inner struggle. But eventually, he handed over the dagger to Su Ping, however unwillingly. After much deliberation, he wasn't confident of fighting Su Ping, especially not when his ultimate treasure was no longer working. Also, he vaguely guessed that his ultimate treasure's malfunction was probably Su Ping's doing. After all, he had used it many times, and the artifact worked every single time. Smart junior brother, Su Ping nodded, seemingly much friendlier than before. He put away the dagger without binding it just after his junior had released his bond. He already had enough ultimate treasures to crush anyone, unless the opponent's ultimate treasure was like the sword plate that Lin Xiu had. Furthermore, such ultimate treasures would be useless after the trial. There were very few areas in the universe where ascendant state items were banned. Even if there were, Su Ping didn't have to go there. Junior brother, move out of the way. I don't want you to get hurt. Okay. Shuai obediently moved aside. Su Ping made a slashing motion, and the barriers instantly exploded. He paused for a moment before picking up the key. He gave a slight nod upon seeing that Shuai was still standing obediently. Nothing unusual happened. The barriers were the last obstacle. That final hurdle was meant to stop anyone else from picking up the key by sheer luck. It could also serve to have the participants fight outside the barriers. Su Ping examined the key and confirmed it was real. It was made of similar materials used for the ultimate treasures. Furthermore, there seemed to be an ancient array inscribed on it. He had seen some of its patterns back when Joanna taught him. Everyone lost all hope after Su Ping stored the key. Shuai wore a troubled expression. He couldn't have felt more regretful. He could only heave a helpless sigh in his heart. Qing Hongyu and the others were the same. However, everybody held back their disappointment and congratulated Su Ping when he turned around. Everything looked as if Su Ping would have returned triumphantly, while everyone cheered. Shuai eyes twitched upon seeing such a harmonious scene. It was very likely that none of the Celestials had expected such a peaceful ending to the last competition. Chapter 11:20, Suspicion. All right, we've got the key. Let's wander around while we wait for the end of the trial, said Su Ping after the celebration. The rest could only accompany him, seeing how cautious he was. Only a day and a half remained. Everybody kept searching, following Su Ping's lead. They found a lot of Star Lords in hiding. Finally, the last day arrived. All the Star Lords were gathered around Su Ping. They belonged to various star zones. It was the first time they had met Su Ping, a star state cultivator from the Golden Star Zone. Maybe with the key, he would rise to the celestial state directly after the trial. Su Ping searched the shrunken central continent for the remaining Star Lords, but he didn't meet anyone he knew. He didn't see the girl named Wanyan Shuang either, who was probably dead. He wasn't really bothered as she had chosen her own path. There were 142 survivors in the end, and 20 more tokens. Su Ping heaved a sigh. Even though he didn't kill many people, countless top geniuses had perished during the trial. Every success was founded on countless bones. The sky above the entire central continent opened up at the last second. Then, everybody saw 12 enormous faces that belonged to the 12 celestial experts. They seemed to be elsewhere, and were only there as projections. The 12 experts were surprised. None of them expected the last moment to be that peaceful. They were supposed to be fighting hard until they entered. Even if the battle had ended prematurely, it should have been a gory sight. However, everybody had gathered there, and there was no signs of battle. "Have you found the key?" asked a middle-aged celestial expert who looked as majestic as an emperor. His voice echoed in everybody's ears, making many people change their expressions and fall on their knees. 12 Celestials were much more intimidating than meeting them separately. However, every participant was a top Star Lord. They were in awe, but they still kept their grace. "Replying to you, Master, it's been found," said a Star Lord in the crowd, clasping hands in salute. He glanced at Su Ping with a bitter voice. The 12 Celestials noticed his expression. A warm and gentle celestial state expert said slowly, "Who has the key? Please present it. We will trigger the key and send you to the third test immediately." Everybody fixed their envious and jealous eyes upon Su Ping, while trying their best to hide their emotions. "I do." Su Ping didn't keep it a secret. It was impossible to anyway. He simply took out the key. The stone plate glowed instantly, emanating the power of laws. Su Ping. Shen Huang was thrilled, seeing the direction where everybody was looking and thinking it was Shuai who had acquired the key. However, it was Su Ping who was holding it. He was rather dazed. He didn't see it coming either. Not just Shen Huang. The other Celestials were also dumbfounded to see Su Ping. All of them could clearly see Su Ping's level. Mu Shen and several others even recognized that he was the astonishing genius who had participated in the Universe Geniuses contest a while back. The man had shocked the entire universe by condensing a small world with a fate state cultivation. Out of everyone's expectation, he was also the greatest winner of this trial. All of them looked at Shen Huang with shock and suspicion. Obviously, it was uncanny for Su Ping, a mere star state cultivator, to excel in such a way and obtain the key. The only explanation was that Shen Huang had played a trick. Shen Huang recovered from the shock, but he was still lost for words upon noticing the other celestials' expressions. "Stop overthinking, I didn't do anything." He was puzzled by the whole situation. Both Shuai Qianhu and Diaz were there, but the others were not. They were probably dead. Still, Su Ping shouldn't have gotten the key. Shuai Qianhu had the ultimate treasure. It was impossible that someone like Su Ping would take it away. So weird. What a shame. We disrupted the time and space on this continent to restrain each other. Even we cannot reverse the flow of time and see what happened there, sighed a celestial state expert with a frown. He was truly curious and wanted to know the reason. He also had another speculation. The other celestials looked at Shen Huang thoughtfully in silence. "Humph, a star state kid got the key. There must be something wrong. Boy, did you do something. It was supposed to be a fair competition. How did you manage to cheat?" said one of the celestial state experts with a scolding tone. The rest of them turned to gaze at Shen Huang. Shen Huang was rendered speechless. He was as puzzled as everybody else and yearned for an explanation too. However, while facing the suspicion and hostility of the other celestials, he said coldly, "We made arrangements to prevent any of us from cheating. Do you think I was capable of challenging the restraints that all the 12 of us set up together?" "Humph, maybe you can't, but how did your disciple get the key? He's barely in the star state. What a terrible actor," demanded the celestial expert. Shen Huang snorted and replied, "You have to ask your disciples for the answer. Maybe my disciple isn't too strong, your disciples are just too weak." He was actually unsure when he said that. If Shuai Qianhu had the key, he would have said something along the lines of, "My disciple is the strongest, so he gets the key." He wouldn't have been plagued by doubts. However, he wasn't confident of endorsing Su Ping. After all, he knew many of the Star Lords present. Shuai Qianhu, for example, was too strong for Su Ping to beat. "They're weak. Should we have them battle it out?" said the celestial expert angrily. Shen Huang sneered and replied, "What a sore loser. If the winner of the duels gets the key, then what's the point of the trial? The winner is king. The result is clear. My disciple has the key, which means that he was destined to have it." "Humph, you want to solve this with talks of destiny. We took that into consideration. There couldn't have been any fortuitous incidents. If you can't explain it, I'll do it for you. You cheated. You gave your disciple an ascendant state pet, or maybe an unrestricted ascendant state ultimate treasure." The celestial state expert roared in the end. "That's how your disciple swept the competition, defeating all the Star Lords in the universe. Where's your evidence? You'll be punished accordingly if you don't stop smearing us," said Shen Huang with a gloomy expression. "Come on and have a try." "Enough." The other celestials intervened in time. After all, it was unnecessary for the two celestials to fight. The battle would be prolonged, never reaching a clear outcome. At worst, they would only end up with injuries. They were too old and experienced to really fight a life-and-death battle, reacting according to the spur of the moment. This whole thing is too uncanny. Shen Huang, even if we believe you, you cannot offer a convincing explanation. You wouldn't mind if we examine your young disciple, would you?" asked another celestial expert who wanted to examine Su Ping, maybe by searching his memories or maybe in other ways. But anyway, it would definitely hurt Su Ping tremendously. Shen Huang changed his expression and roared, "This is the result. Are you going to violate our agreement? My disciple has the potential to rise to the celestial state even without the legacy. You'll destroy him if you examine him." "It's just the potential. There have been dozens of people who had the potential to rise to the celestial state. Who remembers them?" remarked another celestial with a casual tone. "In fact, that's unnecessary. All we need to do is ask the other participants," said some of the other Celestials. Indeed, even if he cheated, the other people must be well aware of it. Another celestial expert supported Shen Huang. They were the latter's old friends. They didn't step up sooner because they had their own concerns. Shen Huang said coldly, "That's right. Investigate your own disciples if you want to investigate. Search their memories and see how they failed." Humph. Shen Huang, be prepared for the consequences if you cheated, threatened one of the celestial state experts. Shen Huang remained cold and silent. He put up a stubborn front, partly to defend Su Ping and partly to defend his own dignity. It would be a slap in his own face if his disciple was investigated that easily, then it would be a slap in the face. Deep down, he knew he didn't cheat, but he couldn't yet figure out how Su Ping had managed to acquire the key either. There was probably one explanation only. Did the untraceable being supporting Su Ping from the shadows lend Su Ping a hand? He put on a grim expression at the thought. The celestial experts had been communicating in another time and space. Su Ping and the others couldn't hear them. Once they reached a decision, one of the celestials asked, "Hongyu, how did he get the key?" Chapter 11:21, Path Lamp. Qing Hongyu was stunned for a moment. The celestial expert who asked was exactly her supporter. She quickly said, "Master, Brother Su has proven himself stronger than all the others. We admit that he should have the key." Huh. The 12 celestials were dazed for a moment, not expecting such an answer. Qing Hongyu had been a famous star lord for tens of thousands of years, an ever-proud warrior. Her master knew that she never yielded to anyone, and yet she succumbed to someone in the star state. "Is it because of his ultimate treasure?" asked her master again after a long silence. She gave a slight head shake. She had already realized what the celestials were doing. It was clear that they didn't think Su Ping was qualified to claim the key. They had every reason to doubt since they hadn't seen his terrifying combat ability. Qing Hongyu shook her head and said, "I didn't fail because of his ultimate treasure. He's simply stronger than me." "Brian, do you think the same?" asked another celestial state expert. Brian slightly changed his expression and said with his head lowered, "Yes, Master." The 12 celestials were shocked into silence. If Qing Hongyu were the only one who said that, they would have considered her a conspirator. However, Brian had been a famous star lord for years, and there was no need to lie about that. More importantly, Su Ping was able to make them admit their defeat. That was uncanny. Shen Huang's eyes glittered. He looked at the celestials who suspected him first and sneered. "Guys, what do you have to say right now? You think I've bribed your disciples?" His peers had grim looks as they thought deeply. None of them responded. "Are you all mute?" Shen Huang rumbled furiously, causing ripples to echo throughout the void. All the celestial state experts turned to see him. Those who suspected him looked at each other. One of them said, "This whole thing is unprecedented. Please forgive us for our suspicion, Shen Huang." "Shen Huang, our accusation was presumptuous, but there is no need to overreact," said another celestial state expert in earnest. Shen Huang sneered and said, "Reckless. You smeared both myself and my disciple, and you think you can get away that easily." "What do you want?" asked one of the celestials with a frown. "If you do something wrong, you apologize and compensate. Even a 3-year-old knows that." "You still need to ask me," said Shen Huang coldly. "Indeed, you should compensate for smearing Shen Huang. We are the rulers of the universe. Our dignity must not be tarnished with such ease. Besides, you didn't have any evidence for your accusations." Someone defended Shen Huang. Once the man ended, Shen Huang's other friends also spoke in his favor. "Humph, they think Shen Huang's disciple will surely get the legacy because of the key." The celestials who suspected him earlier became grim. Shen Huang had suddenly flown into a fit of rage and very likely demanded compensation, because his disciple had a good chance to receive the legacy. If that was the case, the Golden Star Zone would have 2 celestials, and they could conquer other star zones. One of the celestial state experts casually offered an ancient scroll. "I have a scroll with an ancient painting, which is said to contain secrets about the disappearance of the ancient realm of deities. I'll give it to you as compensation, Shen Huang." It was like a painting, but it hadn't decayed one bit in 1,000,000 years. Shen Huang raised his eyebrows and casually accepted the painting. He said, "I'm not short of such treasures. I forgive you for the insult. Still, my disciple is too young to stand for your humiliation. Give him something if you want to make amends." The other Celestials changed their expression. They realized they had made a reckless move upon seeing the attitudes of Shen Huang and his allies. The Celestials with neutral standing would probably leave them to fend for themselves. "This is an ascendant state spear that contains part of an ancient soul. It'll be my gift for your disciple. Hopefully, he will win the legacy in the end," said one of the Celestials with a sneer as he tossed a top-secret treasure. Shen Huang raised his brows and accepted it. The item would be of little significance when Su Ping reached the celestial state, but he probably couldn't demand anything better. After all, Su Ping was only a star state warrior. A top ascendant state treasure was an already lavish compensation. The other celestial state experts followed suit. They offered some ascendant state treasures and then left, as they were unwilling to stay any longer. "Congratulations on picking a great disciple, Shen Huang," someone congratulated the celestial expert. The remaining celestials also congratulated him. Shen Huang put on a smile, not caring whether or not they meant it. He only had one question at the moment. How was Su Ping able to defeat Qing Hongyu, Shui Qianhu, and all the others? Still, he didn't have the time to ask. Once the round of formalities ended, Shen Huang said, "Su Ping, activate the stone plate to enter the real land of inheritance for the last trial. The rest of you, get ready for the second test." Everyone had faces of bewilderment as they looked at each other, then stared at Su Ping enviously. Su Ping nodded. He felt that the stone plate in his hand seemed to have been freed. There was some sort of special law hidden deep within. He tapped into it and was immediately enshrouded by a vortex. In the blink of an eye, Su Ping disappeared from sight. The Celestials concurrently transferred the token-bearing survivors on the branch continents to the central continent. More than 20 people arrived in an instant. Lulen Lin and the others were stunned to see the new people around them. They didn't realize what had happened until they saw the Celestials' faces above them. Soon after, Lulen Lin searched the crowd, but there were no signs of Su Ping. Could it be? Lulen Lin's heart was heavy. Lulen Ju and Lulen Hai were the same. Su Ping had done both of them a great favor. Neither of them expected him to die on the central continent. "Don't worry. He got the key and left for the third test," said Diaz in a low voice after approaching them. All of them were dazed and wide-eyed. "Really?" Diaz felt utterly frustrated and depressed. His lips twitched when he heard their hopeful questioning. "Why would I lie to you?" He felt sorry for himself. Had he reached a point where nobody believed him even though he was speaking the truth? All of them noticed Diaz's depression and found it to be rather strange. The man seemed more disappointed than the others. Shouldn't he and Su Ping be close? But they were smart enough not to ask the question. They were shocked and thrilled. Su Ping would rise as a new celestial state expert if he did win the legacy. If that came to pass, the Lulen family would have a celestial state guest. Even if Su Ping decided not to be their guest anymore, the Lulen family would still benefit a lot from it. Lulen Lin was really excited. She felt happy for Su Ping, even though she knew it was probably impossible for her to ever catch up with him again. A celestial state expert then gave a reminder. "The second test is about to start. Please get ready." A dark channel full of lightning bolts soon appeared above everyone's heads. The people who had just been teleported from the other continents were still curiously asking who had found the key. Very soon, Su Ping's name was spread amongst the crowd. Everyone made silent note of Su Ping's name as they looked up at the vortex. "Is this the place for the third test?" Su Ping stood on an open ground. Facing him was a ragged, ancient bronze temple. The dilapidated walls next to the temple suggested that a huge war took place. There were even spider webs on some of them, giving the place an ancient feel. There was no sign of any living creature. There were dried-up worms on the ground. Some of them were even fossilized in amber. Some people came here, but they didn't win the legacy. He saw corpses on the ground. Some were leaning against the wall, while others were sitting cross-legged. They seemed to be either meditating and cultivating. There was no way to tell how long the ancient temple had existed. It was probably not the first time it had ever shown up. Not even the Celestials know much about this place. My master's information is finally unlocked. I have to ignite 9 lamps in the ancient temple to open the legacy's pathway. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He took out the ultimate treasure and cautiously walked into the temple. There was a majestic statue at the top, which depicted a slim old man in a blue robe. Underneath his legs was a ferocious ancient beast that only existed in the Encyclopedia of Ancient Animals from the Federation. The beast had a snake's neck and a lion's body, covered in scales. It had multiple mouths and eyes on its abdomen. The record stated that the beast had celestial state potential. There were 9 lamps flanking the old man's statue, dry and covered in spider webs. According to my master's memories, I have to ignite 9 lamps with laws. Let's give it a try. Su Ping released the law of space to cover the first lamp. A fire was soon lit up on the lamp, as if it had found the needed fuel. However, the flickering fire died out very soon. It takes laws as fuel. Su Ping was dazed. His eyes glittered. He suddenly thought that he could tear off those lamps if he didn't pass the trial, as they should be very valuable. Chapter 11:22, Test of the Ancient Road. With a single thought, Su Ping covered an ancient lamp with the perfect path of fire. There was a boom, and furious flames burned on the ancient lamp, covering the entire object. It looked like a ball of fire. Just as I thought, the perfect paths last longer. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He also extended the law of chaos too, instantly setting all the ancient lamps ablaze. There were 9 fireballs in total. An ancient road appeared at the end of the 9 lamps. The road was deep and mysterious. The far end couldn't be seen, as if it were the stomach of an ancient serpent. There was no time to waste. Su Ping observed carefully for a moment and quickly stepped in. He felt cold from the moment he set foot on the ancient road. He was too strong to feel cold anymore, but the coldness was so real it went straight into the soul. The golden crow shrieked inside Su Ping's body, driving away the cold. He then observed the environment with fire in his eyes. The previous stone temple was already gone when he set foot on the ancient road. On the 2 sides of the ancient road was a bottomless, blue and black ocean. Waves were rising and raging on the ocean, as if something were hidden within. Su Ping's eyes were solemn. The extent of his master's briefing only covered up to the legacy's opening method, but didn't mention the content of the test. His master was probably unaware of it. Su Ping didn't think his master would purposefully keep it a secret from him. Even if his master didn't foresee he could claim the key, he was undoubtedly capable of passing the first 2 tests, so it was likely that he would still challenge the 3rd test with others. His master didn't have a need to keep anything from him. It seems that those Celestials can't enter this place. After all, it's a test personally set up by another Celestial. Su Ping moved forward and considered. The 2nd test has to do with willpower. Then what's the 3rd test about? Combat ability. What did the ancient deity think was most important for his heir? Aptitudes. No. Whoever inherits his legacy will be stuck in the celestial state anyway, no matter what potential they have. They can hardly make any improvement beyond the celestial state. It's unnecessary to test potential. Did he test willpower because he was afraid his heir might not be able to endure his power while inheriting the legacy? So the 3rd test. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He pondered over the matter while putting himself in the shoes of the dead celestial expert who had made arrangements to pick his heir. Willpower was definitely necessary to inherit the test. He probably also wanted the heir to fulfill his last wish. Or maybe he simply wanted to pick an heir of his liking. Could the 3rd test be about personality? But the field didn't look like it. Su Ping detected coldness and an overwhelming brutality in the ocean on both sides of the road. The test was definitely not simple. After considering for a moment, Su Ping decided to prove his speculation in the simplest way. He bellowed, "Ancient Master, what's this test about? Could you just tell me?" The simplest way was to ask him directly. Su Ping's voice echoed in the void, making the waves in the ocean surge even more fiercely. Still, there was no response in a long time. His eyes glittered. He looked back. The end of the ancient road was already gone. The place he came from was substituted by the same ancient road stretching to infinity. He tried walking forward. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. Su Ping walked for more than 10 minutes, but felt as if he were stuck in the same spot. There was no way to distinguish directions on that road. No matter how he walked, he couldn't reach the end. Is this what the trial is about? Su Ping tried moving with Void Walker, but the result was the same. I don't think this is something achievable with the perfect path of space. If this is the test, then it's too strange. Not every Star Lord is capable of doing that. A Star Lord who has grasped a perfect path already has the potential of rising to the celestial state. If his requirement is even more rigorous than that, then the celestial state expert really overestimated himself. Su Ping's eyes glittered as he observed the ocean. The ocean water felt strange and dangerous. Deep down, he even regretted going to that place. He didn't know why he felt that way. All in all, the feeling of uneasiness and danger had been haunting him ever since he arrived at that place. Little skeleton. Su Ping summoned the little skeleton with a thought. The little one emerged from the summoning space and landed next to Su Ping, gazing at him. Su Ping said, "Can you open the gate of the undead? Summon your lackeys to this place." The little skeleton instantly waved its hands, but shook its head soon after. It was clear that it failed in casting the skill. It was impossible to open the channel to another world from that place. Su Ping frowned a bit. The little skeleton then moved his fingers again, and a dark ball of energy appeared in its hand. The ball then split up into many ghosts. The specters floated around the little skeleton, which stunned Su Ping. When did it pick up that move? "You summoned them?" Su Ping asked something he considered self-explanatory immediately after. He then said, "Ask them to investigate the ocean." The little skeleton nodded again. The little ghosts floated into the ocean like black balls. Su Ping had an ominous feeling when the first ghost entered the ocean. He quickly said, "Stop, bring them back." The little skeleton was stunned, but quickly did as told. The last few ghosts immediately floated back. However, the ghosts that did enter the water earlier never returned. Red light glittered in the little skeleton's eyes, as if examining something. But the next moment, huge tides rose from the ocean and clashed against the road. Following that, the ocean became ferocious and violent. Su Ping's expression changed somewhat as he examined the environment with the ultimate treasures he had. The next moment, he saw a terrifying creature in the midst of the rising tide. The creature was revealed after the tide receded. Half of its body was exposed to the air. There were scary, sharp stings on its back. Su Ping narrowed his eyes. He was horrified, as it was neither a Star Lord beast nor an Ascendant State beast, but a Celestial State creature. He could tell from his goosebumps that his assessment was undoubtedly accurate. A Celestial State beast is in charge of the test. Su Ping found it absurd. "Run!" Su Ping didn't dally for a second as he took out all the treasures he had. He activated the Prime Sky Mirror and quickly cloned himself. Then, he tried to escape into another space through the mirror, only to find that the local space was like a piece of iron. He couldn't enter the void nor teleport himself. Damn it! Su Ping was rather infuriated. He had a nagging feeling that the trial was more like a trap. The beast was definitely not friendly. Path of Illusion. Su Ping didn't have the least bit of interest in fighting back. He invoked the power of his triple small worlds and also performed the Path of Illusion to the fullest. He instantly concealed his aura and transformed into an illusion. He then took out a tremendous number of items and threw them to the ocean and the road. As for himself, he reduced himself to the size of a grain with the transformation power of the 8-9 astral painting. He hid himself inside a piece of inconspicuous armor. The armor was hanging on one side of the road, seemingly about to fall into the ocean. It seemed to be quite remarkable. The clone made with the prime sky mirror was standing and glowing while holding the mirror and all the ultimate treasures surrounding him, as if ready for battle. By then, the behemoth had already swum to the ancient road, slowly revealing itself in the seawater. It turned out to be a giant, scary fish looking down at Su Ping on the ancient road, with its mouth open wide. Next, red light darted out of its eyes and penetrated all of the ultimate treasures. The prime sky mirror rolled and tried to block it, only to be straight off penetrated. The ascendant state treasure was destroyed, just like that. While shrouded by the red light, his clone turned a red sculpture, which then flew towards the weird fish's head. A tentacle suddenly rose from the weird fish's nape. There was a ball that looked like a lantern at the end of the tentacle. It absorbed the sculpture and then disappeared. After that, the weird fish turned around and raised a tide as it returned to the ocean. Tides were still surging in the ocean, pushing everything that was on the ancient road, including the armor where Su Ping was currently hiding, into the seawater. The ancient road was so clean that it seemed as if Su Ping had never been there. He fell into the ocean and instantly noticed a freezing cold. He didn't resist it, he simply allowed the coldness to invade him. Su Ping was concealing all his aura at the moment. He even had the feeling that the strange fish had already noticed him and was staring at him in a teasing manner, somewhere deep down the ocean. Chapter 11:23, Undersea Palace. The armor fell into the ocean, gradually sinking along with the rolling tides. The feeling of coldness intensified as he went down. In any case, Su Ping preferred not to control his armor, nor reveal his aura. He had lost connections with his clone ever since it was absorbed into the strange lamp attached to the fish's head. He didn't think the fish was inviting him to a trial. The sea monster made him shiver. It was anything but friendly. Su Ping couldn't be mistaken about this. The Celestials can't ignite the lamps to enter this place. They only investigated the ancient palace and concluded that the deceased Celestial wanted an heir. However, this doesn't have the least resemblance to a test for an heir. Su Ping's face was grim. The environment became even colder. He felt that both his body and his soul were freezing. The ocean was so dark that he couldn't see anything clearly, despite his keen eyesight. He could only detect objects that were only a few meters away from him. He was descending in dark water brimming with floating grains of sand, which made it murkier. The grains rubbed against the armor, and Su Ping quickly realized what they were. It was bone powder. It was unlike ashes produced in a special place. Ashes were tiny and smooth particles. However, the grains were rather rough. The bones had been forcefully shattered. Is this ocean full of such bone remains? Su Ping was rather shocked. Had the celestial expert been an ancient deity and not a devil? He had never seen a place as brutal, except for the chaotic realm of the undead. If the legacy is just bait left by the master of this place to lure us over, what's his purpose then? He could have lured the ascendant experts. They would have been better food for that fish. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He was even questioning himself. Was everything he was experiencing just an illusion, and he was still in the trial? Su Ping gave up the thought soon after. His willpower had already been well-tempered. Other people might be suspicious, but he was pretty sure that the fish was hostile. The most important thing right now is how to break free. Su Ping's heart became heavy as the armor continuously sank in the ocean. He opted to move with the flow, avoiding reckless actions. The ghosts that entered the ocean moments earlier had already caught the attention of the fish. He would have been detected if he revealed the tiniest bit of his aura. He only felt lucky that, even though his path of illusion wasn't perfect yet, its concealment trait was excellent. Adding the triple small worlds enhancement, it could conceal him as remarkably as a perfect law. Not even the ascendants could detect him, unless some of them had mastered a special perception ability. However, that fish was clearly in the celestial state. Could I have escaped its attention? Could it be that I'm inside its mouth right now? Su Ping trembled at the thought. He pictured that a hideous creature, which he couldn't see clearly, was looking down at him in complete darkness, and he was floating right towards its mouth. Had I known about this, I wouldn't have fought for the key. I could have given it to someone less talented. It's very unlikely that they can pass the trial and win the legacy anyway. Su Ping smiled bitterly in his heart. But that was just wisdom in hindsight. Nobody would have given up the key they found, even if they managed to return. Maybe I can only wait until other trial takers arrive. There will probably be an opportunity to escape when the fish chases them. Su Ping's eyes glittered. But then there was another problem. His perception range had been greatly reduced. How could he detect other trial takers if they took the ancient road? Su Ping was deep in thought again. His body kept sinking and sinking. A long while later, while deep in thought, he suddenly detected a ray of light. Su Ping was stunned. His first thought was the lamp on the strange fish's forehead, but then he realized that the dazzling light was coming from the bottom of the ocean. The light originated from a magnificent glowing palace. It was an ancient construction found at the bottom of the ocean. There were depictions of ferocious dragons and other beasts engraved on the pillars, including that of the strange fish. Su Ping was able to catch a full picture of the creature. It was covered in sharp stings, and also had an enormous lamp on its forehead. Su Ping quickly asked in his heart, "System, can I exchange points for the advanced version of the illustrated book for pets?" There was a moment of silence before the system replied, "Yes, but you have to pay 3 times more energy points if you want to exchange for it outside the store." 11:11. Su Ping eventually accepted the offer after a moment of silence. He had to blame himself for being too petty. "It seems that I have to change my petty ways. My store has grown in size anyway. I'm making lots of revenue every day with the help of my employees. I should exchange for the necessary items." Su Ping admonished himself for a while and chose to accept the exchange. He only owned the middle-level version of the Pet Compendium, which allowed him to identify beasts up to the Ascendant state. He never thought he would have to identify celestial state creatures. After all, he couldn't beat them, whether or not he knew about them. Besides, the exchange was too costly for him back then. He had been too busy grasping laws to consider the matter when he finally had enough energy points. The system's reminder made his lips twitch. A huge amount of information surged into his head. The beast engravings on the pillars were no longer unknown to him. He accessed their information almost unconsciously. Ghost lamp nether fish. Su Ping was astonished. His heart was chilled by the revelation. The strange fish was indeed a celestial creature. Furthermore, the upper limit of its bloodline was not the celestial state. It was the heaven state, which was on a higher level. It was the first time for Su Ping to learn that the level above the celestial state was the heaven state. Of course, that was only how it was known in the system. Maybe the people in the different cultivation sites called it in their own ways. However, Su Ping believed that the system's name and classification was more formal. Still, it's not that easy for the creature to rise to the heaven state. The chance is very slim. Most of them remain in the celestial state. Furthermore, those ferocious creatures feed on ghosts and souls. No wonder my shouting didn't wake it up, while the little skeleton's ghosts woke it up immediately. So it had been hungry for too long, and it woke up because of food. Su Ping's lips twitched. He was lost for words. However, the newly acquired information helped him confirm his speculation. That wasn't a place for trials. Or rather, the trial was just a trap. The lamp above the ghost lamp nether fish's head was said to be connected to the mysterious netherworld. Only the heaven state fish could open the gate. Even though the celestial state fish was unable to do that, they were terrifying nevertheless. Most importantly, they liked to store food in their lamps, which was their secondary stomachs. My clone has indeed been digested. Even the prime sky mirror was broken too. That thing didn't show any mercy. Su Ping pulled a long face. He looked at the other engravings on the pillars, only to discover that all were ferocious celestial beasts. He instantly recognized the nature of the place's owner. Those were not the ruins of an ancient divine palace. It was a devil's lair. It wasn't an ancient deity who had perished there. It had more likely been a heinous devil. How can I break free? Su Ping looked around, only to discover that the palace protected by barriers was not corroded. There was a mountain of treasures inside. Countless treasures were glittering inside. Time seemed to have been frozen there. Those treasures weren't affected by the passage of time. Is that the treasury of the ancient palace's master? It makes sense that the strange fish is a guardian of the treasures down here. Su Ping's eyes glittered. His armor happened to pass through the barriers and enter the palace underwater. The next moment, Su Ping felt that the coldness faded away and his senses were back to normal. Su Ping profited from the palace lighting and looked around, but didn't see the ghost lamp nether fish anywhere. He prudently released some of his power to lift the armor and go toward the barriers on the top. However, the armor was blocked when it touched the barriers. I can enter this place, but I can't leave. Su Ping's expression changed a bit. He didn't dare to hit the barriers with his full strength, fearing that the fish would notice him. He simultaneously canceled his power and made the armor fall freely. Su Ping didn't see the fish in the water nearby after waiting for a few minutes. It seemed that his power release went unnoticed. He was slightly relieved, but he was still acting prudently. Since the armor had fallen on top of a bunch of treasures, Su Ping instantly began to examine them. I think they're all Ascendant State treasures. Su Ping was already a treasure connoisseur. The treasures were in mint condition. The flow time had been slowed by almost 10,000 times. That seemed to be something only celestial experts were capable of doing. However, it was impossible to understand laws or cultivate there. The lengthened time would twist many things around. Grasping laws in such a place would mean self-destruction. Whoosh! Su Ping dashed out of the armor and transformed into a glove with the power of the second astral painting. His refined cells allowed him to transform into anything in creation. That was exactly the power of the 8-9 astral paintings. That ability reminded him of a certain monkey one in the myths. The glove, which was his current appearance, fumbled carefully among the Ascendant State treasures. The glove fingers stopped every once in a while, not proceeding until he confirmed he was safe. Are there guardians inside this place? Su Ping was suddenly reminded of the ferocious beasts carved on the pillars. He could not help but wonder if the other creatures apart from the fish were also there. 1 Monkey King. Chapter 11:24, Spiritual Pill. Su Ping instantly released his senses, although prudently, to examine every part of the ancient palace. He applied the path of illusion to his senses to avoid exposure. He soon acquired a general sense of the ancient building's layout. He didn't spot other ferocious beasts on the pillars. They should have easily stood out if they were as big as the ghost lamp nether fish. Su Ping was slightly relieved. He crawled on the heap of secret treasures and saw plenty of Star Lord treasures that had lost their light. They had probably fallen to that place from the ocean, just like his armor. He kept his glove form as he moved on the top of the treasures. The palace stairs had also been filled, only their edges were exposed. It's a shame I can't take any of these treasures out. Su Ping felt regret as he crawled on the hill of treasures. He thought he was too unfortunate during the trial. At first, he encountered a lethal trap. Then, he was unable to take away the treasures he saw. Even his fate was unknown at the moment. Fortunately, I'm not really desperate to win the legacy anyway. If others learn the truth, though, they would surely be devastated. The mouth on the back of the glove heaved a sigh. Then the glove quickly crawled onward. The glove soon touched a jade box wrapped in layers of laws. Su Ping used the law of chaos to disable the original laws. Then, he flowed into the box. His body could transform into anything, including water. A vial. Once inside the box, he turned back into the glove form and opened a black vial. There was a seal on the vial, although it wasn't really powerful. Even a normal Star Lord could have opened it with ease. It was indeed a treasure left by a celestial expert, but the latter probably didn't expect that anyone would sneak in. Even the richest families would only use regular brooms. It would be stupid to show off their riches by describing how expensive their brooms were. Certain things only needed to be good enough. He opened the vial, and a fragrance wafted out. Su Ping instantly felt that all his cells were activated. The exhaustion from fighting Lin Xiu for 7 days seemed to have disappeared, which left him elated. Even though he couldn't take the ascendant treasures away, there were free medicines to be had. He could die with a full belly and cause a loss to the malicious owner of that place. One of the glove's fingers grew and turned into a hand, which grabbed the vial and turned it upside down. A childish voice shouted right then, "Don't eat me." Huh. A fat kid the size of a fingernail rolled out of the vial. He looked like a pill. He had limbs, albeit really short. Su Ping was rendered speechless. He immediately thought of Green Lady, but then his eyes were quickly filled with an even greater passion. He was reluctant to eat his employee, but he wouldn't hesitate to eat that fatty. Furthermore, the pill was already able to adopt human form. It was evidently a high-quality pill. "Don't eat me, I'm not delicious. I can help you find delicious pills for you. You die if you eat me anyway, I'm poison," cried the fat kid, as if realizing what Su Ping was thinking. Meanwhile, the little one rolled backwards, trying to keep a distance from Su Ping. However, his head bumped into one of the jade box's sides. "You smell so delicious. How could you be poisonous?" asked Su Ping. "That's exactly it. I smell delicious because I'm a poison. Why else would anyone wish to eat me?" The fat kid tried to play cute. Su Ping raised his eyebrows. "The last person who talked to me in such a way is already dead. You'd better confess truthfully. If you don't, I'll eat half of you first and chew a bit of the rest every day." "Whoa, you're the devil," shouted the fat kid while trembling with fear. He was emitting even more of his pill fragrance. Su Ping didn't spare any courtesy as he simply grabbed the pill and chewed a bit with another finger he had repurposed as a mouth. The fat kid begged for mercy. Given Su Ping's lack of interest, he chose to confess a shocking secret. "Please don't eat me. I'll take you to where you can find and eat delicious stuff. There are a lot of medicines that are more valuable than me. I also know how to leave this place." Su Ping instantly stopped. The information definitely intrigued him. He was tempted, knowing that the kid could be lying. "You know how to get out of here?" asked Su Ping gravely. "Do you even know where you are? How can you possibly know how to get out of here? On the other hand, do you know who I am?" The fat kid was stunned. "Who are you?" "I came at the behest of my master to examine the place. Who do you think I am? I didn't expect that you, a tiny pill, would know how to escape. Looks like throwing you into the furnace for refinement is the best option," said Su Ping coldly. He simply pretended to be one of the palace owner's disciples. That's impossible. You're just a poor man who was duped and fell to this place by chance. You've seen that ferocious fish, right? You weren't eaten and actually allowed you to enter this place. Aha, it must have been sleeping. But you can't fool me. There were other unlucky ones who fell here. Even their bodies are still around." The fat kid saw through Su Ping's lie. He wasn't the least bit convinced. "You called my master's pet a ferocious fish. The ghost lamp nether fish. I'm going to have it eat you soon," said Su Ping in a reprimanding tone. The fat kid was shocked and suspicious. He didn't expect that Su Ping would know the fish. He could tell that the latter was far weaker than the ghost lamp nether fish. Only the greatest geniuses that lived in his age could have recognized it. That age had long passed. "Are you really?" asked the fat kid with a mix of shock and suspicion. Su Ping snorted and said, "Prepare to be refined. I'll eat half of you and refine the rest for senior ghost fish." The fat kid quickly begged, "Please don't. I'm not delicious at all. I was in the wrong. A sister pill told me how to get out of here, but I never planned on leaving. I've always been loyal." Su Ping interrupted him and immediately asked, "Who exactly told you that?" The fat kid instantly replied, "It's Sister Golden Lotus." Su Ping was stunned. The kid didn't seem to be lying, but he wasn't that easily convinced. He wasn't even sure whether or not the fat kid had believed his made-up identity. Maybe he was just pretending to be a fat kid, and he was actually a ferocious pill. Golden Lotus, I've never heard about her before. You're lying, Su Ping bluffed. The fat kid quickly said, it's very understandable. Your master prepared the pill for his return. How could he have told his disciples? Even the disciples he killed weren't aware of that. Knowing he had misspoken, he quickly added, Sister Golden Lotus is very strong, but her strength is restricted in this place. You may get her essence and become a king if you help her. A deity king, Su Ping mumbled. The fat kid nodded quickly. That's right. Su Ping was deep in thought. He remembered that his master had mentioned that the ancient palace belonged to a deity. Celestials were called deity kings back in the age of deities, and those with the heaven state were deity emperors. The sister the kid had described seemed as effective as Green Lady. Su Ping pondered for a long time, then looked at the fat kid and quickly took action. The fat kid instantly shrieked with extreme fear. But Su Ping showed no mercy this time and bit part of it off. The fat kid screamed in pain and cried in fear, Don't eat me, I'm telling the truth. You'll lose your cultivation if you eat me. I'm a reshaping pill. Chapter 11:25, Rebirth. Is that so? Su Ping twisted one of the glove's fingers with a thought, and a tiny part of flesh fell from it. Then the tiny piece of flesh solidified into a thumb-sized figurine, which gradually rose from the ground. Su Ping spouted a mouthful of astral power that was soon absorbed by the figurine. It soon advanced to the void state. You! The fat kid was astounded by what he saw. He never realized that Su Ping could create lives out of nothing. That required a great expertise on the path of vitality. Su Ping had already mastered it to the fullest. Ascendants could even establish their own kingdoms in their small worlds. When considering celestials, they could create plenty of lives with a mere thought. They were creators in a sense. The power of faith that Shen Huang had gifted him was precisely drawn from lives he had created. However, those lives were mediocre in general. It wasn't unusual that only 1 in 10 billion creatures would have reasonable potential. It was impossible to create lives with divine constitutions, unless they picked some rare media when the lives were constructed. To put it simply, creating lives was just like molding clay figurines. The quality of the clay figurines depended on the clay they were made of. Most importantly, the created lives could only stay in their creator's small world and couldn't appear in the real universe. They would quickly die once they were exposed, as they couldn't endure the mysterious power of the universe. That seemed to be the universe's way of warning the cultivators that life itself was taboo. Su Ping then cut the pill piece he had bitten off in two, and threw half into the mouth of the tiny creature he had created. Moments later, the vitality inside the tiny creature plummeted, dropping from the void state to the ocean state, but it had even more abundant energy. It also gained a second-rate constitution. Su Ping raised his eyebrows ever so slightly. As it turned out, the pill didn't lie to him. What a waste! The fat kid was quite regretful to see part of his body be eaten. I can reshape your body and build it up. If you have a normal body, I can improve it and make it an excellent body. If it's excellent, I can make it rare. So to speak, you truly are a great pill. Su Ping's eyes glittered with greed. Even so, he didn't pounce to eat the pill. Instead, he asked, Where's your sister Pan One? Are there other guardians here besides her? The fat kid asked back, Aren't you that old man's monster? How come you don't know that? You must have figured out already that I snuck into this place. I'm going to cut another piece off you if you ask me again, said Su Ping ferociously. The fat kid was terrified but relieved at the same time. He wasn't sure whether Su Ping was an unlucky man or a disciple who had entered without permission. It could be either. I'll tell you everything, but who exactly is Sister Pan? Asked the confused fat kid. I was referring to the sister you mentioned just now. Huh, okay, the fat kid understood. Instead of asking why Su Ping called him in such a way, he confessed dutifully, Sister Golden Lotus commands us all, but she was restrained and weakened by your master. Still, she's a nice person and we all listen to her. Aside from Sister Golden Lotus, there's a bully who is actually your master's weapon. She's watching over this place. She's a king-level artifact named Evolution Forge. It can melt all weapons and transform them into unparalleled treasures. She may later become a great Emperor-level weapon if she also eats some top materials. The fat kid quickly added, but your master seemed to be concerned about her. He imposed 3 restraints on the weapon, fearing it would eat up all the other artifacts in his treasury by the time he was reborn. He would be held hostage by his own weapon if that were to happen. So, even though the bully is a guardian, she cannot leave his place easily. Su Ping asked, "How do you know that my master is in the process of being reborn?" Sister Golden Lotus told us. In fact, we would have guessed it even if she hadn't told us anything. Your master searched for materials everywhere and created pills, including me. He was badly wounded back then and had to be reborn in order to recover, said the fat kid. Su Ping was silent. The trial was indeed a trap. However, rebirth was the man hopping to be reborn inside the body of one of the intruders. If that were the case, Su Ping was the first person to enter the palace. Why wasn't he picked? Am I not handsome enough for him? Su Ping instantly felt affronted. My master's fish is watching over this place. You said you know how to get out of here. What is your method? Asked Su Ping. The fat kid asked nervously, what if you eat me after I tell you everything? I can still eat you, even if you don't tell anything, said Su Ping. I can ask your sister Pan after I eat you. Please don't eat me. I'm really not palatable. I'll just tell you the truth, please don't eat me. I can tell you my recipe so that you can create another pill, said the fat kid, eager to stay alive. Lost for words for a moment, Su Ping finally said, just tell me the truth. I wouldn't mind sparing your life if you're obedient. All right, swiftly replied the fat kid. Then he said, these are the depths of the nether ocean. Your master's ghost lamp nether fish is outside, watching over this place. However, there's a teleportation channel underneath the palace which leads to your master's study. That's where the techniques he gathered over time are stored. We can find an exit there. As simple as that, Su Ping raised his eyebrows. The fat kid quickly shook his head. The teleportation channel is the challenge. That's the place where the bully was restrained. If we want to leave, we have to do it when the bully is not paying attention. Su Ping rolled his eyes. You said the bully is a king-level treasure, which is half as strong as my master when he was alive. We'll both be obliterated if she notices us. The fat kid said pitifully, but that's the only way out. We can only slip out when she's not watching. It's been a long time since any unlucky man has descended to the palace. She's been sleeping for a long time. We stand a good chance if we're careful. Then, why did the bully not teleport herself out of here? She should be free now that my master isn't restraining her anymore, right? Your master left a magic sutra suppressing her inside the study. It's one of the 3 restraints set on the bully. She doesn't dare go there as she would only be driven back, said the fat kid. The magic sutra, Su Ping was stunned. Was it an advanced technique? What a great secret technique it must be. Then wouldn't we only end up dead if we enter the study? Demanded Su Ping furiously. The fat kid quickly said, no, we won't. Sister Golden Lotus is very close to the magic sutra. It will let us pass if she talks to it. How do you know? Sister Golden Lotus told me. Su Ping stared at the fat kid, deep in thought. He chose not to waste any more of his time a moment later. He turned his finger into a knife and directly cut off half of the fat kid's body. He said, I'll eat you if you're lying to me. I'll return this half when I leave if you're telling the truth. The fat kid screamed. After hearing what Su Ping said, he stammered, you're just as vicious as your master. I've been speaking nothing but the truth, and yet you still don't believe me. Cut the crap, let's go see your sister Pan. Su Ping instantly moved out. He had to try whether the fat kid was speaking the truth or not. Things wouldn't work out if he had to stay there forever. If the owner of the ruins was truly reborn, he would surely go there after his rebirth. He might even discover Su Ping, even though the latter had the perfect path of illusion. The fat kid was decisive. He moved out of the jade box along with Su Ping, then led the way. The fat round pill rolled over plenty of Ascendant State treasures, while a glove crawled after him. They soon entered an ancient room where a lot of treasures had been messily piled up. There were also medicines and strange branches emitting godly auras. While rolling at the front, the fat kid pointed out the hideouts of other treasures for Su Ping. That's Sister Jar's place. That's Brother Fire's territory. Shortly after they reached the end of the room, where Su Ping saw that a golden gourd was floating in midair. The fat kid pointed at the gourd and said, "Sister Golden Lotus is right there." One Pan Jinlian Golden Lotus is a famous fictional character,